Hello and welcome to day 2 of our conference.
We are TechExeter and we are your local grassroots community. We're here as part of TechExeter to support the digital community in Exeter, Devon and beyond. Find out more by connecting with us. We're on Slack, Meetup, and we're also on a website if you want to go and check us out.
And today you can engage with us on socials using the hashtag Vision 2020 Exeter. But now on to our sponsors. Thank you so much. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to do this. You can engage with our sponsors using the expo area at any point during the day, but we'll have specific sort of time set so you can go in and ask them questions and just engage with them.
What's to come? We've got a lot on today. We've got SEO, we've got digital marketing, we've got PPC, we've got VR, we've got UX, we've got UI, we've got machine learning, motion animation, we've got branding, we've got AI. We also have a live artist who's coming in to play for us over lunchtime. And of course, networking. Take advantage of the networking and meet as many people in the community as you can.
So Philippa and I have part of the community as well. We forgot to introduce ourselves.
We did indeed.
So let's just do that now because, you know, this is
We're
live.
so excited about the day.
So my name is Sarah. I'm one of the co-organisers of Digital Exeter. I'm in my sort of day-to-day job. I'm a head of project management and communications for a tech firm. And at heart, I'm like a hardcore SEO and digital marketing person. Love it. So cannot wait for those topics.
I'm a senior UX designer for a company called Boomi, who's based locally. I love anything that is design. Give me anything from a website to a really well-designed chair, and I really appreciate good design. So it's what I'm really excited about today. So we got a couple of things about how to use Hopin. There's a reception, so if you get lost, just head to the reception, which is kind of the landing page that you end up on. It'll give you a rundown of what's going on both tracks. Also, it'll give you all the schedule information that you need. We've got track 1 are our main talks. We've got that as our main stage. Our sessions are our track 2 sessions. They tend to be more interactive type things. We've got some workshops and we've got some panels also happening on track 2. We've also got one-to-one networking, which is for you guys to start to engage with the wider community. And we've also got our sponsors that are going to be in the expo area if you want to go and have a look and see what they're up to as well. So on track 1, we have Niki Mosier, who will be covering why accessibility is crucial in 2020 and why it should matter to us. We've then got Saffron, who'll be talking about ethical impact on AI. We've then got Andrew Cox at 12 o'clock, who'll be talking to us about how to apply design thinking in real world to get results. We've got Lyssa-Fêe coming up as well at 1:45. She'll be sharing her marketeer experiences and tools and tips and techniques to try. We have Alastair at 3 o'clock. He's going to be showing us that a brand can have a really, really strong impact and how you can take opportunities from that. Next up, we have Carly Britton, who will be talking to us about how to climb the career ladder in a more smart way. And then finally, finishing off on track 1 will be Goodwin, who is going to be talking about the value of designing for outcomes rather than outputs and what that means for setting vision.
Perfect. On track 2, we have got Salsan, who will be running a workshop to walk through people through how the general public and people interpret data visualization images and how we can produce responsible data visualizations. That's at 10:30. And then following on at 12 o'clock, Jay will be doing a roundup of the biggest changes to Google Ads in the last 12 months. And she's going to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. So looking forward to that. Then we've got an SEO panel. The SEO panel has got 3 lightning talks. The first one will be Laurent. Laurent will be talking about, covering an appreciation of SEO and the moving bar set by Google in terms of self-native search. Then we'll have Sabrina in that panel, who will be shedding light on how to identify long-tail search query opportunities and ways to win. Sharon will then lead nicely into how to maximize revenue in new and existing products through search data. After those 3 talks, there will be a panel discussion that you can take part in, and it will be hosted by Jay Cowell from Launch Online. So get your questions in, and they'll be having a fun interactive session. Then at 3 p.m., we'll have Robin on, who will give us insight and an introduction to the one-shot VR process from shooting through to post-production and then into delivery. And last on that track, but certainly not least, we'll have Simon Russell on at 3:30. He will be sharing his insight into visualizing audio and music, and will include real-world projects as well as more experimental work. So that is on track 2.
We've also got Darren, is not on the sheet, but we've also got Darren, who will be doing a UX QA, and he's going to have some people come in from all different areas of UX, so that will be a really good one as well. Right.
Now it's competition time. We are super excited. We've got 2 competitions, 2 prizes. So first of all, you can win a Launch Online course, a 2-hour one-to-one training course tailored to what you need. It's worth £295. Thank you, Launch Online. So please, to enter that specific competition, tweet us showing us your conference morning brew. So please at Digital Exeter, and then use the hashtag Vision2020Exeter to enter that competition. And competition number 2 is actually already running. We started it at 9 a.m. this morning. You can win an Optics Academy course. Again, you can choose what you exactly want it to cover. We have tweeted out the competition tweet. So in order to enter, reply to our GIF on Twitter with your job title and your own GIF describing an aspect of your work. And actually, you and I have already entered. And I feel like I have to mention that Philippa's GIF was from Hannibal. So there you go. Head over to Twitter.
It's not a reflection personally, I hope.
So again, use the hashtag if you like, but just reply to that tweet in order to enter. And we will pick the winners later this afternoon.
We will indeed. Right, so up next, we've got our keynote speaker, who is going to be talking about why web accessibility matters in 2020. And we've got Niki Mosier, who is going to be doing that for us. She has got a pre-recorded, but she is joining us from the East Coast, which means that it's like 2:30 in the morning, her time. So she's going to try and make a special appearance to try and answer some questions and engage with the community as well.
Are we going to do a backstage intro?
Oh, let's do
we forgot
that.
about the backstage intro. Yes, please.
We need someone to walk around with our camera for us. So Shane is going to do that for us.
Shane will show you the team. So we've got a team of fantastic volunteers here, and we just wanted to give you a little bit of an insight what the studio setup is behind the scenes. What we can see. when we see you. There you go. Everybody say hi.
That's enough of that.
Perfect. Great. So I think it's time to...
So I'm just going to introduce Niki. So with over 10 years of experience in SEO, Niki has a really good track record. She specializes in helping local businesses grow their visibility online and improve local search rankings. Her keynote will focus on the importance of accessibility and how it's more important now than ever before. So we're really looking forward to that one.
Are we going now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it now.
Let's dive into why accessibility matters in 2020. Today, we're going to cover why having an accessible website is important, what having an accessible website means, and how you can ensure that your website is accessible. Quick pop quiz. Why should you make your website accessible? Is it A, because you should, B, because it's the law, C, it's the right thing to do, D, for Google, or E, all of the above? If you said E, all of the above, 2 points for you. 57 million Americans have a disability. That's 17% of the population. To look at that in a slightly different way, 1 in 4 adults in the US has a disability, including some sort of impairment with vision, hearing loss, mobility, and/or cognition. That's a lot of people that are still trying to access the web, but may be running into barriers because of how a website or a platform online is designed. Web accessibility means that websites, tools, and technologies are developed and designed so that people with disabilities can use them. Specifically, people can perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with the web and contribute to the web. Web accessibility is about user experience. It's about removing those barriers so that people with disability can use and contribute to the web. It's important to not exclude people from using your products and services because of how a website is designed. There's different forms of disabilities that can encompass how people access the web. Visual impairments include blindness, color blindness, and double vision. Auditory impairments such as low hearing or deafness, where people who are hard of hearing could have trouble with information that's presented in video form or audio form without some sort of text to go with it. 1 in 8 people in the United States aged 12 or older has hearing loss in both ears. So that's a huge percentage of the population. Motor or mobility issues such as the difficulty or inability to use hands or the loss or lack of excellent motor control. And cognitive and learning disabilities such as problems with memory, problem solving, attention, reading, verbal, visual, or math comprehension. These can often be the least apparent type of disability, but also a very important thing to be considerate of. There's a lot of negative implications of not having an accessible website. Many different groups of people that are physically or cognitively abled may benefit from a digitally accessible website. Elderly people, for example, while they may not have a disability, they still may have motor issues or vision or auditory issues. People with slow Wi-Fi also can benefit from an accessible website. It's also important to consider having an accessible website from a search perspective. Google cares about accessibility and user experience, so sending those signals can also benefit you from a search perspective. It's important to consider the business implications of not having an accessible website and how that could negatively impact a business's brand reputation. An example is a person who's colorblind and their bank switches colors on the mobile app. This person maybe has used the bank for 20 years and now all of a sudden they have to switch to a different bank because they can't use the colors on the mobile app anymore. That's definitely some negative brand implication. It's also important to consider the legal implications. Recently, 15 bike shops in California received emails and letters from law firms threatening legal action over their website's compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Lawsuits like that have become increasingly common in recent years. The ADA does require websites to be accessible by those with disabilities, such as blindness, but there is no binding standard to determine accessibility. So paying attention and having accessibility built into website plans can be extremely important. Web accessibility in general is even more important today because of all of the mobile devices people are using, and other devices with screens like refrigerators, smart homes, vending machines, smart devices. Anything that has a screen needs to be accessible. So what does having an accessible website actually mean? The WCAG defines 4 principles of POUR: perceivable. So information and user components must be presentable in a way that people can perceive them. This means that all users are able to perceive the information that is presented, not just some users. Operable. Components and navigation of the user interface must be operable, meaning that users must be able to operate the interface no matter how they're trying to operate it. Understandable. Information and the operation of the interface must be understandable. This means that users must be able to understand the information as well as the process of the information and the user interface. And robust. The content must be robust enough that it can be interpreted reliably by a wide variety of user agents, such as assistive technologies, and the content should remain clearly accessible. So what is assistive technology? Assistive technology or adaptive technology is any light, mid, or high-tech tool or device that helps people with disabilities perform tasks with greater ease or independently. A screen reader is one example of an assistive technology. It's a software that reads out everything on a screen, including the text, headings, lists, buttons, and alternative text for images. Voice to type, just like a screen reader, it relies on the underlying code of a website to navigate. Things like unclear links or buttons with no text or navigability can make it really hard for voice to type devices and software. Alternative input devices are a very popular form of adaptive technology. Sip and puff switches, which are triggered by someone sipping and puffing into a straw, and then it mimics tabbing and clicking with a keyboard or a mouse. Button switches, which someone can activate using the hand, the foot, or the head, also mimics tabbing or clicking. Camera switches, which can be activated when somebody tilts their head towards the camera. And eye tracking, similar to camera switches, is the process of measuring with either the point of gaze or the motion of the eyes relative to the head. Some common issues that people who have disabilities experience when trying to navigate the web, especially with an assistive technology device: text that doesn't wrap. If the text doesn't wrap, that can cause issues with the screen reader. Links without anchor text can be extremely hard for screen readers or voice-to-text inputs to navigate. If the website is coded in a way that it only allows for users to use it with a keyboard or a mouse and doesn't allow for users to navigate it with some sort of adaptive technology device. Font size and poor contrast can also make things extremely difficult. Even if somebody just has color blindness or reading with glasses, if they have to adjust font size or the colors don't work for them, that can be a very big problem. Reliance on color, which we'll talk about in a moment, and animations and carousels and page time limits can also be extremely challenging for people with disabilities. This is an example of relying on color. This form field is, the last name form field is required to be filled out for the form to be completed. However, the only way that's indicated is with the form, that field being highlighted in red. There's no text that says this field is required. That would help a screen reader to be able to tell the person that that text is required, that field is required. Another example is when links are placed within plain text and just designated with color. This can be problematic if someone is tabbing through and doesn't see that color. So having underlining, having some other way to indicate that that's a link will tell the assistive technology device that that piece of text is a link. Another common area that can often pose challenges for people is color pickers on filters. So if you're shopping for an item online, you're choosing different color options. If the only way to choose a color option is by actually seeing the different colored items, and there's no text filters or another way to be able to designate the color options, that can be extremely challenging for people trying to navigate the website in a non-traditional way. Another thing to consider is web authoring tools. So things like content management systems like WordPress, Microsoft Word, Google Docs, even social media is considered a web authoring tool. Anytime people are inputting something to be published on the web, these systems also need to be accessible for the people that want to use them. And that's up to software providers who create these tools. They have a responsibility to not only make them accessible, but also to support the generation of people creating accessible content. So who's responsible in creating an accessible web? There's a lot of different components. Product owners, so product owners and organizations that have a responsibility to mandate and resource their teams to create accessible web products. Developers who are responsible for authoring content should ensure that it follows technology specifications and accessibility guidelines. User experience professionals and designers are responsible for creating accessible layouts, images, features, and user journeys, as well as carrying out user research and usability testing to include people with disabilities. Content editors are also responsible for creating content strategies and text and non-text equivalents that are accessible in all pages of a website. And QA and testers are responsible for double-checking compliance with standards and guidelines and for evaluating all areas of a website and with various technologies, including manual testing of websites and products. So how can you ensure that your website is accessible? There's 3 sets of accessibility guidelines: the web content accessibility guidelines, the authoring tool accessibility guidelines, and the user agent guidelines. The first step is creating accessible content. So including descriptive page titles, clear and organized headings so that screen readers and other assistive technologies can navigate the content on a page. Using good anchor text so that it's very clear what a link is that people are clicking on, not just saying read more or click here, but actually explaining what they're clicking on and why. Using image alt text to describe images for screen readers, which is also super helpful for Google. Captions on images, captioning just like we're doing with this presentation, captions on videos. Transcripts of videos and audio recordings so that people can read the transcripts. It also provides additional content on your website, so it has multiple benefits. Things to consider for the different types of impairments that people have. So for visual impairments, it's important to consider color contrast, fonts, descriptive links, graphics. Don't use iframes. And also use friendly tables that people can tab through or can be read by a screen reader. For auditory impairments, it's important to consider subtitles, using closed captioning and transcripts like we talked about. Consider having sign language, someone signing the video, and having visible and functional controls, so making it really easy for people to stop and pause videos, go back and read the subtitles, and having multiple forms of contact. So not only just having a phone number, but allowing people to contact you through a website or a chat widget, giving people multiple ways to contact a business or a person. For speech impairments, it's important to consider having simple requirements, so not requiring a lot of steps to complete something, and having alternate ways to input information that don't require an audio way or someone to talk. For motor impairments, it's important to consider not requiring the use of a mouse. Some people can't use a mouse to navigate a website. Use large link targets. So if people are having motor issues, it's easier for them to click on a large area versus a very small focused area. Allow people to skip to the content and not have to use navigation. Don't autoplay videos. If people have motor impairments, they may need they want to be able to control when something plays, and it could be hard to stop something from playing if it's autoplaying. And extend session timeouts. If you have a form that times out after 5 minutes, or a checkout process times out and it takes people longer than you would expect to complete that session, that can be extremely frustrating. It can result in a loss of business. This is where user testing with multiple user groups, including people with disabilities, is extremely important in the accessibility process. Like we talked about before, web accessibility doesn't just benefit people with disabilities. It also benefits people who are using small screens, older people, people that have temporary disabilities, such as a broken bone, somebody maybe had eye surgery, situational limitations. So maybe somebody's working outside and all of a sudden things are really bright and they can't access content, and slow internet connections or limited exposure to bandwidth, which can be more prevalent with people with different socioeconomic backgrounds. It's important to consider browser settings when you're testing platforms. So consider that people will be using different browser settings. So customize a platform and browser settings to allow people to still access the content, even if they're changing font size, they're zooming in and out, or they're using a high contrast mode, making sure that your content is coded to allow for that. An example of a site that does a really good job with accessibility is the Mobile Moxie website. They're a popular local SEO tool. When you go to any of their blog content, there's the option to play an audio version of that blog content if someone's not able to read that content. And this can be helpful even if somebody can read that content, but digests information better in an audio format versus reading the content. An activity that you can try is using your favorite website or the website that you own without a mouse. Tab through the content, use Shift and Tab to move from previous links or different form elements. Use the space bar, try arrow keys, try out all of their keys to see what actually happens. And this will give you a lot more insight into how people navigate the web. So how do you know if your website passes or fails when it comes to web accessibility? The WCAG has success criteria for conformance. So there's certain criteria of whether a website meets the requirements of standard. There's 5 requirements. Checklists that I referred to have those requirements. They're pretty in-depth and can vary from website to website. So I would recommend spending some time with those. And just remember that web accessibility is an ongoing commitment. It takes a lot of different people to play roles when you have a big website in making sure that content is accessibility. And it's not just something that you can set up once and forget. Yeah, things change, technologies change. So always ensuring that the content that you're creating and the web products that you're putting out are accessible. Here's some really great resources, some tests to determine if your content is accessible, some checklists, and the conformance standards that I mentioned. Thank you so much for attending today. I'm happy to continue the conversation afterwards with questions and answers, as well as feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, on LinkedIn, or contact me through our website at 2octobers.com.
For your talk. Thank you for joining us. I believe it's really early in the morning where you are. Is that true? What's the time where you are?
It's about 2:45 in the morning.
Oh my goodness, the commitment we really appreciate, and thank you for an excellent keynote. I'm also really, I was so excited to have you here, specifically because we both are part of the Tech SEO Women Network. And I was like, yes, more SEO women speaking. And thank you so much for your insights into web accessibility. I have learned a ton.
Thank you so much for having me.
I see that you've been answering questions as they come into the chat, but I just had a couple that I just wanted to kind of throw out there. More around kind of like what the benefits and importance are of making accessibility part of the work, like part of the process, rather than an afterthought and suddenly like something being designed or created and then being like, oh, how do we implement better accessibility? And kind of small steps that can be taken to achieve that.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think just like anything, doing it right the first time is a lot easier than having to go back and kind of change things and fix things after the fact. I think just simply designing with the user in mind and testing things as you go. So testing from different browsers, tabbing through without a keyboard, with the keyboard and not using a mouse. Simple things, having people, if you know someone that has a disability and is willing to test your website for you in the phases of the build process, have them do that. Do some user testing as you're going through it. Will definitely benefit you in the long run.
And then I had another question, and just about kind of the disadvantages of drag and drop and with accessibility, and if there's any ways kind of around it, because I know a lot of drag and drop is really popular, but it's not 100% accessible, is it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've had some luck. I know in my references, I think I mentioned or maybe I didn't mention it, but I can post it. There's a couple of different WordPress plugins. If you're using WordPress and some of the drag and drop features of WordPress, there's some plugins there that can help ensure that things are accessible. But again, yeah, just testing, setting things up in staging, and then being able to test that just to make sure that things are working and that you're using headings properly.
Perfect. I have a question actually as well. So not coming from a design background myself, I'm more sort of the marketing and strategy side. What are your tips to get the right stakeholders involved and excited about accessibility? So if you have, for example, a junior role who knows a ton about accessibility, is really passionate about, what would be your suggestions and your ideas for them to champion that in their workplace in an effective way that doesn't, frustrate the hell out of them?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think just trying to get them to understand the benefits of accessibility and why that's important and why it's beneficial, not only from a business standpoint, that you could be missing out on key business if things aren't accessible, I think is a good way to approach it. I think people definitely tend to respond well when you throw in that number, when you throw in that numbers argument that we could lose business if things aren't accessible. So that could help. And it from a brand perspective, being able to use yourself as an example that our site is accessible to everyone, we're not excluding anyone, I think can also be a key point in speaking to those people.
Brilliant. And would you also, sorry, another question. Would you also say that that the accessibility element should also be part of other channels? So yes, the website, but also actually that needs to bleed out into, we're thinking, email marketing, social media marketing, the whole site that is surrounded by communications, making accessibility part of that. Is that, you think, also a priority, or would you concentrate on the website first and then let the other channels follow that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something to keep in mind when you're producing content for those channels, especially with things like videos, making sure that there's text transcripts to go along with anything that has an audio component, posting on social media, making sure that you're using proper alt tags when you're posting your images on social media platforms. I think those things could definitely be beneficial.
Perfect. And we've got a question actually from Tom. He says, I hit a lot of sites that are not autism friendly. Is that something that Google filters against under accessibility?
Oh, that's a great question.
I know.
Not that I know of, which is definitely something that I think should happen. I'm assuming just because it's such such a broad topic that I'm sure it's probably hard for them to have filters, but I would assume as things like AI and machine learning get more prevalent, that's definitely something that maybe we'll see in the future from them.
Brilliant. Wow. And he's got another question. Do you think there is an issue with accessibility where you have monopoly sites, i.e. government sites, school sites, web-based software applications, sites where the user and customer has no alternative?
Yeah, I think that's definitely an issue. I think a lot of people in a lot of instances, I've definitely seen it with like government sites where you don't have any other option but to use that website. And sometimes there's not an accessible version. And I think that's where it's important as users that if you see something that's not accessible, to start calling that out, because I think it's something that doesn't get called out a lot. I mentioned that recent lawsuit in California here in the US where a bunch of bike shops got called out in a lawsuit because their websites weren't accessible. And I think it's not something that I've paid a lot of attention to until recent years, but something that businesses should be called out on. Obviously, a little harder if it's a government entity, but definitely something that should be called out if you're experiencing issues with a website, especially one that you have to use because it's something like a government site.
Definitely, leading by example being sort of the main thing there. Thank you so much, Niki, for coming on.
Thank you guys for having me.
For being here. It's so lovely to see you. And if you guys have any more questions for Niki, her handle is everywhere. Just tweet her. I know she's quite keen. It's at Nickers85. Find her there, ask her questions, ask her the difficult questions, and I'll be lurking in the shadows trying to learn more from Niki for sure. So
and I'll tweet out my deck here in a few minutes, as well as a blog post that we posted as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Great start to the day. Go back to bed. I hope you can fall asleep again. And we really appreciate you.
I want to catch some sessions.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Perfect. We now have quite a bit of time for you to use our networking area. And our networking area works as follows. You join it on the side when you go into the reception area. There is the networking area there. And we would now encourage you to go there, grab a cup of coffee and see whether you can, meet some new and exciting people from all around the world, have a chat and just relax a little bit.
We will see you afterwards, and we've got up next on track 1, we've got Saffron, and then we've got Sosan with her workshop on track 2. So we'll see you in a bit.
Pally. I was born in Chennai, India, but I grew up in Leicestershire. I chose the Exeter MBA because it has a great focus on sustainability and innovation and how we can be better leaders as these kind of levers change our society. Career-wise, I'm really interested in going down a technology advisory route that combines my passion for things like AI, blockchain and robotics. I think the MBA at Exeter really helped me pursue my interest in technology because it combines innovation and also teaches us how it affects society around us. The programme Exeter has made me become a better leader in a number of ways. Firstly, it's allowed me to understand new negotiation and leadership theory. Secondly, it's allowed me to transfer that theory into the group work that we do throughout the programme, working with people from diverse cultures and backgrounds. There's been quite a few highlights over the MBA. For me, it's working with IKEA during the Corporate Challenge Week, which was really combining a week-long intensive case study to help them solve a real-life business problem. I am the first person in my family to study for an MBA. It feels like a great honour. I hope I can make them proud.
The software provides assistance at an early stage in the design process, in the research and design process, by enabling an understanding of both mechanisms at work and how a product will perform, or how it does perform, in order to be able to change then, obviously, how it's designed to perform better. The whole process starts with scanning an object. That image would then be imported into the software, Scan IP we sell, and it would be processed in such a way that we could reconstruct surfaces from it to break it up into these primitive shapes, which are suitable then for what are well-established commercial physics-based simulation solvers. So the primary way in which it helps our customers, or how customers can benefit, is by simplifying and reducing the cost of trialing hundreds and hundreds of different designs physically by replacing this physical testing with an early virtual testing.
Most, if not all of us in STEM are working in the industry because we have a vision of the future that we want to play a part in creating. Whether that's something like this, or perhaps something like this, we know it's not going to be easy to get there. There are many roadblocks in the form of time and money, of course, but also in terms of political and social inertia to change. We collectively need to make immediate, radical changes in society to tackle some of the world's most pressing problems before we can get to that vision. However, there's a great deal of political and social resistance to making those changes. The latter might stem from a lack of financial or legal impetus to making any changes, but on the other hand, it could be due to a lack of understanding, perhaps of the issue and of the severity of it. It could be wrapped up in some misinformation. It could be a case of sticking your head in the sand in the face of a situation that seems hopeless. I think that for those issues, there is a solution, and that's by making a bridge between the experts and the public to help them understand, to give them a clear and trustworthy source of information, and to crucially give them hope for the future. Here, I want to express the importance of engaging the public with your collective efforts to bring them on board with that vision so that we can try to make it a reality. Let me give you an insight into our ambitions as Exeter Science Centre. We're hoping to be this bridge between the experts and the public in the southwest of the UK, and we believe that we need to change the narrative on how global issues are presented. We feel that education through optimism and hope is most powerful in driving long-term change. And we hope that by connecting the public with current research and industry in global challenges and connecting them with the people behind this work, and crucially giving them an opportunity to meaningfully engage with it, we might increase our team of allies who want to work together to make that vision a reality. Science centres are well placed to facilitate this. They have a well-documented positive impact on the public, and we want to take the very best aspects of the best science centres around the world, work with artists and creatives to make an influential, positive experience for our visitors. We're fundraising to create the physical centre at the moment, and in the meantime, we're determined to start making a difference. And we'd like to work with you to help share your work with the public and inform, upskill, inspire and motivate them to be part of the change that we need to see. Look us up, get in touch, and let's make it happen.
Nah, don't need to update.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because it's such an important part of the local digital community, and we really wanted to give back and be able to support an important organisation like that. Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the founder of Launch Online. At Launch Online, I've found a team of Google Ads experts who can put together brilliant campaigns, but most importantly, have an understanding of marketing.
My name's Dids. I manage clients' strategy and the execution of the strategy.
Dids joined us almost from day one and is tenacious about the results that she gets. Danny is super experienced, having managed agencies at Google.
I am Danny, I'm the account director for Launch Online. I'm on an iPad because I work remotely from Wakefield.
Elliot has a really strong agency background and is brilliant at account management.
My name's Elliot and I'm an account manager at Launch Online.
Charlie joined us from a Google Premier Partner agency in New Zealand and has been a huge asset to the team.
I'm Charlie. I manage people's Google ad spend and Microsoft ad spend.
Becky is our social media expert and has both agency and in-house brilliant experience.
I'm Becky and I'm an account director for Launch Online, so I look after everybody's social advertising.
Josh joined us and designed the web usability audit that we're using on all our clients now.
My name is Josh. I'm an account manager for Launch Online. That means that I'm a Google Ads expert. My job mainly is to get the best ROI I can for our clients' online marketing.
Tom is our PR pro and is great at writing up our case studies. At Launch, we only employ senior people, so our team have years of experience and we only have account managers and account directors delivering for our clients.
I think it's probably obvious to everybody that my go-to party accessory would be a Gandalf outfit. I love the team I work with because we're all geeks in our own way. We love to collaborate, share our successes and failures. That way everybody benefits from them.
We love being based in the Southwest. There are some really interesting businesses down here selling products globally, and we're able to help them find their target audiences online. From the Big Bloomers company selling massive pants in Penryn to the Cornish fishmonger in Indian Queens.
Exeter is such a fantastic city. You're only 2 hours from London, you're an hour to Bristol, and you're really close to Cornwall, making it a really great hub. And the amount of creative and tech and digital businesses in the area is amazing, and it's got so much talent, and it's a beautiful city. You can ask for anything more.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because I really feel that being part of the Exeter community and the digital marketing community is an important part of what we do, and I wanted to be able to support such a great group of people and be able to give back as well to the digital community.
Was that all right?
That's going to be a cut. It was nearly there, wasn't it? It was nearly there.
Hi, I'm Rob Falconer, the Insurance Practice Lead here at Software Solved. In this short video, I'm going to talk to you about what custom software solutions from Software Solved means. If you're looking for a custom software solution, it's likely you'll want a system that fits with your specific requirements. You're no doubt weighing up the choice between custom built or off the shelf. Ultimately, this decision should help you achieve an outcome that doesn't compromise on critical functionality and also provides the best total cost of ownership. Having developed many custom applications during the last 20 plus years, covering risk engineering, policy administration, rating engines, customer portals and apps, you can rest assured that we understand how important it is to make the right choice and to help you improve efficiencies and gain a competitive edge. We are flexible in our approach to development and can use either agile or waterfall methodology. With a proven track record of working as an extension of our customers' teams, we're there to make sure high-quality projects are delivered on time and to budget. Our experienced team are here to support you with consultancy, development, and to support delivery of your projects. Our business analysts work with you to understand your business objectives and project requirements, ultimately creating a specifications document for your solution. Our project managers keep the projects on track, both in terms of time, cost, and deliverables, by continually monitoring the project and their budgets. Our developers are the team that turn the specifications document into a reality. Skilled in a wide range of technologies including .NET, SQL Server, JavaScript, Power BI, Azure, and Xamarin. Our testing and QA teams are an essential part of any successful project. Our stringent test processes are ISO 9001 certified, providing quality assurance before projects are deployed. If you need to extend your team on a temporary basis, we can provide access to our experts on short-term contracts to assist with large projects or busy periods. If you want to discuss the potential of Software Solved working with your organisation, please get in touch.
So hi Tom, thank you for taking the time to chat to me today. Tom, can you tell me a little bit about your organisation and what you do and what you aim to do?
Yeah, so my name is Tom. I'm a senior associate lawyer at Stevens Scone, and Stevens Scone is a full service law firm, which isn't entirely true because we don't do criminal law and we don't do tax law. Across the Southwest. My team do a lot of intellectual property, information technology and data protection law. And so we help out clients at two ends of that spectrum. Those clients who are buying in IT services and need the contracts checked and need some of the practical and legal considerations checked and advised on. So if they're buying, like, I don't know, like either 1,000 laptops, as one client did recently, for obvious reasons, or if you're buying in a VPN or something like that, then we would advise on the data protection principles, the legal contracts, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And if our client is a software developer, we have quite a few of those, then we advise on all the IP stuff that revolves around software development, including open source stuff, which is prevalent at the moment because there's been a few changes in some of the licenses on open source and people are getting caught out by parasitic rights. And then sometimes, if it gets really interesting, people start having fights, and then we get to sue people and go to court. And some people win and some people lose, and ultimately nobody wins because court is a horrible experience. But it's interesting for us.
Wow, that is great. I can remember that you partnered with us, didn't you, with TechExeter regarding some IP workshops. Like, what was that experience for you?
Yeah, I didn't actually do. I don't know if I did one. Did I do one of the workshops? So long ago.
I think
it may have been Ben. At which point it would have obviously been excellent, and I'm no way legally required to say that. The workshops are always an interesting experience because you get such a broad mix of people in the room. So you get some people with some really good intrinsic knowledge, people that you might call geeks or nerds, and then you get the really sort of top-level strategists who go, "No, I don't need to know any of this, it'll be fine," and different levels of risk as well. So it's always interesting. Some people are very risk averse. I've met people in the IT industry who are more risk averse than me, and I'm a lawyer, so that's amazing. And then you get other people at the other end of the spectrum who are like, "Yeah, suck it and see, don't worry about it."
Yeah, Stephen Scown have been like a long-term supporter of the community, and we're super thankful for that. What is the thing that made you decide to sponsor our conference this year? Like, why is it worth anything to you?
So as a sponsor, there's probably a couple of reasons we do it. So one of the first and most important reasons is supporting the massive tech community in the Southwest. And we do quite a few international conferences as well as the domestic work. And we always talk about the Southwest. And I think it now is genuinely getting a bit of a reputation, especially some of the areas outside of Bristol, Exeter and Plymouth and Falmouth as well, actually, for being the Silicon Valley of the Southwest, or the Silicon Valley of England. And the tech organizations and offerings here are really genuinely quite exciting. And so it makes sense that we would work with TechExeter because it is to me, it's one of the voices in the Southwest for tech. So why wouldn't we? And secondly, of course, it's a cold, hard sell. We want to win more clients and we want to be there to show them how good we are.
Yeah, I remember that you guys, you helped us with GDPR related things when all of that came in. I remember you did like this quiz with us, which was more or less successful at Digital Exeter. And I think that's what we really appreciate. Like, yes, you are a sponsor, but you're also really involved, and that's really nice because, yeah, fair enough, not gonna lie, the money is nice. Don't use this, Chris. But it's also just like having partners there that we can turn to when we go, oh my goodness, there's this issue in the community. Like, how do we approach it and how can we help people? And I think you guys being sort of connected to us is really nice in that regard, because we can trust your advice and we can also recommend you, but we also know that we know people who know things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we want to be one of the trusted advisors, and so it's an obvious strategic partnership. You can probably hear thunder in the background.
Yes, it's very thundery today. Have fun, Chris, editing this.
Hi, I'm Joe Pierce. I lead the Set2 Exeter Business Acceleration Program, and we provide support to innovation-led tech startups and scale-ups, helping them achieve their growth potential and aspiration, and hopefully helping them stay in the region. We base ourselves at the Science Park Centre on Exeter Science Park, and it's a great facility and environment for growing tech-led businesses, being in a community of peers and being able to benefit from the sort of engineered serendipity of bumping into other organisations and and other business support providers. Obviously, it's been challenging times over the last 5 or 6 months, and the challenge for us has really been how do we translate our business support program to being able to be accessible online. And that's been challenging, but actually really quite interesting. I think the online engagement has actually grown connections between the client businesses at Set Squared and increased the awareness of what everyone else is doing and the opportunity for collaboration between them. Thinking about the digital and tech landscape in the Southwest, for me, I really look back to the University of Exeter. I think what we've got emerging from our research activity within the STEM fields and also within the humanities areas is some really exciting activity, generating new spin-outs and startups coming from our researchers and from our undergraduate students. The one piece of advice I'd give someone starting a new business is to recognise that a startup is a team sport, and it's vital that you find the support networks to work with you, whether that be a co-founder or whether that be accessing the range of business support that is available within the region. We at Set Squared Exeter are big fans of TechExeter. We've been involved for a number of years. We sponsored the conference last year and think it's a great activity. And what it really brings to the region is enabling people who've got an interest in the tech and digital environments and in startups in that space to find a community that they can engage with. And I think that's an absolutely critical thing for any sector to have, is the network that enables you to connect with like minds. I think the support that they're able to offer is critical. And I know that a number of our clients lean on TechExeter, members of that organisation and the network, in order to be able to connect with the skills and the knowledge that is contained within it. The conference last year was fantastic, really enjoyed being part of it and seeing the scale of the community that exists regionally. Really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go online this year. I'm sure it'll be stunning.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Lucas, Managing Director at Software Solved, and I'm going to tell you more about how we access and encourage STEM talent in the Southwest. Coming from a technical family, I've always been curious about how and why things work, so it was almost inevitable that I would study engineering. When I left university and was applying for engineering roles in the Southwest, I was surprised about the barriers I faced. I was even told by a prospective employer that I'd be a distraction in the workplace. Thankfully, things have changed since then, but there's still a lot that can be done to encourage and support diversity. With more and more tech startups in the Southwest, the demand for tech talent is on the rise. Despite there being a thriving tech community here, stopping the migration of talent to the bright lights of London and Bristol is still a challenge. As organisations, we need to do more to showcase the opportunities available in the Southwest. We've had a long-standing undergraduate and graduate programme that's been running for over 10 years now and which has seen over 40 placements. There are several examples of current employees who started on a placement scheme and have significantly advanced within the company to now hold lead technical consultant and project manager positions. It's not just about growing talent, it's about retaining it too. We aim to create an environment that people want to work in. It's important to us that people have a good work-life balance, so we offer home working, flexible working hours, and a great wellness and benefits package. Additionally, it's about making sure that we recruit the right person for the role, so that we have a balanced and diverse team. I think as employers, we have a responsibility to open young people's eyes to the opportunities and careers available within STEM. I'd encourage any employer to get involved with universities and make sure they understand your needs as a business as well as what you can provide them. I'm incredibly proud of our involvement with the STEM Ambassador Scheme, enabling us to share our knowledge with the tech talent of the future. We're also involved with STEM-focused initiatives such as Exist, who bring together university and business communities and can signpost companies to initiatives and events such as Big Bang, TechExeter and Girls in AI Hackathon. As employers, if we want to build a sustainable tech business within the Southwest, it's our responsibility to help retain talent and showcase the opportunities available.
Be part of it.
Because you want to make a difference.
You're part of something special.
Your team amazing. You want to be inspired.
You want to inspire others.
The tech community needs a voice.
We're on a journey together.
You support tech in the Southwest.
Tech Southwest is a membership organisation supporting our region's fast-growing tech sector, working with other tech clusters, companies, science parks, founders, entrepreneurs, investors, tech hubs, universities, colleges, schools and support organisations. We're helping to join the dots across the region and beyond, offering our members business support, growth opportunities, the Tech Southwest Awards, insight reports, events and a platform to connect and collaborate. And it's free. Join at techsouthwest.co.uk. Our awards showcase and celebrate talent, innovation, creativity, community, entrepreneurship and business success. Online tech gatherings bring people together with lively panel discussions, one-to-one networking, learning, sharing and more. So,
be part of it. Make difference.
Be part of it. Enter the awards.
Be part of it. Become a member.
Be part of Tech Southwest. techsouthwest.co.uk.
Hello and welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the networking sessions. Up next on track 1 is...
We've got Saffron, who is a project officer, and she's going to be talking about the ethical impact on AI.
And on track 2, we've got Salsan Khoury on talking about how data visualization changes perception and cognition. So to find her session, go to the session part in Hopin and join her there for her interactive session.
Saffron will be taking main stage with us. So, hi, Saffron.
Hi.
Nice to have you here. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. So, you ready for me to share my screen?
Yeah, go for it. The stage is yours.
Brilliant. Oh. You able to see that? I'll assume you can. So I'm Saffron. I'm here today to tell you perhaps about something a little bit different than the rest of the things you've been hearing, because it's from slightly more of a philosophical background. So my background myself and why I know a little bit about this area is that I studied politics, philosophy and economics at university. So philosophy is a big part of my degree. And this kind of area is I like it a lot because it's a very modern application of philosophy, and that's the ethics of artificial intelligence. So what I want to start the talk with today is talking about Zeynep Tufekci's TED Talk. So it's a very famous TED Talk on the ethics of artificial intelligence, in which she concludes that we cannot outsource our moral responsibilities to machines. And this is the quote that I want to talk to you about today. And I want to talk about a method to assure that this is the case, and why it is important that we audit our artificial intelligence and that we don't outsource our moral responsibilities to machines. Why is it important that we don't outsource our artificial intelligence and that we do audit it? Firstly, artificial intelligence is very good at picking up our biases. There's a very good example of Amazon created an artificial intelligence machine that replicated their previous hiring data so the AI could decide which participants. It was basically an AI recruiting system, and which participants they wanted to hire. The problem was that because they've been using previous unfair hiring data, the AI system replicated the unfairness of this. So it would pick up on cases of women's used in CVs and mark a CV down for that. For example, if someone put down that they were part of a women's chess club, their CV would be marked down for having the case of women's in that. Another reason that our artificial intelligence should be audited is that AI can infer things from data sets that we give them and create new biases of their own. If I give the example of there could be a mortgage company that's using AI to decide whether someone should be accepted or rejected for a loan application, and perhaps the AI system has been set up so it's just trying to maximize the people who will meet their repayments. And it turns out that a lot of people called John in the past didn't repay their loans. This AI might pick up that people called John aren't very good at repaying on their loans, and therefore if your name was that, you might get discriminated on that in the future. Finally, there's just a lack of understanding that AI has that humans won't have. Again, a good example is in China, there was an AI system being used to identify jaywalkers, so people crossing the road when they shouldn't be, and they actually picked up on a billionaire on a poster and sent him the fine. Obviously, that's just something, if a human had been looking at that footage, hopefully they never would have made that same mistake. So there are these three reasons why we need to make sure we are looking and are auditing our artificial intelligence. But how do we go about this? It's kind of in the nature of artificial intelligence that when we create it, we're sacrificing some of our ability to predict what is going to happen, and this has to be the case. That's kind of the point in artificial intelligence, is it's making calculations beyond what humans can do, or using data that we aren't looking through all the time. So auditing has to be necessary to make sure we're checking that that the decisions being made by AI are ethical. But how do we do this, and what criteria should be deemed ethical? What should this AI be deeming as an ethical behavior? So some ways that companies have sought to do something about this is that they've developed principles. So here is an example of Google's AI principles. This is just one that I've taken, which says, be accountable to people. So it says, we will design AI systems that provide appropriate opportunities for feedback, relevant explanations, and appeal. Our AI technologies will be subject to appropriate human direction and control. The problem with this is that the principle seems flimsy. It's not clear what appropriate opportunities for feedback is, nor appropriate human direction and control. By setting out this principle with not a lot of clarification, Google can kind of take what they want that to mean as being what they are doing. So, and it's also, they are self-auditing themselves with this. And this becomes a problem. So another theory that has come that people theorize about to tackle this is social aggregate theory. So this would be compiling everybody's beliefs on the ethical decisions that AI would be making, and say that the most ethical, what the most people vote on as the most ethical decision should be what AI should follow. Now, there's quite a few problems with this. Again, it's incredibly inefficient to ask everybody what their opinions are on every ethical decision and take that into account with programming. There's also the problem that people will often vote in their own interest. If you take a look at driverless cars in the AI in that, it might be that people want AI to be set up so that it's modeled after their own driving practice, whereas it might actually be the most ethical thing to model AI after the most sustainable way of driving or the most sensible way of driving. But that doesn't necessarily mean people will vote for that. There's also massive aggregation problems for this theory. We live in a society where we typically disenfranchise those that are under 18. Should that be the case when we're looking at voting on AI ethics as well? There's potentially going to be a lot of AI in schools and nurseries, and none of the students who are being affected by the decisions that AI creates have a say on the ethics of that. Also, in the case of driverless cars, should it be the case that only drivers should be able to vote on what is the most ethical way to program or to get the data set for artificial intelligence? It basically creates a whole host of other problems and other questions that we need to answer. So one idea that is created from this is that we should have an overarching body of experts. So this would be something that international governments sign up to and sign up for, where you have philosophers working with programmers, deciding what the ethics of artificial intelligence should be. Now, being from a philosophy background myself, I quite liked this idea. I was thinking, oh, I might be able to get a job from this. I was thinking what my job title could be. I thought artificial intelligence ethics tester, or maybe a director of what is right and wrong. Seemed like a good one to me. But again, there are problems with this. It's not the case that generally in studies that are taken that philosophers and moral philosophers are any more ethical than any of the rest of us are. And also there's massive disagreement between ethicists, like moral philosophers, on what is the right ethical decision. So that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit, is about the different ethical theories that exist. It's going to be quite a brief dive into the different ethical theories. So if you are from a bit of a philosophy background, you might notice that these are quite brief. But to kind of give you an overview of the different ethical theories that philosophers have in mind and their application to artificial intelligence. So I'm going to start with talking about consequentialism. And this is a theory that the most ethical action is going to be whatever brings about the most happy or the most pleasurable consequences. So it's basically about maximizing utility. So it's maximizing the overall amount of happiness for the most amount of people. And this does seem like a great way to program artificial intelligence in regards to ethics. The problem comes where there's a lot of cases where we can say consequentialism doesn't seem like the most ethical decision. So one case I want to give is the case of George. So George has just graduated with a PhD in chemistry and is struggling to find a job. He has a wife who works, but they're struggling to live off just her income. And he gets offered a job from a colleague, but it's in biological and chemical warfare. Now, George really disagrees with biological and chemical warfare. But if he doesn't take this job, it will go to a colleague of his that he knows who has a real zeal, who has like a real zest for biological and chemical warfare, and if he does the research, will probably come up with more weapons, and there'll be more chemical and biological weapons in the world. And the question is, should George take this job? Now, most people have different opinions on this, but if you're talking from a consequentialist point of view, George should definitely take the job. It means he can support his wife or help his wife in supporting the family. It also means that less chemical weapons and biological weapons will be produced. And overall, it's going to bring the most amount of happiness for the most amount of people. But what we want to think when we're hearing this is, but what about the fact that George doesn't agree with this? Shouldn't that be taken as part of the ethical decision? And perhaps you don't agree with that. Perhaps you do think it is the most ethical decision for George to take the job. But I bet I can think of an example where you don't agree with the result of consequentialism. So another example would be if a monster came to Earth tomorrow that got 10 times more pleasure out of eating you as you ever got from living in the entire world, like in your entire life, sorry. In that case, we should be lining up to be eaten if you're talking from a consequentialist point of view. And another example is that if you thought of a world where there's just one person in the world, but they're a real sadist, and they think that on the other side of the world there's hundreds and hundreds of people being tortured, and this brings that person an immense amount of happiness. Now, a lot of us wouldn't say that is a very ethical world, but because these other people don't exist, it's just this one person thinks they exist, and they get a lot of pleasure out of thinking that they do exist. To a consequentialist, that seems like one of the ideals or one of the most moral worlds. So on to the next theory I want to talk about, which is deontological ethics. So this is often described as maybe an opposite to consequentialism, where instead of consequences being right or instead of you wanting to maximize the utility of the consequences, certain actions themselves are right or wrong. So the point is that you kind of follow your rules and do your duty, and fits in a little bit more with the natural intuition of what we think should be ethically right and wrong. Now, a person who is normally kind of associated with these theories is Kant, who concludes that certain things are right and certain things are wrong. So he uses his universal laws, which I won't go into the specifics of, but to basically conclude that certain things are wrong and are always wrong. So in his specific ones, lying is always wrong, and to kill someone is always wrong. And when we apply this to artificial intelligence, actually it works quite well. It's quite easy. It's a lot easier to program a very specific, like, never do this, always do this, with ethics into artificial intelligence. The problem comes with the fact that there always seems to be a case that disagrees with one set rule. If I go back to the do not lie that Kant sets out as being a principle that should always be followed. If you had the case where tomorrow a murderer comes to your house and is looking for your mum, and you know that the murderer will kill them if you find them, so it probably seems like the most ethical decision to you to say, no, I don't know where she is. Whereas Kant would say that it's always the most ethical you should never lie, and therefore that is the most ethical thing is not to lie, and you never lie, even in circumstances like that. And it seems to be the case with no matter what rule a deontological theory comes up with, there seems to be some sort of case that it doesn't seem like the most ethical thing to do. So the final area that I want to talk about is virtue ethics. So these are the kind of three main areas of ethics that are normally talked about. There are others, and there's more specifics within these three. But just to give you an overview, so virtue ethics, rather than being based on your actions or the consequences of a decision, it's more person-based and based on the characteristics and the behaviors that a good person should seek to achieve. For example, a person should seek to achieve to be brave, or they should seek to achieve to be honest. And when you're working towards those behaviors, the decisions that you make to work towards those behaviors will be the most moral. Again, when problem when we apply this to artificial intelligence is that it really seems to lack focus. It's not clear how we can program AI exactly aligning with virtue ethics, how we can program it to just work towards a characteristic isn't hugely obvious. There's also problems with virtue ethics that what is considered a virtuous behavior is hugely different across cultures and across time. So when we live in a world where a lot of technology does stem from the Western world, for that technology, for that artificial intelligence to be taken to a different society which has different virtues and different cultures, and for it to be based on perhaps Western virtues, it doesn't seem like the most ethical decision, the most ethical way that AI can be programmed. So when I was learning about all of these theories in university, I was pretty happy to conclude by the end of it that there were just no such thing as ethics, and there was no morals, because there seemed to be no theory which could always 100% be correct. So I told you philosophers aren't more moral than anybody else. But this is a real problem when we come to artificial intelligence and something so tangible, where we do want to say something is right and wrong because of all those reasons that I said at the start. So how should we go about thinking about this? And so one way that we can think about this is perhaps where there's a lot of cases where those three ethical theories are going to align themselves. So if I take you back to the Amazon hiring practices example that I gave at the beginning, probably all three of those ethical theories will agree that that was incorrect, or that was the wrong ethical decision. A consequentialist would say that the outcomes of that AI hiring practice was that it was sexist, which leads to less efficient work, less productive workplaces. Also, sexism really brings down one whole section of society, and therefore it's not maximizing the best consequences for the most amount of people. A virtue ethicist might say that a characteristic that we want to seek to maximize is to be fair and to be just, and therefore it was unethical for Amazon to use those hiring practices, for that to use that AI. And a deontological theory would probably say that it's wrong to be sexist, and it was a sexist action that the AI was carrying out, and therefore it's unethical. And actually, a lot of moral decisions do seem to be the case that the different ethical theories will agree on what is the correct thing to do. So where we need to look at is those areas where perhaps it's not entirely obvious what is the right and wrong thing to do, and where the ethical theories don't line up. So the example I want to give this is in Batman. So in The Dark Knight, when I hope this isn't a spoiler for anyone, but when Batman has the opportunity to kill the Joker, a consequentialist would say, yeah, he should kill the Joker because it means less people will die in the future, and that's going to bring around the most amount of happiness for the most amount of people. A deontological theory would say that it's always wrong to kill, and therefore Batman shouldn't kill the Joker. And then a virtue ethicist would come from the point of view of, does Batman want to be the sort of person who kills his enemy? Is that a virtue that should be valued? No, he doesn't. That's not the sort of characteristic he wants to follow. So no, he shouldn't kill the Joker. So in the cases where there is a difference, these differences should be debated and decided on, again, by this international body that we were talking about earlier. They can debate and decide on what is the most ethical way to go, perhaps the ones where like two theories line up, like in this case with Batman. then decide on the most ethical course of action. So to kind of talk about how this would be done, like I said, there's going to be a lot of cases where there is this overlapping of philosophical theories, and there's going to be agreement of what is ethical. When you're not sure what is the most ethical route to go down, then we can move on to analogical reasoning. So this is basically debating and decided on cases to be used as a precedent, quite similar to what is done in law. And the case that I'm going to use actually to demonstrate this is from a law case. So there was the case in law a little while ago. It's a very famous case that is used to talk about analogical reasoning, where a ginger beer manufacturer was found liable for the damages done to a consumer who got ill as a result of having a snail in their can of ginger beer, as the consumer wasn't able to see that there was a snail in there to make sure they were to be able to protect themselves. Now, this case was used as a kind of precedent in the case of an engineering company who didn't correctly fix a lift, and when people went to go and use it, the lift broke, and the engineering companies were liable for the damages for that. Whereas the principle wasn't extended to the case where a builder started to use a crane, and that broke because the builder was able to see to begin with that the crane wasn't completely fixed, and actually he did see that it wasn't completely fixed to make, so he was able to see it before, and so he could have seen before, and therefore the same principle wasn't applicable from the previous ginger beer case to that case, and he didn't get any damages. So the cases where the philosophical theories perhaps don't line up can be looked at on an individual basis of the artificial intelligence, and where they don't line up, this can be used as a case for future areas to decide whether that is the ethical thing to do or not. And in the future, when we're looking at this, because it is the case that ethics change in our society all the time, and for continuing this, what can be brought up to this international organization that is looking at the ethics and auditing the ethics of artificial intelligence, what can be brought up to them is perhaps a new case where in the past is very similar to a past case which has decided that was unethical or it was ethical, and these new cases we might challenge that previous way of thinking, and they can be looked at. So there is a precedent to also change and to continue the discussion in the future, which really should be the case when we're living in a society where the ethics change fairly constantly. So I want to talk a little bit about the enforcement and the responsibility, and I guess the motivation to change for companies. So what is the motivation for companies and for countries to sign up and enforce this? So when we're looking at artificial intelligence, one thing that's really difficult is knowing where the responsibility lies for the problems and the unethical decisions that artificial intelligence makes. And this is because there's so many people involved in the creation of artificial intelligence. You've got the programmer, the person applying it specifically to the business, the person perhaps selling the artificial intelligence, the person using the AI for whatever it is that they want to do. Now, should it be the case that everyone involved is held responsible for the decisions that AI makes? And the answer to that is probably not. We see the case a lot in the public sector, where there's a lot of people involved in a decision, and blame tends to get passed around. The recent A-level decisions come to mind, where it's not clear exactly who's at fault for the decisions that were made, and blame then gets passed around. So should it be that the business that is using the artificial intelligence is the one that's held responsible for unethical AI? Perhaps it is the case that businesses should be the one that is held responsible. But like we talked about at the beginning, artificial intelligence is unpredictable. And we don't always know what the outcomes are going to be. And the business won't know always what the outcome is going to be. So should it be that they're completely held responsible for this decision? So perhaps another way to encourage this change is that this international body and organization, when they find AI that is unethical, after it's audited, that artificial intelligence gets shut down until the changes are made to get rid of the AI. This does put some of the responsibility on the business, but more of an encouragement to change. So it's in their interest to get their artificial intelligence up and running again. There perhaps is a problem with this when we think about artificial intelligence, which is needed and would not be good for us to shut down. A case that could be very possible is perhaps there would be an artificial intelligence looking at testing COVID-19 vaccines. And what if this artificial intelligence decided that it would be far quicker to find a vaccine if it just focused on finding a solution for people who are white? Now that's not medically probably likely, but it's just a thought experiment. Now in this case, would we say that shutting down the artificial intelligence would be the best thing to do when we're looking at something that is so life-threatening? And so in these cases where the AI is really necessary, again, I would say it has to go back to this international body and organization to decide what should be the decision. For example, what they might say is that this piece of AI can carry on, but there needs to be a subsequent artificial intelligence testing built up to help for testing with other ethnicities. It's not for me to make the ethical decision on it, but that might be an example of what they do. Now, I want to finish talking about this by talking about the fact that probably a lot of what I've said is unrealistic, and that is just the case. There's probably going to be a lot of countries that wouldn't sign up to have their artificial intelligence audited. I definitely don't think there'd be many countries who would be happy for their military artificial intelligence to get audited by an international body. And also it might be the case that the system could be too bureaucratic. If you're looking at that COVID example again, is it realistic that a body can find, look at, decide and debate on whether it is ethical and what should be done about it quick enough? Possibly not. I guess the reason that I bring up that I'm talking about this is that we do need to find a way to audit our artificial intelligence because of all those reasons that I was saying. And this is perhaps an idea for people to build on. It might be that countries do it themselves to begin with, and international bodies. And it might eventually become something that a few different countries sign up for, similar to human rights, for example. But either way, talking about it and saying that we do need coming up with some tangible responses to audit our artificial intelligence puts a pressure on industries that is really needed. Yeah, that's the end of my talk. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Saffron. That was brilliant. We've got a few questions queued up. So shall we dive straight in?
Yeah, sounds
perfect. So I've got one here by Calvin. He is asking, have you looked into Neuralink? Is it ethical? Elon Musk's audacious vision of a smartphone-controlled brain-machine interface, which comes with potential risks, but also massive potential rewards.
Well, just before you start, Saffron, we can still see your slides. Do you want to change so we can see your face?
Oh, really?
That too.
Oh, is it? Stop.
There you go.
There we go.
We can see you now.
Hello again.
I think my audio cut out, sorry, slightly for the question.
Okay, I'll repeat it. That's no problem at all. So Calvin is asking whether you have looked into Neuralink and whether or not it's ethical, and he's giving an example of Elon Musk's vision of a smartphone-controlled brain-machine interface, which comes with potential risks, but also with rewards.
Okay, so no, I haven't personally looked into it. So actually, I guess I am coming from maybe a bit more of a philosophy background than some of the tech background. It's actually not what I work in specifically. So I think...
Oh, she's going Zoom is not playing games today.
Actually, with some of these technologies that... Oh, sorry, is that... Oh, it might be my internet.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit. And Saffron is frozen. Brilliant. We are going to try and get Saffron back. In the meantime, let's just revisit our fantastic competitions. We've already been getting quite a few entries. So one of our competitions is for a Launch Online one-to-one session of a topic of your choosing. For that conference, please tweet us or Facebook us or Instagram us a picture of your morning brew, or I guess now mid-morning brew, and ensure that you tag us and that you use the hashtag Vision 2020 Exeter. And our other competition is for an Optics Academy course. And again, you can pick what topic you would like to be covered. And for that, please reply on socials with a GIF that relates to your job title, and also let us know what your job title is. We've been really enjoying the job titles and the GIFs relating to how you would describe your job and aspects of it. Brilliant. We have got Saffron back. Hi, Saffron. Welcome back. Hi. The joys of technology.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure.
No.
And
lost.
We have lost
how much
you again.
How much you heard of what I was saying?
Try it again.
Yeah?
Yeah, once more. Try it again, because you were cutting up.
Okay. Yeah, so Neuralink is not something I've really heard of before, but the example that you were giving was good. I guess when we're looking at the ethics of certain things like these, and this is kind of, I guess my point of what I was talking about is that some of the ethical decisions of these artificial intelligences really need to be looked into and delved into quite a lot. And if it's something that is on the edge and it's something that we're not sure on, then I mean, even I wouldn't like to give a definite what I think is right or wrong ethically on it until looking into it a little bit. And I think that would be the case with Neuralink ethics. And kind of what I'm suggesting would be that this organization looks into it and decides on the ethics of it from that.
I've got a question. So you kind of touched on it a little bit. So I've got a relation where I didn't take a job because ethically it didn't feel right, even though the job was great money, really good opportunity, but it was for a gambling company. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. So I actually turned the job down. But my question is what is something for you that has changed your opinions because of your ethics?
So I guess something I would say is I've been vegetarian for a long time. So I was like brought up vegetarian, and then there was a brief period where I wasn't, and then basically have been. A lot of my friends kind of asked me to, I guess, delve into a little bit sometimes. And actually, I think something where I was like thinking about going to go and eat meat, and I'd probably, basically, I would say I need to go away and have a little ethical think about it for a little while first before I decide whether I will go back into it or not. And then that's kind of been the case where I've been working at a supermarket in the past, and like whether and been asked whether I would go on to like the meat counters, or whether I would cook if in the cafe, if I would cook the like meat meals. And it really actually, when I can get away with not doing it, I don't. But I think probably there have been cases where I do go against my ethics on that. So
we've got another one. Thank you so much. We've got another question actually from the audience as well. Nick is asking, is there an ethical framework that says do no harm? Is there a difference in the trolley problem that may kill a fat man, or an AI car that actively kills a pedestrian to save the passengers? And another example he has given, and Calvin has actually also given, is the Amazon recruitment AI that does not send out a job offer.
So what is the exact question in that? Sorry?
Exact question is there an ethical framework that says do no harm?
So, yeah, and I guess if you're saying do no harm, that would be along the point of the deontological theories that I was talking about before. And I know that is something that is talked about with programming AI quite a lot. Where I was saying that there are often like cases that go against it, like what you were saying, I guess, about trolley problems, especially in driverless cars. Trolley problems are going to be a massive thing that we need to consider. But sorry, I've forgotten the point I was trying to make. Sorry, can you repeat that? Yeah, the last little bit again.
No problem. So it was about the ethical framework of do no harm, whether such a thing exists, and then whether there's a difference in the trolley problem that may kill a fat man, or an AI car that actively kills a pedestrian to save the passengers. So, you know, the complexities in there relating to like, how do you decide who not to harm and not to affect people?
Yeah. So I think, I guess what you're talking about in that is, if you're talking, especially if you're talking from a virtue ethics point of view, this is what I was thinking about with driverless cars, is if you're going to, what constitutes the car and the AI itself being the one that does cause that harm. If we're talking about a car like potentially has the option to either kill a pedestrian on the side of the road, or it has the option to kill the passenger in that car. There are a lot of, I guess, arguments which do say that when you're killing, if the option is to kill the pedestrian, the person in the car, that is actually the AI making the decision to do that. Whereas if the consequences are that the AI going off the road and killing a pedestrian, perhaps that isn't the car itself doing no harm, it just couldn't do anything else. And therefore, if you're programming AI to do no harm, maybe that is the case, that the first option would be the one that, like, they don't want to kill the person in the car.
Okay. So there's like a prioritization happening. If I have got passengers in the car, then maybe the reactions are slightly different in different scenarios, and obviously this is a potential quite a dangerous scenario, and having to think through it properly so that actually in every decision that AI makes there is an ethical background that guides the decision making, because decision making in itself is not enough. It does have to have some sort of foundation in a set of ethical requirements, ethical thoughts and beliefs that sort of lay underneath it. Otherwise, the robots will take over. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think so with that example that you were giving, I think if we were saying from a virtue ethicist point of view and taking it against a consequentialist point of view, the ethics in that case would be so different between the two of them. I think, like what I was saying about a virtue ethicist might say that the decision to kill the pedestrians on the side of the road mean the AI isn't responsible and therefore it has done no harm. Whereas a consequentialist would say that if, for example, it was 2 people on the road but only 1 person in the car, to maximize utility, and to maximize pleasure and happiness, you would kill the 1 life in the car, and that would be the better thing to do. So yeah, that is one of those, I think, borderline cases. And we do come up with a lot of trolley problems when you're talking about driverless cars, especially.
Perfect. Did you have another question?
I did. It was more around kind of small changes that companies can make to change their ethical position as well. Kind of, we're coming into 2020 and ethics is a really big thing now across the board with a whole bunch of stuff. So are there small changes that they can start to make to make a bigger impact later on?
Oh, it's back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. My question was more around small changes.
Okay.
Oh.
I could hear, don't worry. Cool. I guess my point for ethics overall would be actually that I think an independent organization that's independent of businesses would come up with and being able to audit from that independent standpoint would be the most ethical thing to do. But if you were looking within a business itself, things like the Google principles that I was talking about, making it more stringent and more clear-cut what exactly the accountability to people means, and being quite specific in that, so that you know that you are following your ethical principles, I think would be a good way to go.
Are there any more questions?
We don't have any more questions, no. Thank you so much, Saffron. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. And I think it's such a complex topic, so that even if, it's really hard to grasp and think of questions at the moment. So would you be happy if people just tweet you or get in touch with you with questions? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because I know there's lots of ethics involved in our everyday life. And once we get the chance to properly think about it, there's a lot to digest. That would be absolutely fabulous. And thank you so much for being here, for joining, for taking the time, and for giving us a huge chunk of information about a topic that is so very important.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Saffron.
Bye, Saffron.
Bye.
Bye. Perfect. So we're going to go on to a time where you can engage with our sponsors in the sponsor expo area. We have got a fantastic set of sponsors, and we really appreciate and love them. And they have got little booths that you can go into and engage with them right now. And we have got Set Squared, we've got Advanced Analytics, Launch Online is there, Stephen Scown, Software Solved, the Impact Lab, Synopsis, and
Spatial Quotient.
And Spatial Quotient, exactly. And all of them are very different businesses. So please do go and engage with them, get to know them, ask questions, and just enjoy yourself. Have another coffee. Remember to join our different competitions, and we will see you back here when, Philippa?
After 11:30.
After 11:30. That's it.
Okay. Right. We'll see you in a bit.
a certain segment of the market, whether that's based on a specific search term or a specific market, we can, within a few days of having some campaigns live, let them know exactly what the opportunity is.
Display ads, it's kind of in the name, they're image-led ads that are shown across Google's display network. There is the option of Microsoft ads, aka the search engine formerly known as Bing. We tend to see lower volumes of search on Microsoft ads, but it is another avenue to explore.
Remarketing, simply, is when somebody has been to your website, you're then able to serve them up a targeted ad back to them.
RLSA is basically remarketing but for search ads. So what we do there is we'll have specific keywords which we'll use to show to people who have been on your site before, close to the point of conversion perhaps, and again we just need that little push just to get them over the line.
So customer lists is a database of your existing customers. So let's, for example, you've got a MailChimp list. You can upload that list into Facebook and retarget those people in the Facebook platform. What you can also do is create lookalike audiences of that list. So Facebook will find people that look like your audiences. It's a really great tool.
Had the most awesome experience. It was amazing. It really was. Just absolutely loved it.
My first experience of virtual reality, which was quite moving actually. At first I was aware of my kind of surroundings, and then as we moved into it, I completely lost myself.
Hi, I'm Joe Pearce. I lead the TechExeter Business Acceleration Program, and we provide support to innovation-led tech startups and scale-ups, helping them achieve their growth potential and aspiration, and hopefully helping them stay in the region. We base ourselves at the Science Park Centre on Exeter Science Park, and it's a great facility and environment for growing tech-led businesses, being in a community of peers and being able to benefit from the sort of engineered serendipity of bumping into other organisations and other business support providers. Obviously, it's been challenging times over the last 5 or 6 months, and the challenge for us has really been how do we translate our business support program to being able to be accessible online. And that's been challenging, but actually really quite interesting. I think the online engagement has actually grown connections between the client businesses at Set Squared and increased the awareness of what everyone else is doing and the opportunity for collaboration between them. Thinking about the digital and tech landscape in the Southwest, for me, I really look back to the University of Exeter. I think what we've got emerging from our research activity within the STEM fields and also within the humanities areas is some really exciting activity, generating new spin-outs and startups coming from our researchers and from our undergraduate students. The one piece of advice I'd give someone starting a new business is to recognise that a startup is a team sport, and it's vital that you find the support networks to work with you, whether that be a co-founder or whether that be accessing the range of business support that is available within the region. We at TechExeter are big fans of TechExeter. We've been involved for a number of years. We sponsored the conference last year and think it's a great activity. And what it really brings to the region is enabling people who've got an interest in the tech and digital environments and in startups in that space to find a community that they can engage with. And I think that's an absolutely critical thing for any sector to have, is this the network that enables you to connect with like minds. I think the support that they're able to offer is critical. And I know that a number of our clients lean on TechExeter, members of that organisation and the network, in order to be able to connect with the skills and the knowledge that is contained within it. The conference last year was fantastic. Really enjoyed being part of it and seeing the scale of the community that exists regionally. Really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go online this year. I'm sure it'll be stunning.
Hello, Exeter. I'm Shane Griffiths from Digital Taunton, and I am hanging out with my Exeter friends today, and I thought I'd just give you a quick tour of behind the scenes. There is so much that goes on into these events, and I think it's nice to recognise some of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. So I'm just going to give you a quick tour of our back-end studio gazebo setup. So we've got Chris on the audio, managing all the lighting. Having a good day, Chris? Looking good so far? Yep. Everything's looking good, and lots of really fancy buttons and dials, and we've also got some fantastic lighting design going on as well today, and that's all thanks to Chris and his hard work. So we've got Becky. Hey Becky, managing all the track two, and dealing with all the hop-in software stuff today. So that looks like it's all going well. We've got Brittany
doing social media.
Doing all the tweets. So all the tweets today coming from Brittany.
Get your giveaway entries in.
Yeah.
Showing us your cup of coffee in the morning and telling us your job title via GIF.
So a selfie with your coffee, win prizes. That's awesome. We've got this setup here is actually quite interesting because this is what handles all our Zoom guests. So we bring our Zoom guests in on this machine. Brittany then briefs them, kind of has a bit of an introduction with them, and then when the time is right, we actually bring them over. Got the loud people in the background. It's the hosts. They're absolute divas, and so we're bringing the Zoom guests in, and then when it's ready to be broadcast live, they get mixed in to our sort of core main stage. So we've got Chris here. Great work, Chris. So this is where all the vision mixing happens. So we've got all our camera inputs with some various switching.
Could you try again?
That's Siri wanting to chip into the conversation. But so we're actually running this through OBS, Chris, right?
Through OBS.
Running through OBS, then go straight into Hop-In, and everything behind OBS is all sort of hardware switched and managed this way. So lots and lots of inputs, various different camera angles. All looking really interesting. And then we've also got the machine here that runs all the pre-recorded content, so that's all queued up. And then all goes out onto the main mix through this. If anyone actually has any questions around any of the technical setup, I know it's an incredibly trendy subject at the moment, live streaming and events. So if you do have any questions, we write them in the comments on Hop-In, and someone would do our best to follow up. We've got the hosts here.
Hi.
All looking good?
Yeah.
This is not live.
No, but
This is just me making a video. So I just want to see what our hosts see. So we've got there's some really bright lights.
Isn't it just so bright? We literally sit here, and I've got like my eyes are not happy.
It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
But this is what everyone else sees, or the host sees. Sorry. So yeah, it's what a cool little setup we've got going on. So yeah, that's from me. Like I said, any questions around the technical setup, please get in touch. Bye.
So the team here at the Impact Lab is really keen to work with local entrepreneurs and small businesses who have exciting ideas they want to exploit for growth. We can help them with free information and skills from our 7 partners.
The Impact Lab is here to help develop the environmental and big data assets of the region and to encourage entrepreneurial growth by working with Devon-based SMEs to develop innovative new products, services and processes.
Rothamsted has a very specialist institution, so we would be providing help to SMEs primarily who are looking at developing some products and services.
The Impact Lab has been a fantastic opportunity for us to extend further the research and development
that we've been undertaking over the last few years with Rothamsted to explore the impact of a novel fertiliser that we produce through our system to restoring health into soils, plants and ultimately into humans.
Success for the Met Office, it will be seeing people using our data in innovative ways and feeding that back to ideas within the organisation.
A place like this is being created for is to help to discover how big data can improve those really tangible and important aspects of ordinary day-to-day human life.
When I look back on this project in the future, I want to see it as a key turning point for the region in building an innovation ecosystem and a project that really kickstarts and builds on our environmental sustainability agenda and actually draws that out and makes that something that is a real commercial asset to the South West region.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Lucas, Managing Director at Software Solved, and I'm going to tell you more about how we access and encourage STEM talent in the South West. Coming from a technical family, I've always been curious about how and why things work, so it was almost inevitable that I would study engineering. When I left university and was applying for engineering roles in the South West, I was surprised about the barriers I faced. I was even told by a prospective employer that I'd be a distraction in the workplace. Thankfully, things have changed since then, but there's still a lot that can be done to encourage and support diversity. With more and more tech startups in the South West, the demand for tech talent is on the rise. Despite there being a thriving tech community here, stopping the migration of talent to the bright lights of London and Bristol is still a challenge. As organisations, we need to do more to showcase the opportunities available in the South West. We've had a long-standing undergraduate and graduate programme that's been running for over 10 years now and which has seen over 40 placements. There are several examples of current employees who started on a placement scheme and have significantly advanced within the company to now hold lead technical consultant and project manager positions. It's not just about growing talent, it's about retaining it too. We aim to create an environment that people want to work in. It's important to us that people have a good work-life balance, so we offer home working, flexible working hours, and a great wellness and benefits package. Additionally, it's about making sure that we recruit the right person for the role, so that we have a balanced and diverse team. I think as employers, we have a responsibility to open young people's eyes to the opportunities and careers available within STEM. I'd encourage any employer to get involved with universities and make sure they understand your needs as a business as well as what you can provide them. I'm incredibly proud of our involvement with the STEM Ambassador Scheme, enabling us to share our knowledge with the tech talent of the future. We're also involved with STEM-focused initiatives such as Exist, who bring together university and business communities and can signpost companies to initiatives and events such as Big Bang, TechExeter and Girls in AI Hackathon. As employers, if we want to build a sustainable tech business within the South West, it's our responsibility to help retain talent and showcase the opportunities available.
I'm Tim Maguire. I'm CEO of Spatial Quotient. We're a Devon-based tech company working in healthcare, and we specialise in analysis and interpretation of people and object movement within spaces, particularly within hospital spaces. The potential of this business is that what we are able to do with data from the hospitals, unique set of data that only we're collecting and analysing with our data science team. The benefits are, they span a number of different areas, from the operations, productivity, perhaps efficiency, but well-being of staff, how staff interact with patients, how patients use the hospital, and more recently we've completed a project in Zaragoza in Spain, where we have reduced the amount of time that patients are spending within the hospital by 43%. We've done the same in the UK by 63%, so it shows that the benefits are there for all health services. In this region, we have access to a great partnership with Exeter University and the impact. We have recruited directly from Exeter University a computer scientist. We have a KTP with Exeter University, and I think this is an ideal location to get a great mix in work and life for the whole team. I think it's a great opportunity for us to grow and access to local talent.
So hi Tom, thank you for taking the time to chat to me today. Tom, can you tell me a little bit about your organisation and what you do and what you aim to do?
Yeah, so my name is Tom. I'm a senior associate lawyer at Stephen Scone, and Stephen Scone is a full service law firm, which isn't entirely true because we don't do criminal law and we don't do tax law across the Southwest. My team do a lot of intellectual property, information technology and data protection law. And so we help out clients at two ends of that spectrum. Those clients who are buying in IT services and need the contracts checked and need some of the practical and legal considerations checked and advised on. So if they're buying either 1,000 laptops, as one client did recently, for obvious reasons, or if you're buying in a VPN or something like that, then we would advise on the data protection principles, the legal contracts, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And if our client is a software developer, we have quite a few of those, then we advise on all the IP stuff that revolves around software development, including open source stuff, which is prevalent at the moment because there's been a few changes in some of the licenses on open source and people are getting caught out by parasitic rights. And then sometimes, if it gets really interesting, people start having fights, and then we get to sue people and go to court. And some people win and some people lose, and ultimately nobody wins because court is a horrible experience. But it's interesting for us.
Wow, that is great. I can remember that you partnered with us, didn't you, with TechExeter regarding some IP workshops. What was that experience for you?
Yeah, I didn't actually do. I don't know if I did one. Did I do one of the workshops? So long ago.
I think it was Ben.
It may have been Ben. At which point it would have obviously been excellent, and I'm no way legally required to say that. The workshops are always an interesting experience because you get such a broad mix of people in the room. So you get some people with some really good intrinsic knowledge, people that you might call geeks or nerds, and then you get the really sort of top-level strategists. So you go, no, I don't need to know any of this, it'll be fine. And different levels of risk as well. So it's always interesting. Some people are very risk averse. I've met people in the IT industry who are more risk averse than me, and I'm a lawyer, so that's amazing. And then you get other people at the other end of the spectrum who are like, yeah, suck it and see, don't worry about it.
Yeah, Stephen Scone have been a long-term supporter of the community, and we're super thankful for that. What is the thing that made you decide to sponsor our conference this year? Why is it worth anything to you?
So as a sponsor, there's probably a couple of reasons we do it. So one of the first and most important reasons is supporting the massive tech community in the Southwest. And we do quite a few international conferences as well as the domestic work. And we always talk about the Southwest, and I think it now is genuinely getting a bit of a reputation, especially some of the areas outside of Bristol, Exeter and Plymouth, and Falmouth as well, actually, for being the Silicon Valley of the Southwest, or the Silicon Valley of England. And the tech organisations and offerings here are really genuinely quite exciting. And so it makes sense that we would work with TechExeter because it is to me, it's one of the voices in the Southwest for tech. So why wouldn't we? And secondly, of course, it's a cold, hard sell. We want to win more clients and we want to be there to show them how good we are.
Yeah, I remember that you guys, you helped us with GDPR related things when all of that came in. I remember you did this quiz with us, which was more or less successful at Digital Exeter. And I think that's what we really appreciate. Yes, you are
a sponsor, but you're also really involved, and that's really nice because, yeah, fair enough, not gonna lie, the money is nice. Don't use this, Chris. But it's also just like having partners there that we can turn to when we go, oh my goodness, there's this issue in the community, like how do we approach it and how can we help people? And I think you guys being sort of connected to us is really nice in that regard, because we can trust your advice and we can also recommend you, but we also like know that we know people who know things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we want to be one of the trusted advisors, and so it's an obvious strategic partnership. You can probably hear thunder in the background.
Yes, it's very thundery today. Have fun, Chris, editing this.
The software provides assistance at an early stage in the design process, in the research and design process, by enabling an understanding of both the mechanisms at work and how a product will perform, or how it does perform, in order to be able to change then, obviously, how it's designed to perform better. The whole process starts with scanning an object. That image would then be imported into the software, Scan IP we sell, and it would be processed in such a way that we could reconstruct surfaces from it to break it up into these primitive shapes, which are suitable then for what are well-established commercial physics-based simulation solvers. So the primary way in which it helps our customers, or how customers can benefit, is by simplifying and reducing the cost of trialing hundreds and hundreds of different designs physically by replacing this physical testing with an early virtual testing.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because it's such an important part of the local digital community, and we really wanted to give back and be able to support an important organisation like that. Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the founder of Launch Online. At Launch Online, I've found a team of Google Ads experts who can put together brilliant campaigns, but most importantly, have an understanding of marketing.
My name's Dids. I manage clients' strategy and the execution of the strategy.
Dids joined us almost from day one and is tenacious about the results that she gets. Danny is super experienced, having managed agencies at Google.
I am Danny, I'm the account director for Launch Online. I'm on an iPad because I work remotely from Wakefield.
Elliot has a really strong agency background and is brilliant at account management.
My name's Elliot and I'm an account manager at Launch Online.
Charlie joined us from a Google Premier Partner Agency in New Zealand and has been a huge asset to the team.
I'm Charlie. I manage people's Google ad spend and Microsoft ad spend.
Becky is our social media expert and has both agency and in-house brilliant experience.
I'm Becky and I'm an account director for Launch Online, so I look after everybody's social advertising.
Josh joined us and designed the web usability audit that we're using on all our clients now.
My name is Josh. I'm an account manager for Launch Online. That means that I'm a Google Ads expert. My job mainly is to get the best ROI I can for our clients' online marketing.
Tom is our PR pro and is great at writing up our case studies. At Launch, we only employ senior people, so our team have years of experience and we only have account managers and account directors delivering for our clients.
I think it's probably obvious to everybody that my go-to party accessory would be a Gandalf outfit. I love the team I work with because we're all geeks in our own way. We love to collaborate, share our successes and failures. That way everybody benefits from them.
We love being based in the Southwest. There are some really interesting businesses down here selling products globally, and we're able to help them find their target audiences online. From the big bloomers company selling massive pants in Penryn to the Cornish fishmonger in Indian Queens.
Exeter is such a fantastic city. You're only 2 hours from London, you're an hour to Bristol, and you're really close to Cornwall, making it a really great hub. And the amount of creative and tech and digital businesses in the area is amazing, and it's got so much talent, and it's a beautiful city. You can ask for anything more.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because I really feel that being part of the Exeter community and the digital marketing community is an important part of what we do, and I wanted to be able to support such a great group of people and be able to give back as well to the digital community.
Was that all right? That's going to be a cut. It was nearly there, wasn't it? It was nearly there.
You highlighted that there are some changes in the way IP is working now. Where do you think it's going to go, like in the next couple of years? Obviously, you know, people talk about the impact of the pandemic on the tech and digital industry, which is varied because actually it's one of the far more resilient industries because remote work is normal. So you don't, as a tech or digital person, you don't have to be office based. So there is some resilience, but how do you see like your niche of law develop, or even you guys as a community and you guys as a company?
I think the home working point is a really interesting one because a lot of professionals, a lot of advisory organisations have always been very restrictive on remote working. On a concern that professionals should all wear suits and sit round tables and point at misspelled words and laugh and say, well, we're professionals, we would never do that. And in reality, working from home and being a bit more casual about how you engage with your clients and interact with people is better. We, as a team inside Stephen Scone, have been an advocate of agile working procedures. So we have scrums every morning and we do sprints on particular pieces of work. And that sort of attitude, not the whole agile attitude, but that sort of attitude being across the whole professional scope would be definitely beneficial to everybody because it makes life better, right? You have a better quality of life. You spend more time with the people that you actually want to spend time with. Although our divorce team are busier than ever. But aside from that sort of stuff, you get a better service as well. I think people are happier when they're working with the people they want to be working with, and they're probably happier at home than they are in an office. So for us, it's good because we're beginning to work more and more like our clients, and then we get to understand them better because we're working in a similar way. If I were to make predictions about the future, which is dangerous to do as a lawyer, but I'm fairly risk averse, so sod it. We've probably got a couple of things to think about. So artificial intelligence, the AI bandwagon is very much here, and everybody's jumping on it. And you can, buy in some AI and shout that you've got some AI tech. But true, non-augmented artificial intelligence, stuff which genuinely can adapt and produce something. So an output AI. Who owns the right in that? Who is going to be the copyright owner in any output from an AI? And at the moment, there's no answer. The closest piece of precedential law we could look at is the monkey selfie in the US. A monkey took a photograph, and the photograph was then commercialized. Who owns the rights in that photograph? And one of the charities for wildlife, who I won't name because I'll probably get it wrong, wanted to bring a case and say that the monkey owned the rights. And the US court said that's not possible because the monkey doesn't have individual legal personality. It's not a human, it's not a company, so it can't own the rights. And I suppose at the moment that's the only thing you can point to is AI isn't an individual legal entity, so it can't own rights. But what if it could? And what if it developed stuff and invented stuff and created code that we were using in life that was then controlled and owned and completely run by AI? I mean, let's make it sound like Skynet, but there will probably be elements of that. There will probably be traffic management companies which are wholly run by AI, and there'll be no clear ownership over the rights. There will be some seminal cases, I imagine, in the next 20, 30 years on this that will give us some indication as to where we're going. In terms of the other end of that, data stuff, so the data protection world, I think that's going to be changing in the short term significantly because obviously we are leaving the European Union on 31st of December. We, after that time, may or may not be subject to an adequacy decision by the European Data Protection Board, which basically means we'll either be treated like a country outside of the EEA or we'll be treated like a country inside the EEA, kind of. So will the data be allowed to move between the UK and the rest of the European Union freely, or will we have to find some sort of either government-based permission to move the data, or will there be some mechanism by which we can do it? And very recently, the privacy shield between the EU and the US was found inadequate. So lots of US-based organizations are panicking because they've got loads of EU data, and all the EU data holders are panicking because all their data is in the US. There are ways around it, and there are things that can be done. One of the people that are panicking is the UK government because a lot of the information about you and I, NHS records, etc., is in the US. So I think that amazingly, the world will probably get smaller. I think people will find that their data is being sort of brought home. And at the moment, you know, your information might be on a server in Phoenix and Iceland and Denmark and Ireland. And this time next year, it will probably just be in two of those places. I think there will be a big change in the way that the physical and practical location of data, which will then probably drive up data prices in the UK because there's only a limited amount of data centers. They're not building them all the time. So they're both pretty negative. I'm trying to think of a positive thing in the future.
Well, I think you did say, you know, like the whole working from home and actually as a law firm, learning to, like, I think it's really interesting that you're taking on a more agile way of working. Mm. Although, thank you for saying it's not true agile, because people get very, very hot-headed about the word agile. And
it's not agile with a capital A.
Yeah, exactly.
With Surveyor Tech, you can quickly and easily create digital surveys, including visual walkthroughs of the interior and exterior of properties. Because Surveyor Tech is cloud-based, you can access it anytime, anywhere. Start capturing your surveys within minutes. Just sign up, download the app, and you're ready to go. Surveyor Tech offers two ways to capture your surveys: on-premise and remote. For on-premise surveys, grab your 360-degree camera, open your Surveyor Tech app, connect to the camera, get it in position, and start capturing. If you don't have a 360-degree camera, you can capture images using your smartphone. Add any notes or annotations to each image, and repeat until you've captured all the images you need. Don't forget to name each one as you go. When you're done, sync your images. They will then appear in your online portal. Here you can add to or amend your notes. Link images so they can be viewed as a walkthrough. Block out any sensitive information. Add media as notes to explain risks. Once you're done, it's time to publish your survey. Simply use your automatically generated survey URL to share with key stakeholders. For remote surveys, head to the portal. To start, schedule a live streaming session and share the details with the person who will be on site when the survey happens. At the scheduled time, the live stream will start. You can guide the other person around the building while the live stream is recording. At any point, you can capture stills and add notes to the survey. When you're finished, end the session and the recording and stills you've captured will be saved to your portal, ready for notes and annotations to be added and enhanced. It's that easy. The SurveyorTech digital surveying and walkthrough solution resolves challenges, improves efficiency, and enables scalability for numerous professions. Find out more and sign up today at www.softwaresolved.com/SurveyorTech.
Be part of it.
Because you want to make a difference.
You're part of something special.
Your team amaze you.
You want to be inspired.
You want to inspire others.
The tech community needs a voice.
We're on a journey together.
You support tech in the Southwest.
Tech Southwest is a membership organisation supporting our region's fast-growing tech sector, working with other tech clusters, companies, science parks, founders, entrepreneurs, investors, tech hubs, universities, colleges, schools and support organisations. We're helping to join the dots across the region and beyond, offering our members business support, growth opportunities, the Tech Southwest Awards, insight reports, events and a platform to connect and collaborate. And it's free. Join at techsouthwest.co.uk. Our awards showcase and celebrate talent, innovation, creativity, community, entrepreneurship and business success. Online tech gatherings bring people together with lively panel discussions, one-to-one networking, learning, sharing and more. So,
Be part of it. Make difference.
be part of it. Enter the awards.
Be part of it. Become a member.
Be part of Tech Southwest. techsouthwest.co.uk.
But I think that's really interesting, and I think there is some real strength in that, because as you rightly said, you actually, as you sprint through a task, you work on it in iterations. So, you'll start off with a draft and you'll get, younger associates working on it. And then you as a senior associate, I assume, would work with them and sprint alongside them. So do you have a training element to your sprints as well? Or is it more just team focused stuff?
We do both ways. So you're right. We have a variety of capabilities and qualifications across the team. For everybody from people who have no legal qualification whatsoever and they're working in administrative roles or they're working in paralegal roles, and they're obviously looking to get a career in law, through to trainees who are going through the training process, all the way up to people like Ben and myself, and we will work with everybody to make sure that they're getting constant feedback. Sometimes the feedback loop happens after the work is done because there simply isn't time. And other times you're right, the sprint will be is it contiguous, I think is the word they like to use. Yeah. Where we work at the same time. And we've recently, this is going to be something which is so obvious to tech companies, but we've recently introduced co-drafting where you can work on the same document simultaneously to somebody else. Wow. Our clients have been doing that for 10 years and we're now, but you want to see some lawyers still prefer it to be wooden panelled smoking pipes and saying, well, I think this will probably do. So yeah, we've come a long way very quickly.
Yeah, I think
It is good.
I think this whole digital transformation malarkey, I think even digital and tech companies have had to push themselves further out, right?
Because everyone's catching up, right? So you got to push further to be more different.
Ahead. What's the next big thing? Find a monkey with a phone. So that sounds really good. I like that you sort of chatted a bit about how people can actually enter your firm in terms of working for you guys, because obviously you're quite a big employer here. So you have lawyery typey people, but also people who just find maybe law interesting and are sort of supporting the team, which is very much how tech companies also work. I've got a couple of last questions, and they're more about actually you guys as a company.
Okay.
What are one or two things that you do in your company that create community? So, for example, like some companies do virtual pub Fridays. Like, what do you guys do to sort of, because I think this whole decentralized way of working, this whole home working is all good and well, but actually relating to each other as team members, like the water cooler chats, you know, chatting about the kettle is boiling, like all of that sort of has fallen aside. And for a while that's okay, but then it's also slowly, you know, there is a human element missing. So I guess my question is, do you guys do anything or are planning to do anything to reintroduce that human element?
So I think during lockdown, it was very difficult to do anything human. It was very isolatory, and obviously by very nature of what people were required to do was isolatory. And we had, as I think everybody in the country did, we had quizzes, question-based quizzes, and we've kept them going in a sort of a lighter touch, so we're trying to make them a little bit more interesting. So there'll be guess who's every week. Somebody will say, right, this week we're taking a photo of, so last week it was just take a photo of the fridge, obviously the inside of the fridge. Some of the people didn't quite understand that, so we just got a few smeg fridge doors. So you know, send that round, and then everybody had to guess who owned what, and whose fridge was whose. And some of them are, you know, some of them are more easy than that. But interestingly, it gives you a very different insight into your colleagues, because if you're being invited into the people's homes and the parts of people's homes that you wouldn't ordinarily see. So I'm sat now in my spare room. Well, nobody except my friends and family come into my spare room. It's quite a personal thing. So we've tried to not invest in people spending too much time on video calls, but letting them do what they're comfortable with. So that might just be, we've got a number of different WhatsApp groups for sort of informal conversation. We've got Teams groups for more formal convos. So there's lots of different strands of communication where people can keep in touch, as well as obviously the sort of, I don't want to say enforced fun, but the stuff that's more structured, where we might have like a diary date for a catch up. We do that as well. But as lawyers, in an industry with a very high percentage of alcoholics, and we have drinks trolley used to go around in the office. So we've now got a virtual drinks trolley. So 4 o'clock on a Friday, grab a drink, have a chat.
Nice.
And yeah, just try and keep the things that used to be that people enjoyed in the old world in the new world.
Nice. I like that. Virtual drinks trolley. I can get behind that. What was in your fridge when you took the photo that you were like, oh my goodness, why did I leave that in here? Why did I not order my fridge?
Yeah, some people have clearly gone out and taken all the basic stuff out and left in Waitrose finest. I think I had quite a lot of wine and grapes. Not that I was planning to make more wine, but that was in there as well. And
hey, you never know,
food.
Lockdown. Hey, and baby food, of course. Beautiful.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your brief break and you enjoyed the networking, the sponsor booths, and everything else.
Up next, we have on track 1, we've got Andrew Cox, who is the lead designer at Geiston. His talk is about guess less, design better, and he'll be taking us through how to apply design thinking in the real world to get results.
And on track 2, you will find Jake Howell, who is a Google PPC expert and the founder of Launch Online, and she will talk to you about what is going on in the land of Google, what has changed, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and she will take us through 2020 and the changes and beyond.
So I'm going to introduce Andrew, and he's now on the main stage. Hey.
Hi, Andrew.
Hey, everyone. Right, I'll share my screen. Give me 2 seconds. Many things open. Share the right one. Share. Cool. Hopefully you can see that. I can see a bit of my face, which is off-putting. Cool. Yeah. So, hello. I'm Andrew. That's it. Guess less, design better. So I, for some reason, chose to hand draw all my slides, which felt like a very good idea at the time, and started just getting me later on. But yes, that's me. So I am the design and UX lead at Geiston. So I'm very pleased to be here to give you a little talk today. Yeah, it would be nice to be with you all in person. I've tweeted a picture of it, but I've got a little hand-drawn picture of Gandalf above my computer because I struggle to make eye contact when I'm in a room on my own. So I'm talking to Gandalf at the moment, which is kind of cool. And I'm extremely handsy, so I'll throw pens, I'll move around, and I'm sorry for that in advance. So yeah, that's me. I'm Andrew Cox, design UX lead at Geiston. So we are based in Bristol, make software. My job there is to, as it says really, design and user experience. So my job is to look after the design from kind of all aspects, and that's what I'm going to go into today a bit really. So it's more than just, you know, I'm technically a UI designer, but it's more than just pretty colors and fonts, basically. My job starts quite a lot before all of that, and that's part of what I really like about it, to be honest, is the things I get to kind of immerse myself in at the beginning. So a little bit about me. I've been designing for quite a while now. I haven't started counting, which is probably a good thing. I've worked in loads of different parts of the industry, so print, advertising, marketing, all those kind of things. So I've done the rounds and gone through web design and into software design and UX, obviously. So yeah, let's crack on. So hopefully when I click this button, it's going to move slides. I'll click the right thing. Woo, there we go. So yes, my talk is loosely based around design thinking, and you'll forgive me because it probably is a bit of a buzzword, and if you've heard it before, you probably know what it is, but there are lots of things like this, but basically it's, if you haven't heard of it, it's a design process. So it's what a lot of people use, especially big companies, to underpin their design process and how they actually approach a project. It's iterative, it's well thought out in that respect, but part of what I want to go into today is actually what's underneath this process. So this process is kind of high level, and like I said, it's a bit of a buzzword. It's talked about a lot by big companies, and kind of get this idea of lots of people in rooms pointing at whiteboards and playing with sticky notes and stuff, which it is what it is, and that is fun. But there are things that sit underneath this that we can do in our everyday lives and our everyday jobs, that I do in my everyday job, to make a project go better, make the designs better, make the experience for the users better. And these processes and ones like this, you know, human-centered design, user-centered design, all those kind of things are quite, well, they're fast becoming the normal if they're not already the normal, to be honest. And from my point of view, that's amazing, because I am a procrastinating person and I like to revisit things a lot. I like to go back and check that things are working. It's probably part of my marketing background, is, you know, checking, testing, making sure things are working, making them better. So having a process like this from a design point of view is a massive luxury, because it fosters that kind of idea and it puts everybody in that same position that that's what you're going to be doing. And it's really good as far as that goes. Processes like this, like I said, they're keeping the focus on the user as you're going through the whole thing. So you have to bring the business into it at some point. The people you're working for have goals they want to achieve with whatever they're making. But as far as I'm concerned, as a designer, it's kind of my responsibility to make sure that what we're making marries up the two. It's doing what it needs to do for the business, but it's making the users happy. And I think as a responsibility in this day and age when technology is so accessible, you can spin websites up and apps quickly these days. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we're giving people things that they need and not things that they don't, because the world is a busy place and we don't need people, you know, we don't need to add to the noise. So yeah, loosely based around this. So to go forwards into this, I want to step back a little bit into the past and talk a little bit about my past, like I said. So I have done print as well as many other things. And print is something, is a bit of a labor of love for me. It's where I kind of, one of the things I started out doing, I started out as a graphic designer, but it is also really terrifying. And that's one of the things, it's the opposite to this. And that's what is one of the things I love about this process and sort of, you know, the iterative design thinking style of working. My experience of print, if you've had another one, I'm very glad for you. But my experience of doing print design is you've got a brief that's delivered to you from someone. You don't necessarily get to meet other people other than that brief. You've got a brief, you answer the brief. You're showing people for feedback on that design. So you show people within the studio you're working in, or peers or friends or what have you, to get a bit of feedback. But they're loosely all in the same bubble as you know, and you're not getting necessarily access to people who are going to see that. And especially if you're doing things like adverts in magazines, billboards, those kind of things, you have no idea who's going to see it. So you're using your best judgment, but there's no way to know for sure. So you spend thousands of pounds printing a thing, sticking it on a billboard or in a magazine, and then you tend to, or at least I did, sit in the corner and rock slowly and hope that everyone liked it, and not check Twitter for a few days just in case they didn't like it. So yeah, that's kind of like the opposite, you know, like there's not really much of a feedback loop there with print design and things like that. Like I said, I still love doing it and I do still do it, but I think it's quite a good example of the opposite of this process and the digital design process, which is so much more feedback based. It's based around listening and empathizing with people and creating things that they need. And the design comes into it way after all of that work's done. So like I said, what I want to go into a little bit is, what does that process really mean? I can say buzzwords to you all day, and maybe that will make me sound intelligent, so maybe I should, but I kind of don't want to. For me, it's what sits behind these processes that is really interesting. It's how you can take a process like that and you can break it down into smaller parts of little things that you can do, you know? We don't live in a world, of endless budgets and endless time. We may only have short bits of time within a project to do some of this work. So what does it really mean, as I've written there? So the first one, very important, empathy, which is important in all walks of life, I think, but really from digital design point of view, that first step, at least for me, is empathizing with who I'm working with. One of my favorite parts of being a designer is I'm a designer by trade, but I get to take part in so many different companies. You know, I know stuff about vets, I know stuff about manufacturing, how to make sandwiches on a production line. Like, don't get me wrong, I couldn't do any of those things. I probably shouldn't be left to my own devices to do them, but I know about them. And that's what's really cool, is the beginning of that process, when you're first taking on some work, empathizing with people, learning about stuff and listening and hearing their stories, getting involved. Like, one of my favorite things to do is just go and have tours, meet people, go around businesses if you can. Obviously harder now, but going out and meeting people, seeing their offices. If you're doing internal applications, you can learn so much from that. You know, you go to an office, you're meeting all the different people that work in that office. Some of these systems that we make, they touch so many parts of the business. It's like a business process system. So you've got finance, you've got marketing, you've got sales. So you need to gather all of that information to know what you're building is going to actually do the things it needs to do for all of those people. At the end of the day, the people you're making it for is what makes them a success. Like I said before, I could sit and design a product that I think everybody wants, get it built and launch it, and either it's going to fall on its face because nobody wanted it in the first place, or it's going to do the opposite and actually have a negative effect, which we definitely don't want. So without the people, you know, it really is, the things we're making actually don't amount to much. And they become advocates as well. You know, when you're going out and you're meeting people, you're listening to their problems, you can solve their problems early, think about what you're going to do to actually get that problem solved, and even do more to solve that problem. You know, actually give them a positive experience, especially, like I said, with internal applications. A lot of things that people are doing, they're doing on a daily basis. They may or may not even, it may not be the most exciting point of their job. So if you can do something to make it more exciting, then that's a win, right? And the people using these products, they're integral to the design process. It has to be something that they love. And like I said, they'll become advocates. So empathy, as far as I'm concerned, you know, you're learning those things about people. It's situational as well. So it's not only going, okay, what do you do for a job? What's your process as far as this product's concerned? But it's also knowing where they are when they do it, right? Like if you read blogs on the bus, you're on a bus, the buses are noisy and they jump around, and the design of the thing you're reading needs to really like play into that. Do you know what I mean? There's an example I heard once, which was I have 2 kids, so it made sense to me because I have this problem. Someone could tell you, like a physical product, you needed a buggy that is easier to put down. And they say that, but what they really mean is it needs to be lighter or something like that. You know what I mean? Because really the actual ease of taking it down isn't a problem. It's the fact that it's so hefty you have to throw it in the back of a car like it's, you know, world's strongest person type thing. So yeah, very interesting. And it's good at that point in the process to just sponge in the information, you know. Optimism. I love a bit of optimism. And I think as a creative person, that's what we can bring to the table. Part of this talk I said in the thing in the description is that it's kind of a bit that everyone can do. You know, we've talked about this internally in our company and how certain things that I do on a daily basis, I draw all the time. I have a pen in my hand now. I draw everything because that's how I communicate with myself and how I communicate with others. And having people do that can even be an optimistic kind of nice way for them to start working through a process. You know what I mean? And it's exciting. Like I said, I think meeting these new companies, learning about being a vet, learning about manufacturing sandwiches and stuff like that it's quite interesting. I know it doesn't sound making sandwiches, you know, it's difficult work. And optimism and empathy are an extremely strong mixture together. You know, genuinely caring about something and actually creating that buzz of optimism around a project. Sometimes when you're talking to people initially, and I'll go on to this a bit later on, when you're involved with the conversation early, the project may not even have landed yet. It may not have even come through the door. So bringing that optimism to the table and kind of fostering that idea of confidence around the project of like, this is awesome, I'm going to enjoy this and we're going to make this amazing, can really help everyone to just get like pepped up. So yeah, it's good. And those two things together, obviously, it's honest. Honesty comes in with all this thing. And I think part of the design thinking process that I like, and like I said, others like it, is it gives you the room to be honest. In my past, at least, there's been times where I've had to get things right first time. Like I said, I get a brief and I have to nail it. I have a short deadline and it's got to be good right off the bat. Whereas this process fosters a really nice idea of like, look, I don't know what I'm doing yet, but I will. You know, I'm not a vet. I don't know how it works, but I'm going to sit and I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to soak it all up. And then I'm going to use my skills and your skills to make something awesome. And that's great. It gives confidence again, like I said. So yeah, optimism and empathy, nice little pairing. Open-mindedness kind of goes with that last thing I said, really. So I'm a designer. If there are designers out there, you are too. And we're not experts in every field. You know, if a business like us, we make software for loads of different people, and I can't pretend to know exactly what every single one of those people do, but I know that my skill set can help to make what they want into a reality, and the two of us putting something together can make something really good. And that only gets better the more people you have, you know what I mean? And going into this process open-minded to what those people do and them knowing their business is really important. You listen, you learn, and you use the knowledge that you gain from those people to solve problems. And like I said, being open-minded is a key to that. It's inclusive. So yeah, like I said, it's bringing in lots of people, hopefully. Obviously you don't, I'm sure there's an amount of people that is too many people, too many cooks and all that. But when I worked freelance, one problem I had massively was designing in isolation. I worked on my own in an office, kind of like I am now. And I was on my own. It was hard to bounce ideas. I couldn't throw things around. Ideas, I mean, not stuff. I couldn't bounce stuff off people to get ideas and foster that kind of environment. And one thing I love doing is getting a few people in the room, people that wouldn't have had access to these kind of projects before. Because normally, you've got the person who instigated it, maybe the manager of somewhere or the sort of higher up of a company. You've got people like me, you've got some developers. But bringing in other people, bringing in people from marketing, from sales, from finance and all that kind of stuff, they've all got an opinion. And when you put all of that into a melting pot, and then it's our job to then go, right, how are we going to make all these things fit together? What's the important paths? What's important user journeys through this that's going to actually get everyone to their goal? But by getting all those people involved, you can gain so much knowledge. And like it says on the tin, really, you don't. Like I said at the beginning, you don't have to be a designer. It's not on the tin. Didn't make a tin for it. You don't have to be a designer to do this. right? So obviously there's parts of that process, the prototyping and stuff towards the end, I guess. But you can prototype by drawing. I drew all of these slides, right? I just put a pen to paper and drew them. Like, you don't have to, early on in the process, you don't have to be making flat designs in Adobe. You don't have to know how to use Illustrator. You can communicate things that you like to each other by drawing it or by talking about it. And I've been in loads of workshops where the product that we're making is pretty much designed by the time we leave that workshop. I haven't touched a computer, but everyone's seen some drawings, we've put some layouts down on paper, and everyone's had an input. And it's funny because you start getting people from all these different parts of the company sketching stuff out and kind of going through it. It's a really nice kind of environment to kind of work in. So yeah, it's good to bring as many people as you can into that process. And like I said, one of my favorites is iterative, which works well in your procrastinator like me. So every good product, physical, digital, they're always evolving and building on feedback. And I mean, it's something that we celebrate in this day and age. I got an email from Apple not long ago about something new coming out on the 15th of September. Spoiler alert. So it's great that that's something that happens in this in the world we live in now. As far as products and stuff go, we expect it. We expect operating systems to update. We want it. Really, they're releasing some new stuff, but they're fixing things. But we're up for it, and we want new things, and we want things to keep rolling out. And as a designer, that's a huge luxury, because you put out an MVP that answers problem one, but then you've got the wiggle room within the product and the people using it to then go back and learn more and create on top of that, keep making things better, bring new stuff into it. So yeah, it's great. And I'll touch on the businessy side quickly. There's huge money savings and stuff like this, right? Like, if you think about it, if you were to follow a more sort of isolated linear process where someone rings up the company, someone in sales, or someone takes all the details of what's needed, you maybe get someone put a brief together or whatever, however you do it, but you say you're going straight to design. Like, there's some people I know that don't show anyone sketches, don't show anyone anything until it's in a flat design. But the thing is, the time it's taken you to get to that flat design is a lot of time, it's a lot of money. If you're showing people early on in the process, if you're sitting down with them and sketching stuff or working over the phone and showing them sketches and things like that, that's hours rather than days. And rubbing something out on a piece of paper or scribbling out and starting again because they don't like the placement of something, or you need a new screen because the journey's wrong. And when you're doing it on paper, like I said, it's days, maybe hours work rather than weeks later on down the line if you develop something and it's wrong or it's not quite right. So yeah, there's the business benefits of that too are huge, as far as money savings go, and as far as communication. You're keeping the customer, the person that you're making things for, in the loop all the time, and that's really cool. It's invisible, and I love the irony of this. I don't know if you can quite see me actually, but I took a picture with my sunglasses in it because I thought it would look cool, but you can see me in the sunglasses, so I'm not invisible at all. But I am. So I have written on my notes, it's like being Batman, but better at drawing. I didn't think I was going to say it, but I did just say it. As far as I'm concerned, being a good designer is pretty much invisible. And like I said, it's not just because I want to be Batman, which I would love to be. Many, many hours go into making something look like it's not been designed, which seems a bit strange, I suppose. But when you pick up an app or a website or a piece of software, as a user, you want to just go through it. I ordered takeaway and delivery last night, and I just wanted my food. I just wanted to get from A to B as quickly and easily as possible. And it's taken somebody behind the scenes a lot of time to make that happen. But I, as a user, just went, I want my food, please. So the invisibility of the design behind it, I think, is really quite an interesting thought. And I think you've done your job right, or at least I consider myself to do my job right when I've done that properly. So the way I kind of look at it is my job is to remove all the distractions, gain someone's focus, and then lead them down the right journey, or the journey that it is needed to go down. And it just feels instinctive. It's easy. They don't really see any other way you could do it, and that's the goal. So yeah, that's what I see as behind the hexagons. They're all little bits. Hopefully they sound kind of easy, and that's kind of the point. The process itself can seem a bit daunting, and processes like that, how do you put it in place? But it's all these little things. So I want to touch on a little bit like what I've done and what I think you can do in shorter amounts of time or smaller chunks to actually put bits of this process into your workflow and make it better, make things work better. So one of my favorites, getting involved early. So like I said, I actually find myself these days not actually designing anything until I've probably been involved in a project for 2 or 3 weeks before I even actually design anything. By early, getting involved early, I mean, so in our case, when a lead comes through or someone's talking to someone in sales, they get me involved too, which is nice. So we talk to people, do like pre-sales calls and stuff, where that for me is my time to be spongy and just soak up all the information, because at that point, like if you sit someone down and go, we're going to have a design meeting and I need to know all your ideas, they're probably not going to have loads of ideas. But at the beginning, when they're spilling their head out of like, oh, these are all the things I want to make, here's all my great ideas, you just sponge it all up, and they're the things you can keep for later on. You write them all down, draw them all, and then later on you go, I remember that person mentioned this thing, and they're going to be stoked on that if I put it in. So you can start to catalog all that stuff through, which is really, really good, and can be valuable to the customer. You meet them early, they get to know you, they get comfortable with you, which means that later on, throwing ideas around and stuff isn't a difficult thing. You don't have to be introduced later on. And I find a lot as well, like I said, I'm jumping around between basically every design process I can think of, but product design is quite a big thing. And that's something that I think comes into this a little bit, because a lot of the things that I experience is that people come with an idea and then we can help them to make that idea better, or not better necessarily, but different. Like they may think they want A, but really when you start to dig into it, they want B. And as a designer, you can help do that. You can draw pictures and show them things and be like, look, here's how this could work. What about that? And you can start to evolve this idea. So from a business point of view, you're kind of becoming integral to the project then, because you're making yourself invaluable, So yes, one of my favorites, getting involved early. Finding your users, they are definitely out there somewhere. Much harder to get hold of these days, I think, obviously, with the life we are leading. But getting some time with them or close to them or near them somewhere is very good and very useful. You can soak up all that stuff from the business when they bring you the idea of the project or what have you, but getting to know the people that are going to use it is key. This can be on varying scales. If you can get users to do testing, research, stuff like that, then amazing. If you can't, there are still ways to do it. The internet, I've done loads. You see websites pop up or things on social media of new things that people want to test, websites that want people looking around. You could advertise through, targeting stuff on social media to get the right kind of people to test your product. If you already have a product and you're looking at making it better, you've got some super users in that product, or you can have a little thing that comes up and asks them if they'd like to try the new version. Happens a lot in web apps. You log in and you go, this looks different. And then there's like a bar that says, this is the great new version. Do you want to try it or go back? That kind of thing, So there are ways to still get a bit of a feedback loop, even if you can't get hold of people specifically. But obviously talking to people and starting to get an idea of who's using this product is the aim, really. And then you build personas. They're generalistic. So you're not going to meet one person and then write about them exactly. But building a persona for a group of people, so you have this idea of who you're targeting with what you're building and your product, how it's going to meet their needs. So what I include in mine is their goals, their pain points, and their motivations. So the pain points and the goals sometimes are similar. So the pain leads to the goal. But if we can fix through those things, and then you're starting to get to a place where you're going to please people. Obviously, like I said, personas are general, and something to keep in mind when you're kind of thinking about talking to users and stuff is that each people can have isolated opinions. So you don't want to necessarily test with one person or speak to one person and take what they say as completely gospel. You need to have a set of people, and you need to capture that information in a way that is generalistic rather than exact. Another good thing to do when you're building personas is actually to have an empathy map of sorts or something like that. So you can document their emotional response to things, what they do online, where they go, what they read, these kind of things, because you can start to build a picture around that person. and you can build user journeys around that to make them happy. And something with personas, which is good to bear in mind, is that you build them at the beginning, but there's something to revisit. I mean, especially in the times we're in now, like people's habits have changed, people's opinions have changed, and the way they live their life has changed. So it's important to go back and think, is the thing I've got actually working for these people? So there's something that need nurturing. Name them, give them some love, and just keep on coming back and revisiting them, because they help later on down the line. You know, when you're in difficult design decisions, you know, do we need this page? Do we need this journey? You can come back to these and go, well, look, is this person, this type of person that is going to use this, are they going to go through that? Have they got enough time? You know, do they, you know, where they are when they're using this, are they going to have the time to read this massive thing, or do they just need a quick title? You know, it can help you with those things later on. This is the slide I changed last minute. Congratulations, me. So that has absolutely no notes on it. Well done, me. I changed it because it originally said run workshops, but I thought that was a little bit too narrow. Workshops are good. But what I really meant by it was just listening. It's listening the whole way through. Workshops are good for that. But listening to the information that people are giving you and cataloging it, like I said. So if you're getting involved early, even if you meet that person, like we have customers, or did when we had an office, people come into our office and stuff, and you meet them, you have a coffee, and you can, even the things you're getting then, to me at least, they're fuel for the fire of what goes on later on. So capturing all that information and keeping it for later is extremely useful. And asking questions, obviously. Can't just listen and say nothing. It's probably a bit awkward. So sometimes these things come down to the right questioning of people to get the right information out. But the more you do it, the more you kind of get to know that kind of stuff. Sketching and prototyping, which, as you can tell from my slides, is one of my favorite things to do. And part of the reason I drew this, because I wanted to make a point that you can communicate information by just drawing stuff and writing things down. So hopefully that's come across. Yeah. Again, like I said earlier on, it's for me anyway, and I think a lot of people, it's a great way to communicate. I've had meetings with companies or people that have not understood a single thing I've said, but as soon as I draw it, they're like, gotcha, totally understand where you're coming from. And you can get some post-it notes like this one, or you can just draw some, half the time it's just boxes on a piece of paper that link to each other, but people start to get the idea of how this thing's going to work. And the experience I've had is that the ideas that people are coming to you with to get built, they've normally had these ideas for a long time. So to see someone start visualizing them and putting some meat around the bones of it and going, well, hey, how about this? Put these things together, and then the person clicks on this and goes to that, it gets them excited. It gets them like really, yeah, like I said, pepped up on stuff, which is great. And as I said before, a good business benefit. They are quick to do sketches, and you don't have to be an artist. It's like this one. I even used a ruler, boxes on pieces of paper that can really illustrate journeys or layouts and things like that. It's not a case of design at this point. You're not doing the UI. You're just trying to illustrate how something's going to look or how something's going to feel for someone going through it. So yeah, as they say, pen is mightier than the sword. I don't know why you'd use a sword, but you get the point. Prototyping is also super useful. We've done it for a few different people where you can programs like Sketch, Adobe XD, things like that. You put together a flat prototype that maybe takes you a couple of days. You link a few screens together, and you can go and test that with people. You can take that out to customers. We've done it with taking it out to people in certain branches of places where they can then have it on a mobile. And if you've made enough screens, they don't normally hit the edges as far as they're concerned. It's a thing, it's an app, or it's a whatever that works, and they can go through it, and you can see them use it, and you can get their reaction to it, and you can see how they use it. And then if people do bump against the edges, and they've realized that you haven't made that screen and it's just a design, then that's good, because you can show that it shows how inquisitive they are, and it shows where you probably need to start thinking next. So they can be really useful. And like I said, they're quite cheap to make, but if you were to prototype something flat in something like Sketch, maybe a couple of days for a few screens, whereas if you were taking that into development and then testing it later, you've probably spent weeks or months making it, then you test it, and then you're getting the feedback then. So it's kind of like, it's quite far down the line. Which leads me quite nicely, as if I almost wrote it onto testing. So it's extremely important to circle back around and do all these things. So users, at the beginning, you're meeting them, you're asking them questions, you're learning all this stuff. It's kind of useless if you don't then get to the end and go back and go, did we answer those things? You had this problem. Did we fix it? Did we make it better? And like I said, that can be, you don't just have to test at the end. That's kind of something I think is important. You can test all the way through. So testing, I suppose, could be seen as a big thing you do at the end with the whole finished product. But like I said, it can be part way through. It can be with sketches. It can be with prototypes. It can even be on a component-based level, like working in an agile methodology like we do. I'm working on components a lot of the time. So once the initial thing is done and the design system's finished, you're working on components. So you're testing an actual component of a program. So that can be, you know, just sketching it, sending it off, getting some feedback, and you're bringing that feedback loop the whole way around. So I mean it from end game point of view, but I also mean it from the point of view that you can test the whole way through. Send sketches to people. Don't be worried that people are not going to see the final product. I've been there, and it's scary to think I can't send someone a really like boxy drawing on a piece of paper. And the first time I did it, I was terrified, but it totally works, and it keeps people in the loop. And you get feedback early when you can change it, rather than later when it's very, very expensive to change it or harder to change it. So yeah, that wraps it up. My fine people on the sunglasses are back, so thank you very much for listening to me. Hopefully it's been good and it's got you a bit stoked about this process. But yeah, that's me. I'm on Twitter if you want to come and ask me more questions or just hound me. And yeah, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Andrew. That's brilliant. If you just want to close your... Yeah, perfect.
I shall.
And thank you for your talk. We have got a few questions queued up from actually from in the room and from the audience. So that's quite exciting. Philippa, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so we're going through a very similar process at work, trying to understand the UX process in a wider capacity, so kind of getting product involved and engineering and stuff like that. So 100% agree. But I have got some questions in terms of the kind of the empathy part that you touched on, and kind of empathy versus revenue, and how can designers emphasize the importance of empathy. So, you know, when people, I would go and be like, yeah, but it's really important that a user can find this and they feel good about it. And they're like, yeah, but that's not going to make us money. So why should we care about that? So
yeah,
how can you?
It's hard. I think that's the thing. It is difficult. And I think our job is hard because we are balancing that line. We're dancing that line in between trying to make the business happy and the user happy. And you've got to try and do something in between. I mean, what I've always found that kind of helps is presenting what would happen if you didn't do it. And I think that sometimes is it's a bit shock factor-ish, maybe not very nice to do sometimes, but the idea of kind of, look, these are the people that are going to spread word of mouth about our product, they're going to push out, share it online, send it to people, all these kind of things. And the little, I always ask people the question when I first speak to them, and they'd say, well, is it important? Is design important? Does it matter? Are people not just going to use it? Especially when it's internal applications. They're like, well, it's part of their job, so they'll probably just use it. And it's like, but you can make using it a pleasure, and then you can make those people enjoy it so much that they pass it on, but also it becomes one of their sort of things that they go to, you know? So yeah, it's hard, I think, relating the empathy back to the revenue somehow. Like, you know, it may not, some of the decisions you make may cost more than they seem like they make. But I think in the long run, the actual brand awareness or the kind of the way that product feels to someone that boosts your brand is just as important as whether you actually see it on the bottom line, I guess.
Perfect. There's more questions coming in. So I've got one from Matthew. How or why did you, Andrew, end up in software design? Like, how come?
Good question. Yeah, I've been around the houses a lot, so I ask myself that question sometimes too. But I mean, I love doing design work, and when I first started as a designer, graphics was my thing. But that's why I kind of wanted to talk about processes like this, because the thing that always interested me with digital design was being able to change it. So I got into websites first, and the idea of being able to grow something. I listened to a podcast a couple of nights ago that was really interesting. It was all about kind of audience development, but the interesting prospect of what got you from yesterday to today is not the same thing that will get you from today to tomorrow. And I love that idea of like progressing something through. So I think that's what probably led me to doing software. And I'm a bit of a nerd, so I spend a lot of time on apps online and all things like that. So like it was a natural progression for me, I think.
Perfect. I've got a couple of more questions along that line. Nick asks, first of all, he says, great, thanks. But he asks, are all your projects agile and cost plus, or are they fixed price? If so, anything you do differently?
We do a bit of both. So we do price dependent on how people want the price, basically, because some people want it fixed price. Obviously, we work agile both ways. I mean, our estimate, I don't do a lot of this. I do the design estimating, but not the wider project estimating. But our estimating process is constantly being evolved upon to make sure it's as good as it can be. So really, the two kind of go hand in hand. We very much tend to not, give a price that then continue to inflate. They're almost the same thing. But I think the thing is, the more you do these things, isn't it? Right. So the more you do them, the more you're used to how long they're going to take. And part of what I do to make my job a bit easier as far as time goes, I'm very bad at having my ideas between the 9 to 5 time. So I catalogue the things I think of. I have books upon books of drawings of things that I think one day that'll come in handy. And then I start a project, or I speak to someone and I go, hey, they'd be the perfect candidate for that thing. And so it's hard to juggle the time, but I think the answer, I suppose, is we do a mixture of the two, dependent on how people need to see the price and how the project's working. We tend to work a lot kind of in partnership with our customers, so it's more ongoing work, so we're continuing to go through this process and evolve things rather than a project that's finished and done kind of thing.
Perfect. Benjamin is asking, have you seen any particularly innovative UX designs which appeared to be influenced to favor those working from home, more using video conferencing tools, other software now making an appearance?
I actually can't think of anything off the top of my head, but the whole this whole shift is quite interesting to me, because it's even locally. So I live just on the edge of Bath, and locally, there's loads of companies that have just been really quick at evolving to the way they deliver their services, or deliver even food or things like that. So no, I haven't got anything off the top of my head because my mind's a bit blank. But I mean, obviously things like the rise of, well, we're on it now, Zoom and things like that. There's certain services that have been turned around so quick to help with things like this, and they've done it with Teams and things like. The Teams is always evolving to make things easier for people, making kind of drop-in meetings easier and all that kind of stuff. So I think even if the program existed already, everyone's been evolving stuff so fast to go, oh, we need to meet this need. Because I think one of the things in Teams was you couldn't have a certain amount of people. It was like a cap on a certain amount of people, because, last year you didn't have to have meetings with 20 people in, but now you do. So, yeah.
Perfect. More questions. Let me see. How do you ideate when working remotely and in isolation? You were talking earlier about sort of the ideation process, and I'm personally thinking more about how this would sort of cross-pollinate sort of two communications, which is where I work a little bit more, so that because there is for me, both of the streams, design and marketing, are very creative streams, and actually working and video conferencing only goes so far. Is there anything that you have found really useful with your team in order to bring that sort of informal, bouncing off ideas back into the workspace?
Yeah, it is hard, I won't lie. I think I used to spend a lot of my time in meeting rooms with whiteboards, just drawing things up and things like that. So just what I've personally tried to do, so with a few projects we've done recently, getting everyone on a call like this, but just keeping it simple, because there's things online you can do, online whiteboarding and stuff like that, but literally just sketching and holding up a piece of paper of, hey, it should totally look like this. I think the thing for me is always I always say to people when we do these kind of chats, we're trying to come up with ideas and we're walking through it, what I tend to do is not have dedicated meetings for this is an ideas meeting, because otherwise you probably have no ideas anyway, because it's pressure. So earlier on when you're talking about the idea, you just start to go through it there, and you kind of naturally, people will start to hopefully gravitate towards the ideation side of things. but yeah, keeping it simple with people just being able to hold a piece of paper up, be like, it should look like this. It's funny how many people do that, you know, like funny how many people actually have these. I receive text messages from customers and stuff with just like, you know, back of a leaflet drawn with like, this should go here and that's this thing and that should go over to this way. But it just says so much. It is harder, I think, because virtually the energy is different. So the energy when you're all in one room can become quite creative, and you can foster that kind of, you know, let's throw some really crazy ideas around and see what sticks. But so yeah, that part's hard to replicate, which I guess will only get a bit better when we see each other in person. The good thing, I suppose, is people are getting more used to video conferencing now. I think if you were to early last year say, let's have a video chat, they'd be like, no, that's weird. Don't need to see your face. But now everyone's like, hey, let's like 10 of us jump on a call and just sketch some stuff out. And they're like, okay, yeah, because like they've probably been doing it for weeks or what have you, so it's become a bit more normal. So it's easing up a little bit, but yeah, it is a little bit harder. But I'm very much a scribble on a piece of paper and show it in front of the camera kind of guy.
Okay, I've got one more from the audience. I think you had another one as well, haven't you? So Hannah is asking, which brand is your favorite visually and why?
Ooh, good one. I have a lot of favorite visual brands. I'm an Apple nerd through and through, so I'd probably say, like, from a UI point of view, they've got it nailed. But yeah, that's hard. I think it depends what I'm looking at, you know. So Vans is my thing as far as clothing and shoes and everything goes. But yeah, the UI side of things, I think Apple have got it. So, which is probably a very generic answer. I'm sure everyone would say that. I think things like that are they're one of the epitomes of like giving the people what they need type thing, charging you a premium but giving you what you need. There's a couple of littler companies. There's something we use to track time called Harvest. That I like that. They've got a really slick UI. Nice little touches, like every time you open it in the morning, you get like a quote from Yoda or something like that.
I love it.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then lastly,
I had a question about iteration and perfection. So how to show the value, I think probably within smaller businesses, of iterative design rather than get it right the first time and it being understood by smaller businesses, because obviously budgets are smaller, stuff like that. And how do you show the value of it?
Yeah, that's an interesting one actually, because I suppose it's that first impressions thing, right? Like you're making a thing the first time someone sees it. I think very much people have an idea that someone will see it the first time, and if they hate it, they'll leave, and that probably is true. But I think the thing is that people are much more resilient these days with stuff like that. But also I think it boils down to what I always try and get to, and what I write into part of the briefs that I write technically for myself, but the customers see them too, so we can kind of sign them off. But part of what I write into that is almost like a statement of why you're doing what you're doing. So if it answers that, then it's kind of your success metric, I guess, because like perfectionism is so hard, and I guess being perfect doesn't exist, right? So if you can answer the question of that, then you're winning. So if you're creating an app so people can order food, if that process worked well and you can get people through it and it answers the questions and the problems that people had at the beginning, and you've tested it and it worked later, then it's good enough to go. It is hard because getting people to have the idea of like an MVP and a first thing that you put out is extremely hard. And I think one of the biggest challenges is probably the amount you're trying to fit into that MVP, because it starts to get bigger and bigger because everyone wants it to be perfect, as you said. But I suppose roadmaps and things like that help with things like that, so that you answer your core question, you solve your core problems, and then you can go down the hierarchy of the rest of what you need to build on top of that. Sometimes a way of selling it, which is good, is it's quite a good PR opportunity. It's quite a good marketing opportunity. You know, if you look at companies like Apple or all these different updates, actually become hey, we're still here. You should totally come and check out the new stuff we've just made. So it kind of becomes like almost sometimes you don't want to hold things back necessarily, but you can also, it becomes a constant reminder to people that you exist and you've got this new thing and isn't it great? And you've got more chance to get people to join in. And whereas if you put everything out to start with, you have that kind of big bang, and then you're like, don't have anything to say now. So yeah, it's good to keep things kind of in a bit of a roadmap, I think. And yeah, harder when budgets are constrained. But then I think, yeah, if you're answering the core question of what it is that you're doing, then
how do you stop, or no, how do you manage scope creep? You know, when somebody comes in and they say, well, but I would like a button there, and you're like nearly close to release. I think that's quite an issue. I've
just add a bit more of this and just add this.
I don't like that color. I need to change this. That drop down, no. And they've before signed it off. Like, how do you manage that? Because I assume in design, from what Philippa always tells me, that is one of the main things that causes a lot of friction between the client and the teams and can make a project far more painful than it has to be.
Yeah, big time. I think yeah, it is definitely a problem. I think it's obviously dependent on who you're working with and how their mind kind of works. I kind of try and solve it bit by bit along the process. So kind of if you're sketching with them at the beginning, they're starting to see layouts and stuff, and you can make amendments there. I think probably part of the answer is that depending on who it is, you're sometimes never going to be able to stop it, because they might be the kind of people that just continue to see change and continue to want to change things. But yeah, trying to answer it along the way, you know, so you've got sketches at the beginning, you start to build a design system, so they're seeing components and how all those components together, and you can kind of, sometimes a lot of my job is at that point of the project is explaining why we shouldn't change things. Because you've got the continuity of a design system, you've got the continuity of the journeys, and sometimes it's easy to look at something in isolation and go, well, on that screen we should have a button there, and you're like, but in the rest of the app, the button's on the left and it looks like this, so we don't. That would break the continuity of the system. We're going to do this, and sometimes that answers the problem, not always. Yeah, it's hard, and something we do a lot is just communicate internally. So I work really closely with the developers. So when we're on a team together, I run everything by them as well. So because it could be very easy for me to make a decision that takes me 10 minutes to do and takes them 2 days. So it's important to run that through with them and say, well, look, if we did this, what's the actual implications of it, and how is that going to change things? And sometimes it's important, I think, if you can justify the change. If the change is just merely visual, then it's sometimes based on what that person is seeing. Whereas if it's, you know, if you can justify it and say, well, that button needs to move to there because the user's not going to see it and they're not going to click it, et cetera, then it's justified and you should probably do it. But if it's a case of, I just don't like that shade of pink, then it's subjective, isn't it? So.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Andrew. If you've got any more questions for Andrew, catch him on Twitter, ask him. I think he might be hanging around at the conference today as well. He's been watching this morning. Thank you, Andrew.
I'm about.
And thank you for answering all of those great questions so very well. So
no problem.
We'll see you around.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Up next, we've got a lunch break, and we've got a very special guest in just for you guys. So we're going to do some live music over lunch, so you can just pop your screen on, listen, eat your lunch. We've got Jimmy Ireland joining us, and I'm going to introduce him so that he can tell you a bit about himself. And yeah, here we go. Round of applause for him. Right, I'm going to scoot off.
Hi, my name is Jimmy Ireland. I'm a Exeter-based singer-songwriter. I'm not very good at talking. Hopefully I'm a bit better at singing. I've been doing music for about 9 years in Exeter now, and I go to different pubs and events. Obviously I can't do so much now, so it's really good to be out playing music again, even though it's to people on a screen. So I'm going to play some music today for about 45 minutes. I'm going to do some covers, and I'm going to do some of my original music as well. Some of the tracks are going to be from my latest EP, which came out last year. So I hope you enjoy. Thank you. So this first one is one of my own. This is called In My Blood. Oh, Captain Stripling's going to war, and heaven knows what he's fighting for. And he'll be gone by the break of dawn. Well, he'll be gone. Oh, Captain Stripling's got a life, and back at home he has his wife and a baby girl that's just been born. And she cries. 'Cause in my blood and in my bones, well, you live on, and I'm not alone. 'Oh, Captain Stripling's on the run, and in his hands he holds his gun, and he lifts his head up to the sun, and he fires. 'Cause in my blood and in my bones, well, you live on, and I'm not alone. 'Cause in my blood and in my bones, and in my heart, and in my soul. Thank you. So nice to have an attentive audience. As I said before, I released a EP last June. And this is the title track. This is called Silver Sands.
Oh, we'll ride our bikes, boys. Oh, we'll ride our bikes up to the dunes. Oh, we'll have to wait, boys. Oh, we'll have to wait, they'll be here soon. And the silver sands between our toes will light the way to promise gold, to promise gold. Oh, go dig your trenches. Oh, go dig your trenches in the sun. Oh, go grab your spotlight. Oh, go grab your spotlight and let's run. And the silver sands between our toes will light the way to promise gold, to promise gold. So you found a girl, oh, you're gonna marry her, you say. Oh, well, here I am. Oh, well, here I stand at your wedding day. And the silver sands between our toes will light the way to promise gold. And the silver sands between our toes will light the way to promise gold, to promise gold.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to do a cover now. This is a song by a little band called the Beatles, and this is a track called Blackbird. Blackbird sing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to rise. Blackbird sing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly. Blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird fly. Blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird sing in the dead of night. Well, take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life you were only waiting for this moment to rise. You were only waiting for this moment to rise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. Thank you. Do a bit of a tuning here. This is another track from my EP. This is called The Big Tree. When I was a teen, I didn't know much about anything. I thought I did. Well, I'm older now, and I've had to learn some way somehow since I was a kid. Meet me by the big tree, and we'll watch the boats float out to sea. Come take a seat next to me, and we'll work things out
under the big tree. Well, it's been a while, and I've traveled 9,100 miles to see you again. Well, this town has changed, but all of your faces remain the same as they were back then. Meet me by the big tree, and we'll watch the boats float out to sea. Come take a seat next to me, and we'll work things out under the big tree. Meet me by the big tree, and we'll watch the boats float out to sea. Come take a seat next to me, and we'll work things out under the big tree. Come take a seat next to me, and we'll work things out under the big tree. Thank you. This is a song that I wrote just before lockdown. Stuff that I wrote in lockdown, it's not quite ready yet. This is called Box of Memories. In a cardboard box beside my bed, are the memories I've collected through the years. And a fedora hat that I used to wear. And a scarf that's red and black in need of repair. And how things have changed from what they used to be. Love letters written from an old flame. Soaked in her scent, addressed to my name. but the perfume's faded now, like the meaning in those words. And I just can't throw them out in the fear of feeling hurt. And how things have changed from what they used to be. I'll keep them safe in my box of memories. And how things have changed from what they used to be. I'll keep them safe in my box of memories. I'll keep them safe in my box of memories. Thank you. This next one's a cover. This is probably the first song, one of the first songs I learnt on guitar so long ago. This is a little song called I Will Follow You Into the Dark. It's by a band called Def Cab for Cutie. Love of mine, someday you will die, and I'll be close behind. I'll follow you into the dark. No blinding lights or tunnels to gates of white, just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hint of a spark. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the notes on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. In Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I got my knuckles bruised by a lady in black, and I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear is the heart of love. So I never went back. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. You and me have seen everything to see, from Bangkok to Calgary, till the soles of his shoes are all worn down. The time for sleep is now, and it's nothing to cry about, 'cause we'll hold each other soon in the blackest of rooms. If heaven and hell decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the nose on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, then I'll follow you into the dark. Then I'll follow you into the dark. Thank you. It's another one of my own. This is called Home. Well, home is bricks and mortar and a roof above your head. And home is where your sons and daughters lay in their beds. And home is the light at the end of the dark. Well, home is friends and family, the ones who call your own. And it's a place where you can run to whenever you feel alone. And home is the light at the end of the dark. And home is the fire, and home is the spark, and home is the feeling down in your soul. Home is so much more than a house on a road. And you know, if you ever need me, I'll carry a load. And home is the light at the end of the dark. And home is the fire, and home is the spark, and home is the feeling down in your soul. home. Thank you. Right, I've got a couple more for you. Is that about right? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. This one's a cover. This is a song called Bee Swing by a guy called Richard Thompson. I was 19 when I came to town. They called it the summer of love. They were burning babies, burning flags, the hawks against the doves. Well, I took a job at a steamy down on Coldham Street, and I fell in love with a laundry girl who's working next to me. Well, she was a rare thing, as fine as a bee's wing, so fine a breath of wind might blow her away. And she was a lost child, and she was running wild. Said as long as there's no price in love, I'll stay. And you wouldn't want me any other way. Brown hair zigzagged around her face in a look of half surprise. Like a fox caught in the headlights, there was animal in her eyes. She said, young man, oh can't you see, I'm not the factory kind. And if you don't get me out of here, well, I'll surely lose my mind. Well, she was a rare thing, as fine as a bee's wing, so fine that I might crush her where she lay. And she was a lost child, and she was running wild. Said as long as there's no price on love, I'll stay. And you wouldn't want me any other way. He was camping down the going time, the work was pretty good. She thought that we shouldn't wait for the frost, and I thought that we should. We was drinking more in those days, and tempers reached a pitch, and like a fool I let her run with that rambling itch. Well, they say a flower's faded now, hard weather and hard booze, but I guess it's just the price you pay for the chains he refused. Well, she was a rare thing, as fine as a bee's wing, and I miss her even more than words could say. And if I could just taste all of her wildness now, if I could hold her in my arms today, well, I wouldn't want her any other way. Well, I wouldn't want her any other way. Well, I wouldn't want her any other way. Thank you.
One more. I'm going to finish off with another one off the EP. This has got a funny name. This is called Odette Morfette. It's all about a Australian burlesque dancer who I may have dated. She's looking out from her window. City lies far from home, with nothing but her suitcase, cigarettes and her phone. Well, you could say that she's different now, and you could say that she's special now, and 'cause she's Odette Morfette in the flesh. And they say she is the best, but she's nothing more, nothing less, and nothing to do with me. Strike a pose for the camera and focus on what's ahead. And fake a smile for the papers, 'cause all they print is black, white, blue, red. And I can't believe that she changed her name. Well, it's so hard to believe that she's not the same, 'cause she's Odette Morfette in the flesh. And they say she is the best, but she's nothing more, nothing less, and nothing to do with me. Well, open your feather wings and fly. Well, open your feather wings and fly, 'cause she's Odette Morfette in the flesh. And they say she is the best, and 'cause she's Odette, Queen of Burlesque. And they'll scream she is the best, but she is nothing more, nothing less, and nothing to do. Nothing more, nothing less, and nothing to do. Nothing more, nothing less, and nothing to do with me.
Thank you.
Right, we're just going to take 5-10 minutes to just do a tech change and just get cameras realigned and stuff like that. So we'll see you after these messages. Go. There we go.
Nah, I don't need to update.
Most, if not all of us in STEM are working in the industry because we have a vision of the future that we want to play a part in creating. Whether that's something like this, or perhaps something like this, we know it's not going to be easy to get there. There are many roadblocks in the form of time and money, of course, but also in terms of political and social inertia to change. We collectively need to make immediate, radical changes in society to tackle some of the world's most pressing problems before we can get to that vision. However, there's a great deal of political and social resistance to making those changes. The latter might stem from a lack of financial or legal impetus to making any changes, but on the other hand, it could be due to a lack of understanding, perhaps of the issue and of the severity of it. It could be wrapped up in some misinformation. It could be a case of sticking your head in the sand in the face of a situation that seems hopeless. I think that for those issues there is a solution, and that's by making a bridge between the experts and the public to help them understand, to give them a clear and trustworthy source of information, and to crucially give them hope for the future. Here I want to express the importance of engaging the public with your collective efforts to bring them on board with that vision so that we can try to make it a reality. Let me give you an insight into our ambitions as Exeter Science Centre. We're hoping to be this bridge between the experts and the public in the southwest of the UK, and we believe that we need to change the narrative on how global issues are presented. We feel that education through optimism and hope is most powerful in driving long-term change. And we hope that by connecting the public with current research and industry in global challenges and connecting them with the people behind this work, and crucially giving them an opportunity to meaningfully engage with it, we might increase our team of allies who want to work together to make that vision a reality. Science centres are well placed to facilitate this. They have a well-documented positive impact on the public, And we want to take the very best aspects of the best science centres around the world, work with artists and creatives to make an influential, positive experience for our visitors. We're fundraising to create the physical centre at the moment, and in the meantime, we're determined to start making a difference. And we'd like to work with you to help share your work with the public and inform, upskill, inspire, and motivate them to be part of the change that we need to see. Look us up, get in touch, and let's make it happen.
My name is Ghana Alampally. I was born in Chennai, India, but I grew up in Leicestershire. I chose the Exeter MBA because it has a great focus on sustainability and innovation and how we can be better leaders as these kind of levers change our society. Career-wise, I'm really interested in going down a technology advisory route that combines my passion for things like AI, blockchain and robotics. I think the MBA at Exeter really helped me pursue my interest in technology because it combines innovation and also teaches us how it affects society around us. The programme Exeter has made me become a better leader in a number of ways. Firstly, it's allowed me to understand new negotiation and leadership theory. Secondly, it's allowed me to transfer that theory into the group work that we do throughout the programme, working with people from diverse cultures and backgrounds. There's been quite a few highlights over the MBA. For me, it's working with IKEA during the Corporate Challenge Week, which was really combining a week-long intensive case study to help them solve a real-life business problem. I am the first person in my family to study for an MBA. It feels like a great honour, and I hope I can make them proud.
The software provides assistance at an early stage in the design process, in the research and design process, by enabling an understanding of both mechanisms at work and how a product will perform, or how it does perform, in order to be able to change then, obviously, how it's designed to perform better. The whole process starts with scanning an object. That image would then be imported into the software, Scan IP we sell, and it would be processed in such a way that we could reconstruct surfaces from it to break it up into these primitive shapes, which are suitable then for what are well-established commercial physics-based simulation solvers. So the primary way in which it helps our customers, or how customers can benefit, is by simplifying and reducing the cost of trialing hundreds and hundreds of different designs physically by replacing this physical testing with an early virtual testing.
Welcome back, everybody. How good was your lunch break? We absolutely loved having Jimmy here. So thank you again, Jimmy, for coming in and giving us such a chilled out lunch hour, half an hour, whatever.
Yeah, for sure. Up next, we have Lyssa-Fêe, who's going to be sharing her marketing experiences and tools and techniques to try. She is founder of Kraken Marketing. So also her Twitter handle is there. So if you want to tweet throughout her talk. But get your questions in while she's speaking as well. So she's going to be on our main stage. And then on track 2...
we have got an SEO panel packed with really, really good talks. So we've got 3 lightning talks on a panel there. Then we've got Laurent Briquel talking about the future of natural search. Then we will have Sabrina Bundell talking about creating a strategy to win long-tail queries. And then we'll have Sharon Supriya talking about search revenue strategy to kickstart revenue growth. And then all 3 of them will be on a panel hosted by Jay Cowell, who did an SEO talk earlier, a Google Ads talk. And head over to track 2 if that's your thing. Stay with us if digital marketing, analytics, and other exciting magic are your thing. So, hello, Lyssa.
Hi, how you doing?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Really excited to be here.
Okie dokie. Well, I think the stage is yours, really. It's yours. Go on, do it.
Okay. So we're going to keep on.
In Cornwall, we specialise working. Hi, I'm Lyssa-Fêe Crump. I'm the founder of Kraken Marketing, which is a totally badass marketing agency in Cornwall. We specialise working with tech companies. Before that, I spent over 10 years in-house marketing e-health, e-commerce, and software development companies. I love gifts, which will become very apparent during this presentation. In my spare time, I do a lot of cross-stitch. Specifically, I like to cross-stitch profanity surrounded by pretty floral borders. I go on road trips in my van and find wild camping spots to have adventures in. Now, normally when I do talks, they're in person, and inevitably I will always do awkward finger guns. Now, because you're not really going to get the full experience of that, you can have this instead. It's a close second. So my Twitter handle's on the slides here. It's @LyssaCrump. Please tweet me any questions you've got and I'll get back to you. Alternatively, there's also the Kraken Marketing Twitter account. So today I'm going to talk to you about data-driven design and other analytical marketing magic, which I didn't realize was such a tongue twister when I came up with the name, and now I struggle to say it. But I particularly want to focus on this quote. "Half the money I spend on advertising is wasted. The trouble is I don't know which half." And that was said by John Wanamaker. Now, gosh, everyone in marketing and a lot of people in business will have heard this quote, and I hear it referred to all the time. I have a big, big problem with this. It was said before 1922, like WTF. I'm trying to watch my language during this talk, so WTF, guys. People talk about it as though that's still relevant. This is before the internet. This was, the Victorian era or just after. So much has changed in the world now that this is not a relevant thing to be saying about your business. It's so easy for brands to get stuck in a cycle of creating content that they love, that they think looks and sounds great, that they think represents their brand. But, does it work? That's the key thing we want to look at is it working? So data-driven marketing helps businesses level up. It's that simple. Level up. I say level up an awful lot, and I can only now say it while singing about the Sierra song. But I promise not to sing at you at all during this talk, because that would be painful for everyone involved. So there are lots of tools and strategies that can help you make informed decisions based on how your customers or users interact with your creative. But I think I need to give it this warning. You might not always like the answers. It can be really hard when you think they're going to like one thing when actually they really respond well to something that you don't particularly like. So then you have to make some difficult choices. Data-driven marketing is the only way forward. It should be a fundamental part of your business strategy. Like, you need to stop guessing if your creative's converting and find out for sure. So again, what the F do I mean by data-driven? Data-driven means that your strategies are built on insights that you pull from data. You need to understand the data and how you get that data. You need to organize, analyze, and apply that data to improve your marketing. So in English, you need to make informed decisions, review them regularly, and make changes iteratively. But why? What are the benefits? I'm now wishing I'd put this "but why" gif in there. That is probably one of my most used memes. I will tweet it afterwards so you can see which one, because I feel like I really missed a trick there. But the benefits. You need to be saying the right things to the right people at the right time, and that is how you make conversions. Data-driven marketing means you can really, really personalize what you're doing. So let's get personal. Being informed about your prospects makes it so much easier to segment your audience. This allows you to give a better customer experience as well as convert more people. Happy people, that's what we want in the world, and more money. So we want to make those dollar bills, yo. There are a lot of different tactics that you can use. So in this talk, I'm going to break some of them down in kind of a whistle-stop tour, because there's so many things you could be doing. And I've only got 45 minutes. So let's get cracking. Yay! So first of all, retargeting. I used to really hate these ads when they first kind of came about. These are the adverts that stalk you across the internet when you've looked at something, I don't know, like a t-shirt. And then everywhere you go, this t-shirt pops up. It pops up on your social media. It pops up on other websites. It's like stalking to you. I used to call them stalking ads. But you know what? They are so effective. We may sit and moan about them, but they work. So what happens is, you can do it from someone's purchase from you. Say perhaps they purchased a tent. You can then target them with ads for sleeping bags or airbeds, things that are related to that original purchase that you think, from your data, that they will like. If you have read a blog about how to outsource your software development, you can then target them with ads about how you work or offering a free consultation. By using this data, you can give them really relevant offers, things that they will actually like. And if they haven't converted, it's a great opportunity for you to remind them of your awesomeness. Just make sure your pixels are firing properly. I hate it when you look and purchase a fridge and then you get targeted with ads for fridges by them again for weeks. I am not starting a collection of fridges. I have purchased one. I am done. But this infographic here is just to represent the whole process for you. So the user's there, they go online, they look at something you've got, you track their data, then you follow them again, hopefully they convert, and then they're happy, you're happy, everyone's a winner. But no one's collecting fridges. The next thing I want to talk to you about is heat mapping. I imagine most people in here would have heard about heat mapping, but I'm still going to cover it because it's such a key player. It's a broad term, heat mapping, that covers like hover maps and click maps, attention maps, scroll maps, loads of the good stuff. Hover maps show you where you've hovered over a page with a mouse cursor. The accuracy is questionable. People might look at things that they're not hovering over. But I'm always surprised when you watch the video playbacks how many people follow the line of text they're reading with the cursor. If it works for you, it works for you, but it never fails to surprise me. Click maps. So they are the bad boys that show you where people are clicking. So why is this useful? If people are clicking somewhere thinking it's going to be a link and it's not, they're getting frustrated, and that's a really easy win for you to then turn that into a link to something. You can easily give them what they want and give them good UX by looking at this data. Scroll maps show you how far down the web page people are scrolling, and you can look on mobile, on desktop, or on tablets. If less than 50% of people are making it to the bottom of your page and you have a really low conversion rate, you've got a bit of a problem. They're either not finding the content that they want in the right place or higher up enough the page. Your content's boring or not converting. Like maybe it's just way, way, way too long and the good stuff's right at the bottom. So play around with testing the kind of the layout of the page. Maybe try and put some of the content you've got hidden at the bottom at the top. See if that works. Above the fold has to be killer content and really engaging. That's like prime real estate. Oh, sorry. So above the fold, which is a really old term that comes from newspapers, but now we talk to it again with websites. So what you can see before you scroll. So above the fold on mobile and above the fold on your website. It's very in right now to have a big hero image covering the whole top of it, or a video. Lots of different ways of using that real estate, but make sure it's pops and actually says something. Cool. So let me just show you a bit of heat mapping, what it looks like on my website as an example. This is a click map. So if we can see here, that's really highly concentrated area where people are clicking, which is great because that's the menu button. Also, people are clicking quite a lot here, which takes you to home. But interestingly, they already are home. So maybe that's something I need to look at. What does that do when they're on home? Because they're clicking it and going to the same place. And also here, contact is getting loads of clicks. Lovely. Sporadic ones that don't mean anything, but that is likely to happen because people click on websites when they're not clicking on things. So you just got to kind of look at what's negligible data and what's actionable data. This is scroll maps. So on desktop, top of my homepage, it's bright, bright red because 100% of my visitors have been at this point. Thankfully, there'd be a problem if not. And if you look here, it shows you the whole color way from hot all the way down to cold. So the next slide, this is the bottom of my homepage on desktop, and 34% of people are making it to that point. Do you know what? Not that bad. There is room for improvement there, and in my next iteration, there will be some changes, but 34%, it's a pretty hefty number. And then if we look at it on mobile, it points out the average fold here, which is really handy. And at the mobile, 46% of people are getting to the bottom page of the page, which is cool. So really, that's more impressive. I've seen some scary stats on this, where only 10% or 0% of people are getting to the bottom of the page when they've also had a really low conversion rate. That is alarm bells. That is when you need to be making big changes. Woohoo! How cool is that? Lots of cool data that is easily actionable and really easy to look at and digest. You don't need to be a mathematician to look at that data and interpret it. Next up, I'm going to talk split testing. which is also sometimes called A/B testing. Basically, it's allowing you to look at 2 or more versions of something at the same time. Oh, all the juicy data you get from that. So this means you can see which version or which variants work better. So what would you want to test in this? Well, you can test hero images, like I was just talking about above the fold. Does this image work better than this next image? Is this copy compelling more people to take action? Do more people click this button if it's green than red? But it's not just on website split testing. You can do this with emails. You can split test subject headers. Do people respond better with emojis in the subject header? Do more people open it? Is this design-focused email better than just copy-focused? Are more people converting or clicking through or opening with these different changes? So there's so many things that you can change and test, which is really, really exciting for a data-driven marketer. But just going back to that emails thing, emojis in email headers, subject lines, you might think, oh, that's really not professional, or that doesn't work for my brand. But a lot of studies have shown that it can increase open rates from 50% and have an increase in 93% in click-through rates, which is just insania. So maybe worth trying if you're doing email marketing. So here's just some stuff to represent split testing. This is my about page. You can't see right now, but this is obviously the release of the Kraken GIF, because how could I be called Kraken Marketing without having that GIF on my website? So here it is without a hero image on the kind of title section. And then here it is with an example of an image behind it. Oh, pentacly, suctiony goodness. So those are 2 things that you could split test against each other. The call to action here would be how many people contact or sign up to newsletters, etc. Because there's obviously no purchase facility. But when I've had a bit more time for my own marketing, there's going to be a free download on here, like kind of top tip stuff. So then that would also be another call to action to measure how many people downloaded this free download. Here is an example with the buttons as well. So I have some that are like this and some that are purple. And then it's interesting to see how many people click each one. There are some schools of thoughts that say your call to action button color should be something that is not used on your website anywhere, and like really just makes people go a bit, ugh, because then they're really inclined to click it. But I've worked with a lot of designers that find that really difficult because it isn't part of the color palette and looks a bit gross, but does it work? And the thing is with these studies, there's some that categorically say green buttons convert more, do a green button. But every brand is different. Every website's different. So what works there might not work for you. I have purple because it matches my color palette and I think it looks nice. If I find that my conversions are not high enough, then, maybe I will go for a different color that's striking that isn't used. My website's very goth, so it's pretty much black and purple with like some vibrant yellow on when you click contact, and that's it. So it is actually hard for me to find a color outside my color palette. But for other people, it can be difficult. So again, you would test this, you would split test it, you would see what works for you and what doesn't. Oh, next up, targeted email campaigns. So I touched a bit on emails already, talking about subject lines. But when you send an email, the reader opens it, they click through, and they purchase. Oh, mother flippin' heaven. But it's just not that easy usually. That's why we do targeted email campaigns. So if we send the right email to the right person at the right time, we're on to a winner. Maybe. And I just want to preface this with saying so many people are saying email is dead. Well, it's not. People are bored of email spam, but the stats of how many people convert and purchase and still sign up to things through emails are astronomical. So realistically, you should still be doing it. And if you're seeing poor results, look at what you're doing, because email does work if done correctly. That's my little soapbox speech. So, well-targeted emails improve the 5 R's of email writing, email marketing. I was getting confused there between the 3 R's of reading, writing, and arithmetic, and they are not 3 R's. But these are 5 R's. So relevance, response, revenue, relationship, retention. To send targeted emails, you should cement your audience, and you can do this in a number of ways. I read these off, how boring, but I'm going to do it. Geography, age, gender, persona, organization type, industry, job function, education level, seniority level, past purchases, purchase interest, buying frequency, purchase cycle, content topic, content format, interest level, stage and sales funnel, email type, satisfaction, index, event attendance, page views, in-store versus online, calls to action clicks, usage. There are more, but there's a good lot of things that you can segment your audience by. So many possibilities. I'll go back one. So once you know who you're emailing, you can tailor the content to them. If they have abandoned their cart without completing their purchase, you can email them a fun reminder. Hey, did you forget something? I don't know why I do silly voices. Sorry, guys. You can email the CTO with content about the benefits of outsourcing their software development. You can really target what you're putting out there for the person receiving it. So it's not just a really wide spray of the same content for everybody, because that's not going to work. I don't know, say if you were a camping company and you were sending emails to someone that had purchased, a three-way combi cool fridge, which would be used in camper vans or caravans, and then you started sending them things about tents, you're probably off the mark, because that's not what they're into. But if you started sending them stuff about gas regulators, then that is relevant and they're more likely to be interested. So it's really just really thinking about who you are sending stuff to. This would have been done in your personas or avatars or so many different names for it, user development. So when you create your target user profiles, this will help you with this. So big data, big topic. And again, as this is a whistle-stop tour, I'm just going to talk about one particular area of big data that you can use that's super accessible, and it's called Google Trends. It used to be called Google Fights. So we're going back a while in my marketing career, and you'd put the 2 terms in, and then Google would have this little, people fighting it out like boxing, and then it would give you the answer. They've gone a lot more professional and called it Google Trends now. Not quite as fun. But you can look at a number of different things with this. So here's an option. I say badass a lot. And I used to do it as 2 words, and then I looked at it to see what is the most common spelling of badass. And so I've selected worldwide here, where you can break it down by country. I've put for the time frame the last 12 months, but you can do it that shorter or longer, or from all time, which I think starts in 2004 here. And as you can see, badass and 1 word is the most popular search. Cool. Good data to know. I will stick to calling it badass. Another option for that would be log burner. Is that 1 or 2 words? What's the most commonly used? Because there's also, you can say, I'm technically correct, but if the whole word's searching it for it in a different way, and you want to be found, you got to go with the way they're looking as well. Another thing here is Christmas gift versus Easter egg. And as we can see, Christmas gift here is blue, is the blue line. And what do you know? In December, that's searched for the most. And then Easter egg is red, and what do you know? That's searched for in April. But this is over 12 months. So what about if we look at it over all time, or from 2004, past 5 years? How beautiful is that? Oh, look at that. So obviously every year Christmas gift is searched more at one time and Easter egg gift at another time. Easter egg. I think we all could all have probably deduced that ourselves without using Google Trends, but it's just an example to show you what you could be looking at. There might be things that are more related to your products and services. Well, there will be things that are more related to your products and services, but yeah, it's thinking about what they could be, and then you can plan content schedules around them and different times of year that people are searching, and you can also look at how people are searching and what for. And you can add more than 2 comparisons. You can add lots more, and you can look at it by country, because you might be serving the UK and America, and they might be searching for something different in America to what they're searching for in the UK. Oh my. You gotta love a George Takei gif. So next I want to talk AI and machine learning. Again, massive topic. But AI allows us to process big data and analytics in a way that human brains just can't. Machine saying bye now. I was amused by this one, sorry. So marketers have really benefited from the AI and machine learning. One example of this is social listening. This is where AI and machine learning learn to listen to your social channels and the internet in general, making note of conversations around phrases and keywords and brands. This allows brands to make improvements based on real feedback and opinions. What are people actually saying about you that they're not saying to you? Because, I don't know, I find quite often people are super quick to complain, but you're not getting, and like really shouty, but is that constructive feedback? People that could probably offer you better feedback might not be giving it to you directly because they're like, who's going to action it? But they'll be talking about you online. They might write a blog. They might be talking about you on social media, but not tagged you, so you don't see it. So this is about finding what people are saying without them saying it to you. Again, it sounds really stalkery, but it's on the internet. It's in the public domain. It's just about you finding it. Okay, so tools. You can't be a data-driven marketer without a big old tool stack. So I'm just going to go through some options for you. I try and keep them free or as cheap as possible because I'm tight like that. But some options are quite expensive. So it really depends on how much you're utilizing them. I would always try and go with a cheaper, freer version at first to start proving the business case and making sure you're actually using it, the data, and, using the tool before you fork out a load of money. But I'm just like that. Frugal. Okay, so heat mapping. Kind of the top 3 I would recommend are Hotjar, True Conversion, and Crazy Egg. Hotjar does offer a free version for up to 10,000 or 20,000 views on a web page. So for a lot of you, that will probably be really sufficient. And then when you get to that point, the recording stops, we can just start another recording on the same page. So it's not like then you're out. So yeah, heat mapping is really easy to add to the website as well with a little bit of code, and then non-techies can add on new heat maps all the time. So yeah, it's super user friendly and can be quite cheap. Would recommend. Can't talk digital marketing tools without talking about the OG Google Analytics. So much data can be had. It's great. Like, if you're not using it, I have no idea what you're doing. Split testing tools. Now, split testing, it comes in a bit pricey. VWO, you might need to sell a kidney to buy it. But there's other options like Optimizely and A/B Tasty. So, a few options to check out, but yeah, they can be costly. Social listening. So you got BuzzSumo, Sprout Social, Mention again, do a free kind of version, I mentioned .NET, you obviously don't get anywhere near the same functionality that if you purchase, but it could be a good way of getting out there and seeing what kind of information is available. There used to be something called Google Alerts. Well, sorry, there is something called Google Alerts, and it used to be great. You would go and set one up, say for a phrase like, oh, I might want to set in Lyssa Crump, and then anytime my name is in the press or, you know, on a website, I would get a notification, I'd get an email with a link to it, and I can go look at it. So I can make sure everyone was saying that I was really awesome and a total badass. But I found over the years, it just doesn't pick up on stuff. So I use mention.net, and I get lots of stuff from that Google Alerts never sends me. So hopefully Google will sort their lives out and get back on that. But at the minute, it's a bit disappointing. Other MVPs. I mean that in the sports term, not minimum viable products. I now realise that's confusing. Sorry, guys. Grammarly. It's not really like data driven, but like you need it in your life. It looks at spelling and grammar mistakes and gives you improvements and stuff. But if you use the paid version, like the free version is awesome, but the paid version, you can also tweak it to your company's brand's tone of voice, so you can get real specific, which is awesome. Buffer. Buffer is a social media scheduler, I guess is the best term. So you load in all your content I tend to do mine in blocks of a month. You just load it all in for different platforms, but it's really user friendly. You put it all in and then you can change the images and then tag in Twitter and stuff. So it's got good functionality, really low cost, can be free if you use less than 3 accounts. So it depends how many accounts you have for your platform. If you've got Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, cool. But if you want to add LinkedIn, then you're going over and you have to pay. But it's really cheap as tools go. Saves time, and if you then level up again, this is how they get you, and you pay more, you can get all the analytics from it as well. So you can learn more things about what time posts are performing well, who's engaging, what platforms are better for what kind of content. You can do all that stuff manually as well, but it's a time saver. Next up, we've got Canva. And you know what? I apologise for all the designers in the world, in the room, everywhere. Canva's a design tool for non-designers. And obviously it's not as good as the real thing. And if you're trained, God bless you. I wish I was, but I'm not. And when you're working on a skeleton crew like I am, I need to create social graphics. I need to create things for blogs and, you know, emails. I have to do design stuff, some slides. So I use Canva for that. It's also available for free, or if you pay for the paid for version, you get some extra stuff, like it will cut the background out and you can do like kind of PNGs and, you know, clear background, all that kind of good stuff that designers can do in like 2 seconds, but I can't. So I had to mention that here. MailChimp, it's a newsletter provider, e-newsletter, but it does some good stuff with segmentation and their GDPR compliance. Amazing. And yeah, they have some good tracking and they tell you who opens your emails the most and what things were most clicked and stuff. So, and it's free up to a certain level again. So really good entry level and higher. There are more comprehensive providers, but MailChimp is a good place to start again. Google Search Console used to be called Google Webmaster Tools. Now it's this. This is awesome. So much data. It tells you stuff about how your site's performing, if there's any issues that need fixing. It also shows you the search terms that people are finding you for, which is like SEO gold dust. So if you think that everyone that finds you is coming because you have a teal sofa on your website, trying to think of examples on the spot here. But then you look at this and you realize no one's looking for that. No one that's searching for you is finding you that. They're coming because you've got grey carpet. These are the worst examples, I do apologise, but it gives you informed results as to what people are actually searching and finding you for, as opposed to what you think you are. Or if there's something that you do and you specialise in and you realise no traffic is coming through. For example, I do SEO stuff. I'm all about search engine optimization. If I looked at my site to Google Search Console and saw that none of the traffic that came to my site was from people searching for SEO stuff, I would have to have a little think about what content I had there and make sure I had a good content campaign around SEO and make sure I was putting enough stuff out there for them people to be able to find it. I'm going a bit... what's that film where he goes in a loop and he doesn't know when he's in dreams and he has to do a spinning top? Totally forgot what that's called, but I felt a bit like that, talking about SEO and SEO and SEO then. Anyway, Search Console is free. Use it. Moz. Oh, Moz. So this is a tool. It's so expensive. It's like $150 a month, which I just think is a lot of money if you're just using it for your website. Depending on the size and scale of your operation, if you're a small SME or a freelancer, I just don't think it's affordable, but it's the dream tool for SEO stuff. It tells you about keywords that are being used, and you can do this as a keyword research and look at competitors and do all kinds of crazy cool stuff. I think you could spend a full-time job just looking at what Moz is telling you about your website and your competitors to improve. So I guess that's how you look at the scale of it, of whether or not you can afford it, is how much time you can dedicate to using it and looking at the results and making changes based on them. There are other versions of Moz. There's, I don't know how you say it, I've only seen it written down, Ahrefs, or SEO Quake and SEMrush. There's a few options there, but Moz is pretty high profile. Oh, SEMrush, there it is. There's another option for you. So next I want to talk about kind of top tips for awesomeness, like how to be good at data-driven marketing. Set goals for yourself and make them smart. Smart goals being specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. An example would be, by the 31st of December 2020, we'll have increased our conversion rate to 5%. Perfect. Lovely. Wonderful. You can then track the activities that you're doing and have they helped us achieve this goal? If not, we need to change. Another goal would be, by the 1st of October, we will have increased our Facebook followers to 20,000. Again, really kind of clear guidelines on what you want to achieve and by when. So then you just need to work out how. Another option would be, by the end of today, I will replace my soul with coffee and become immortal. I love this episode of Futurama. It doesn't matter what your goal is, just set a goal, being specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. Calls to actions. These are crazy important and so often missed out on people's plans. You need to tell people what you want them to do. And it seems really obvious, but you'd be surprised. You need to create a hypothesis and then test. Do you remember the phrase, always be closing? Like, screw that. Always be testing. So when you've come up with your hypothesis and you think, oh, do you know what? If I change that button from red to green, it'll stand out more and I think more people will click it and then they'll do whatever that conversion is. Buy more, download this PDF, contact us. So then you test it. Test that hypothesis. I said that really weird. Test it and see if it works. And if that doesn't work, maybe try a different color or try moving the button's location. Try different variants, but keep testing and seeing if it works. And if not, go back to how you were doing. If that was the best result, go back to the start and try something else. Track constantly and experiment. Go a bit crazy, be a bit wild, Oh, do you know what? I might make this entire page just black and white and nothing else and just text. God, give me the hives thinking of doing, but it might work. People might convert. So it's like Amazon as well. Their website, I hate it. I hate it because it's messy, it's disorganized, stuff's everywhere. It's not as bad as it used to. It used to be like rummaging in a bargain bin like sale. And that was intentional. They gave it that feel to feel like you were rummaging around in a sale. So you felt like you were getting the best price and that everything was really cheap, which is like genius and totally worked for them because, you know, they are king. But I wouldn't have done that. But then I'm not Jeff. But yeah, go crazy, experiment. So you think this sounds good? Where do you start? You need to start with a solid foundation of understanding your business, your industry, and any funnels you have already designed. Measure everything. Everything. Analyze your data. Automate and integrate everything you can, and collaborate across teams. So one prime example of where teams not collaborating is an issue for me is sales and marketing teams. They should be one team in each other's pockets, knowing exactly what the other one's doing, and rarely is that so. The sales team are speaking to people constantly and finding out their pain points. That information should be fed back to marketing because then they can create stuff about those pain points and answering those questions. But also the tech team need to be collaborative with marketing because a lot of this stuff does need their input unless you've got like the holy grail marketing person that can code as well. But yeah, you need to be collaborating. And also, you know, people in other teams have great marketing ideas sometimes as well. So don't just limit marketing ideas to the marketing team. Look at what data you already have. I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest you already have Google Analytics and maybe newsletter data, sales data. You know, look at what you've got and start there. Try and segment stuff, pull some stuff out, make it relevant. Don't just look at a big old spreadsheet and say done. Like, look at what is informative and what can help you grow your business and sell more. Now clap. Because that's your call to action. Thank you so much, guys. That's such a whistle-stop tour of data-driven marketing and analytics. I realized when I started writing it, there was so much I wanted to say on the subject, but trying to get it into a 45-minute time slot and give you kind of some tools and tips and things to try, we just had to go for that whistle-stop tour. Thank you so much. You're awesome. It's been weird doing this, not seeing all your faces, but I'm sure by next year we'll all be back in a room together. Cheers, guys.
Hello, welcome back, Lyssa, and we just talked to you as well. I loved that talk because it was literally like we were just talking. And I know that you could see me in between, and I was sitting here, and whenever I was agreeing, I was like, yeah. And I was getting really excited, and now I'm really excited. So I definitely think I'll have to come down to Cornwall and visit you because I think we would be like best mates because a lot of the stuff you said, I was just like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I'm so down. Come down anytime. You mentioned technical SEO earlier, and I was like, yes. I'm gutted that I missed all the SEO talks. I'm looking forward to watching them back later on.
Yeah, yes, I'm super keen on it personally. So there's a couple of things I wanted to ask. And guys, if you want to ask any questions, we do have some time to just have a chat with Lyssa now live. So just pop them into the comments box here on the stage, and we'll pick them up. I've got it open here. So perfect. So first of all, well done. So for those of you who don't know, Lyssa actually recorded this in one go. She just went for it. And I think it really encapsulated what you are about. I have a couple of questions, though. Now, I agree with a lot of the things you say, so it's not going to be controversial questions. But I'm just imagining a marketer watching this, and they're the only one in their company that is doing stuff, and they do like the social media stuff, and they update the blog. And what would be the next thing, like the little thing that they would be able to implement? So let's say they know where their data is at, but again, they're trying to move it forward. What would you suggest they start sort of slightly doing bit by bit?
Particularly if they're blogging, I would say a mixture of Google Analytics and Search Console. So you're looking at which blogs are getting the most traffic, but also looking at the search terms people are like searching for that then bring them through, and then like matching that data up. So are you missing anything glaringly obvious? Are you putting content out even that people aren't finding you for as well? So just kind of, I'm so bad for phrases, but putting all your ducks in a row, like making sure it all makes sense and lines up. If you're writing extensively about one thing, but no one's coming to your site about it, you need to try and work out why that is. Or if you then suddenly realize you're missing a big area, then you can create more content around that.
Perfect. Brilliant, thank you. Then I've got actually a question from Rai. As a developer, do you have any good intros to data-driven design resources?
Oh, do you know what? I'm so on the spot there, and I need to think, because I know I'll know stuff, and now I can't think. Can I tweet something later if I find the right links? Because I'm trying to think who's the best, like who's a good authority on it. I'm stuck.
Just tweet at us later, and we'll ensure. Rai, just keep an eye on our Twitter, and we'll ensure that we'll get that sorted for you. That question, that is a really, really good question. I wouldn't know any either personally. So we've got Tom saying, I wonder if the slightly higher overall hit for Easter egg is for its colloquial meaning hidden extra.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. That would definitely play part of the kind of number of searches. But what we were looking at, particularly in that Google Trends, is the spikes in time. So particularly, lots of people were searching around Easter for Easter eggs. It was such a really basic example. But I wonder if more people are looking for like those hidden Easter eggs. They both sound like the same hidden Easter eggs. That's why they're called Easter eggs. But like in movie Easter eggs for games and stuff, I wonder if people search for them more around Easter because they're thinking of the other kind.
Definitely. Rai says he'll keep an eye on your Twitter for the answer, and he apologizes for his question. Don't apologize; it's fine.
No, it's great.
If you would have one tool that is currently not in your toolbox or doesn't exist, what would that be? Like the ultimate, like we're talking the mothership, the mother load of data-driven marketing tools. If they could give you X, what would it be?
Some kind of telepathic feedback. So when people are on the website, you know what they're thinking. They're like, God, this is a load of garbage, or oh, that's really interesting. Like stuff. People don't want to give feedback a lot of the time. So if I could like get inside people's brains, that would be really cool and really scary.
Yeah, I think for me it would be a tool where I can track everything and plan my content based on the search data I'm getting. So this is literally something I've not come across, and it's something where I love content marketing. That's where that's my jam, and if I could apply all of my strategies but have all the search data in one field and then like link through my strategies and then create tasks for the team. Like that for me would be the mother load, where I'm like, I just have one screen. I don't have like 50,000 places to do stuff in. Just give me one tool that I can manipulate so my strategies are followed through from the data to the task and not the other way around.
Oh my God, that'd be amazing. And that's so much more realistic than me trying to live out my Councillor Troy fantasies.
It's fine. You and I will just meet in the middle somewhere. brilliant. Any more questions? Did you have one, Philippa?
I did. Have you ever had to drastically change a strategy based on test results and metrics that were not anticipated?
Yeah, many times actually. Which is why I'm always such an advocate for looking at the data and testing, because as much as you can go with your gut and be like really sure about something, you can be completely surprised. I'm trying to give an example without giving away too much info from people's businesses, but there was one particular product and it solved like 5 main problems for people, and we thought everyone knew that. And then when we looked at particularly Search Console data, we realized that one of these things, we had no traffic coming through from it. So we really changed all our messaging, like homepage, product page, and everything to be like, it fixes this, because people just didn't know it. And that was probably the most common issue out of all of them that it fixed. So we really changed our messaging based on that data.
Perfect. I also have a question from Penny, which I don't... Okay, I'm just going to read it and we can chat about it. Shall we do that? She says, how do you feel about replicating others in your field and letting them do the, she says, donkey work, not saying we do? And I think what she's trying to get to is how marketing and SEO people and people who are in that field, we tend to cross-pollinate a lot of ideas and then piggyback on them and move them into the respective clients and industries we work with. I think that is what she's trying to do. So we'll take that interpretation. How do you feel about that?
So I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Sorry. Is it that we're copying kind of creative trends, or?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. No one wants to copy people like explicitly, but I think it's always worth being aware of what your competitors and other kind of people you emulate or like or respect are doing. So today, actually, randomly, I tweeted about Hellmann's mayonnaise, their catchphrase.
I saw that.
I want to do that. I wish that was my strapline. I'm obsessed. I think about it regularly. Like, we're on the side of food. Like, we're pro-food, but we're also on the side of the plate. I'm like, that is so genius.
Isn't it just?
Oh, yeah. So, like, following what other people are doing is good for inspiration for you as well. But I'd never want to do a campaign that was a complete replica of something else, just with a bit of a facelift. You want to be bringing something unique to it. And also your audience might be different and your product's different. So doing the same as someone else isn't right. But there's a whole school of thought, particularly with web development and design. I can't remember the author, but it was Don't Make Me Think is the book. And people go to websites or products expecting things to be in a certain place. So, you know, your basket, your checkout's top right corner. You know, like if you start putting that in the bottom left, no one's going to find it. Everyone's going to get annoyed. You're not just being unique and weird. You're just like hindering conversions. So there's the trends that we follow because users like it, but while still trying to be different in yourself. It's a fine line.
So the book is actually called Don't Make Me Think, and it's, as you said, but it's written by Steve Crook.
Thank you.
You've got a great team here. I've just read it from the thing, so I didn't know. Yeah, I think that's a really good point as well. I was just thinking about how B2C and B2B marketing actually, B2B marketing tends to be about 10 steps behind trends, and actually how B2B marketing tends to play it more safe instead of being more creative. And I think those two are not mutually exclusive. So when I've been working with B2B brands, I've always tried to find the fun element that the more B2C brands, you know, they can revel in it. They have got so much fun and play, and I think it can really depend on the niche you're in as well and what you can try. Hellmann's mayo aside, this is not sponsored.
Sorry.
That strapline.
Mayonnaise.
Is there any other like marketing campaign that you saw and you were like, wish that had been my idea?
Oh, pretty much anything Innocent Smoothies do.
Yes.
Love that.
Agreed.
Guinness. Do you remember the white horses like in the waves? That's like still thousands of years later in my brain. Like, yeah, there's certain ones where I'm like, I really wish I'd come up with that because that's genius.
Yeah.
And like you say, a lot of the time it's B2C brands because they do seem to have more license to be free. But it's one of the things I'm really passionate about is getting B2B brands to stop being so vanilla and corporate and have personality and be authentic and just be weirdos. Like,
just be weird.
I'm a total weirdo. It's my brand, but get some of your personality that's authentic to you out in your brand.
One campaign that sticks in mind for me is one where I felt that the brand really put the user and the customer in the center, and it was thoughtful ahead of Mother's Day or Father's Day, sending out emails asking people whether you want to opt out of marketing that is containing potentially painful, topics for people, accepting that not everybody has got a home life that is the ideal and is finding that time of year easy. Things like that I have found to be like the ones where I was like, oh, you did well there, man, you did so well.
That as an example, my last role was head of marketing for a postnatal fitness program. And so our target audience and database was all women, mothers, and we sent an email about that out last Mother's Day, and the response was so overwhelming. So many people didn't want to be included, but they were thankful that they were given the chance to. And like, God, how many people were we unintentionally affecting by putting Mother's Day stuff out, and when it's such a sensitive subject? Exactly. So yeah, try to really get empathetic with your users is I can't speak. Is a really good thing to do.
Yeah, and letting the data be the one that guides you. And I think that is sort of mainly what your talk was about. And thank you so much for your time. Thank you for our discussion. It's really enjoyable. I will definitely come down to Cornwall and visit you. Thank you for taking the time. And I know that Lyssa is happy to receive tweets and to speak to you guys. If you've got any specific questions, she'll be there. And thank you for your time, Lyssa. So hopefully see you very soon.
Definitely.
Bye.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Right, we've got a bit of a break now. Up next we have... we had them. Up next we've got Alastair Banks and we've got Robin Mudge. And Alastair will be on track 1 and Robin will be on track 2. Alastair is talking about the importance of personal branding for building your sales pipeline. And Robin is going to be talking about one-shot virtual reality storytelling for documentary production. So we'll see you then.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because it's such an important part of the local digital community, and we really wanted to give back and be able to support an important organisation like that. Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the founder of Launch Online. At Launch Online, I've found a team of Google Ads experts who can put together brilliant campaigns, but most importantly, have an understanding of marketing.
My name's Dids. I manage clients' strategy and the execution of the strategy.
Dids joined us almost from day one and is tenacious about the results that she gets. Danny is super experienced, having managed agencies at Google.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm the account director for Launch Online. I'm on an iPad because I work remotely from Wakefield.
Elliot has a really strong agency background and is brilliant at account management.
My name's Elliot and I'm an account manager at Launch Online.
Charlie joined us from a Google Premier Partner agency in New Zealand and has been a huge asset to the team.
I'm Charlie. I manage people's Google ad spend and Microsoft ad spend.
Becky is our social media expert and has both agency and in-house brilliant experience.
I'm Becky and I'm an account director for Launch Online, so I look after everybody's social advertising.
Josh joined us and designed the web usability audit that we're using on all our clients now.
My name is Josh. I'm an account manager for Launch Online. That means that I'm a Google Ads expert. My job mainly is to get the best ROI I can for our clients' online marketing.
Tom is our PR pro and is great at writing up our case studies. At Launch, we only employ senior people, so our team have years of experience and we only have account managers and account directors delivering for our clients.
I think it's probably obvious to everybody that my go-to party accessory would be a Gandalf outfit. I love the team I work with because we're all geeks in our own way. We love to collaborate, share our successes and failures. That way everybody benefits from them.
We love being based in the Southwest. There are some really interesting businesses down here selling products globally, and we're able to help them find their target audiences online. From the Big Bloomers company selling massive pants in Penryn to the Cornish fishmonger in Indian Queens.
Exeter is such a fantastic city. You're only 2 hours from London, you're an hour to Bristol, and you're really close to Cornwall, making it a really great hub. And the amount of creative and tech and digital businesses in the area is amazing, and it's got so much talent, and it's a beautiful city. You can ask for anything more.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because I really feel that being part of the Exeter community and the digital marketing community is an important part of what we do, and I wanted to be able to support such a great group of people and be able to give back as well to the digital community.
Was that all right?
That's going to be a cut. It was nearly there, wasn't it? It was nearly there.
Hi, I'm Rob Falconer, the Insurance Practice Lead here at Software Solved. In this short video, I'm going to talk to you about what custom software solutions from Software Solved means. If you're looking for a custom software solution, it's likely you'll want a system that fits with your specific requirements. You're no doubt weighing up the choice between custom built or off the shelf. Ultimately, this decision should help you achieve an outcome that doesn't compromise on critical functionality and also provides the best total cost of ownership. Having developed many custom applications during the last 20 plus years, covering risk engineering, policy administration, rating engines, customer portals and apps, you can rest assured that we understand how important it is to make the right choice and to help you improve efficiencies and gain a competitive edge. We are flexible in our approach to development and can use either agile or waterfall methodology. With a proven track record of working as an extension of our customers' teams, we're there to make sure high-quality projects are delivered on time and to budget. Our experienced team are here to support you with consultancy, development, and to support delivery of your projects. Our business analysts work with you to understand your business objectives and project requirements, ultimately creating a specifications document for your solution. Our project managers keep the projects on track, both in terms of time, cost, and deliverables, by continually monitoring the project and their budgets. Our developers are the team that turn the specifications document into a reality. Skilled in a wide range of technologies including .NET, SQL Server, JavaScript, Power BI, Azure, and Xamarin. Our testing and QA teams are an essential part of any successful project. Our stringent test processes are ISO 9001 certified, providing quality assurance before projects are deployed. If you need to extend your team on a temporary basis, we can provide access to our experts on short-term contracts to assist with large projects or busy periods. If you want to discuss the potential of Software Solved working with your organisation, please get in touch.
So hi, Tom. Thank you for taking the time to chat to me today. Tom, can you tell me a little bit about your organisation and what you do and what you aim to do?
Yeah, so my name is Tom. I'm a senior associate lawyer at Stephen Scone, and Stephen Scone is a full-service law firm, which isn't entirely true because we don't do criminal law and we don't do tax law. Across the Southwest. My team do a lot of intellectual property, information technology and data protection law. And so we help out clients at two ends of that spectrum. Those clients who are buying in IT services and need the contracts checked and need some of the practical and legal considerations checked and advised on. So if they're buying either 1,000 laptops, as one client did recently, for obvious reasons, or if you're buying in a VPN or something like that, then we would advise on the data protection principles, the legal contracts, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And if our client is a software developer, we have quite a few of those, then we advise on all the IP stuff that revolves around software development, including open source stuff, which is prevalent at the moment because there's been a few changes in some of the licenses on open source and people are getting caught out by parasitic rights. And then sometimes if it gets really interesting, people start having fights, and then we get to sue people and go to court. And some people win and some people lose, and ultimately nobody wins because court is a horrible experience. But it's interesting for us.
Wow, that is great. I can remember that you partnered with us, didn't you, with TechExeter regarding some IP workshops. Like, what was that experience for you?
Yeah, I didn't actually do. I don't know if I did one. Did I do one of the workshops? So long ago.
I think
it may have been Ben. At which point it would have obviously been excellent, and I'm no way legally required to say that. The workshops are always an interesting experience because you get such a broad mix of people in the room. So you get some people with some really good intrinsic knowledge, people that you might call geeks or nerds, and then you get the really sort of top-level strategists. So you go, no, I don't need to know any of this, it'll be fine. And different levels of risk as well. So it's always interesting. Some people are very risk-averse. I've met people in the IT industry who are more risk-averse than me, and I'm a lawyer, so that's amazing. And then you get other people at the other end of the spectrum who are like, yeah, suck it and see, don't worry about it.
Yeah, Stephen Scan have been like a long-term supporter of the community, and we're super thankful for that. What is the thing that made you decide to sponsor our conference this year? Like, why is it worth anything to you?
So as a sponsor, there's probably a couple of reasons we do it. So one of the first and most important reasons is supporting the massive tech community in the Southwest. And we do quite a few international conferences as well as the domestic work. And we always talk about the Southwest, and I think it now is genuinely getting a bit of a reputation, especially some of the areas outside of Bristol, Exeter and Plymouth, and Falmouth as well, actually, for being the Silicon Valley of the Southwest, or the Silicon Valley of England. And the tech organisations and offerings here are really genuinely quite exciting. And so it makes sense that we would work with TechExeter because it is to me, it's one of the voices in the Southwest for tech. So why wouldn't we? And secondly, of course, it's a cold, hard sell. We want to win more clients and we want to be there to show them how good we are.
Yeah, I remember that you guys, you helped us with GDPR related things when all of that came in. I remember you did like this quiz with us, which was more or less successful at Digital Exeter. And I think that's what we really appreciate. Like, yes, you are a sponsor, but you're also really involved, and that's really nice because, yeah, fair enough, not gonna lie, the money is nice. Don't use this, Chris. But it's also just like having partners there that we can turn to when we go, oh my goodness, there's this issue in the community. Like, how do we approach it and how can we help people? And I think you guys being sort of connected to us is really nice in that regard, because we can trust your advice and we can also recommend you, but we also know that we know people who know things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we want to be one of the trusted advisors, and so it's an obvious strategic partnership. You can probably hear thunder in the background.
Yes, it's very thundery today. Have fun, Chris, editing this.
Hi, I'm Joe Pierce. I lead the Set Squared Exeter Business Acceleration Program, and we provide support to innovation-led tech startups and scale-ups, helping them achieve their growth potential and aspiration, and hopefully helping them stay in the region. We base ourselves at the Science Park Centre on Exeter Science Park, and it's a great facility and environment for growing tech-led businesses, being in a community of peers and being able to benefit from the sort of engineered serendipity of bumping into other organisations and other business support providers. Obviously, it's been challenging times over the last 5 or 6 months, and the challenge for us has really been how do we translate our business support program to being able to be accessible online. And that's been challenging, but actually really quite interesting. I think the online engagement has actually grown connections between the client businesses at Set Squared and increased the awareness of what everyone else is doing and the opportunity for collaboration between them. Thinking about the digital and tech landscape in the Southwest, for me, I really look back to the University of Exeter. I think what we've got emerging from our research activity within the STEM fields and also within the humanities areas is some really exciting activity, generating new spin-outs and startups coming from our researchers and from our undergraduate students. The one piece of advice I'd give someone starting a new business is to recognise that a startup is a team sport, and it's vital that you find the support networks to work with you, whether that be a co-founder or whether that be accessing the range of business support that is available within the region. We at TechExeter are big fans of TechExeter. We've been involved for a number of years. We sponsored the conference last year and think it's a great activity. And what it really brings to the region is enabling people who've got an interest in the tech and digital environments and in startups in that space to find a community that they can engage with. And I think that's an absolutely critical thing for any sector to have, is the network that enables you to connect with like minds. I think the support that they're able to offer is critical. And I know that a number of our clients lean on TechExeter, members of that organisation and the network, in order to be able to connect with the skills and the knowledge that is contained within it. The conference last year was fantastic. Really enjoyed being part of it and seeing the scale of the community that exists regionally. Really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go online this year. I'm sure it'll be stunning.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Lucas, Managing Director at Software Solved, and I'm going to tell you more about how we access and encourage STEM talent in the South West. Coming from a technical family, I've always been curious about how and why things work, so it was almost inevitable that I would study engineering. When I left university and was applying for engineering roles in the South West, I was surprised about the barriers I faced. I was even told by a prospective employer that I'd be a distraction in the workplace. Thankfully, things have changed since then, but there's still a lot that can be done to encourage and support diversity. With more and more tech startups in the South West, the demand for tech talent is on the rise. Despite there being a thriving tech community here, stopping the migration of talent to the bright lights of London and Bristol is still a challenge. As organisations, we need to do more to showcase the opportunities available in the South West. We've had a long-standing undergraduate and graduate programme that's been running for over 10 years now and which has seen over 40 placements. There are several examples of current employees who started on a placement scheme and have significantly advanced within the company to now hold lead technical consultant and project manager positions. It's not just about growing talent, it's about retaining it too. We aim to create an environment that people want to work in. It's important to us that people have a good work-life balance, so we offer home working, flexible working hours, and a great wellness and benefits package. Additionally, it's about making sure that we recruit the right person for the role, so that we have a balanced and diverse team. I think as employers, we have a responsibility to open young people's eyes to the opportunities and careers available within STEM. I'd encourage any employer to get involved with universities and make sure they understand your needs as a business as well as what you can provide them. I'm incredibly proud of our involvement with the STEM Ambassador Scheme, enabling us to share our knowledge with the tech talent of the future. We're also involved with STEM-focused initiatives such as Exist, who bring together university and business communities and can signpost companies to initiatives and events such as Big Bang, TechExeter and Girls in AI Hackathon. As employers, if we want to build a sustainable tech business within the South West, it's our responsibility to help retain talent and showcase the opportunities available.
welcome back, everybody. And we're ready for our afternoon push with some exciting talks. And on track 1 is?
We've got Alastair Banks with the importance of personal branding for building your sales pipeline. And he will be showing us that having a strong brand can attract more opportunities for your marketing department. So that will be really, really good. And on track 2? On track 2, we have Robin Mudge, who is a filmmaker and interactive TV producer, and he's worked for the BBC as well. And he'll be talking to people on track 2 about one-shot virtual reality storytelling for documentary production. And then after Robin's talk on track 2 is Simon Russell's talk about seeing signs, the visualization of music and sonification. So that will be happening on track 2. If that sounds like your bag, head over there. The sessions will be starting there. First, we have got Robin's, and then Simon's will start a little bit later. So now we've got Alastair, and he's ready to go, it looks like. There we go. Hi, Alastair. How are you?
Hi there. Yeah, very good, thank you. How are you? Doing a great job, guys?
Not too bad. I really like your branded background. It's great.
Thank you. It's all about the brand.
Well, you're going to tell us, aren't you? So without further ado, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Right, let's share screens. And hopefully you guys can now see my slides. Okay. Away we go. Right, well, firstly, very honoured and humbled to be here today talking to you all about a topic which I'm personally very passionate about, as you're about to find out, which is personal brands. And I guess the reason that I'm so passionate about it is because it has really helped me to build my own company from a startup, which I'll tell you the story about 21 years ago to where I am today. So kind of without further ado, I'm going to get straight into the slides. I'm going to start by giving you a bit of a backstory to who I am and where I come from. So I originally hail from a place called Essex, which is where that red dot is there, or that red mark is there. And now I live down in Devon. And really that's because this is what Essex looks like. And as you guys know, this is what Devon looks like. So pretty easy choice really for me to do. The reason that I ended up down here in Devon is because I went to university here at Exeter, and I graduated in the year 2000. So I started in 97 to 2000. This is me on the left-hand side with my business partner, James, some horrendous haircuts and some even more horrendous clothes, as you can see. This is 1999, so pretty much the year that we began. This is us slightly more recently. So I now have a team of just under 21 people. You can probably just about make out my youngest member of staff there, Oscar, who's actually now 5. Is my 5-year-old. And as you can see, we've grown the company from 0 to that over those 21 years. My personal passion, though, these days, and it has been really for the last 4 or 5 years, is doing this kind of thing. I love nothing more than kind of talking about my industry and what I've been up to, and passing on knowledge to other people, really. So this is me. I'm very humbled again to be able to do the London Business School's MBA program, their summer school. I teach on it every year. This is me about 5 years ago, actually, teaching them about Tinder, as you can see at the time. So some interesting topics always raised there. But again, something that I feel very enormously passionate about is passing on that knowledge to other people. Bit of personal stuff. So I live with my wife, Liz. This is me and Liz. We've got 2 kids, Oscar and Alexa. Oscar's a bit of a monkey, so we have to keep him in check. And Alexa is, well, just feral. I mean, second child, feral. We've got a dog, Freddie. A cat, Wilbur, don't get on. And my personal passions outside what I do digitally are skiing. So it's me and my dad and my brother. Every year we take my dad's car out, which is quite unusual, put the skis on the roof, drive out to the Alps. We've been doing that for about the last 10 or 15 years, and people love it. They take pictures of us and all sorts every year. So a bit of fun. Big Exeter Chiefs fans, for those of you who are. And my guilty passion is, without doubt, wine. But I love nothing more than spending time with my family, getting silly pictures of them and me and posting them all over social media. So that's a bit about me. What am I going to talk about? So the topic is personal branding, right? And as way of an agenda, really, these are the topics I want to, or the areas I want to cover. What is personal brand, first of all? Who needs a personal brand? Because maybe you don't. How do you, or you're finding your passion, telling your story, where have you come from? What do you need to get out there in terms of that storytelling? Who do you want to speak to? So a bit about knowing your audience. How do you create the right content in order to earn attention from people? How do you build your platform? And then if we got time at the end, I'm just going to share a few of my favorite books as well. And hopefully we're going to have some time for Q&A as well. So what is personal brand? Let's start at the very beginning. Now, a guy that can probably say this better than I can is Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon. And I believe this year, actually, the world's richest man as well. So he should know what he's talking about. And Jeff Bezos was famously quoted as saying that personal brand is what people say about you when you leave the room. I'm going to let that sink in for a second. What do people think about you or say about you when you leave the room? When you leave a meeting, when you've been to a prospect, when you've been with clients, maybe even your family and friends, what are people saying about you when you leave the room? That's what your personal brand is, or also that's what Jeff Bezos said. Now, over the last couple of years, as I've been doing these kind of talks, I've added to that a little bit, and also believe that your personal brand is what people think or find about you when they Google your name. So if I was standing there talking to you now, and we can do this if you want, is I would ask you to whip out your phones, get Google up, search on your name and see what you find. Because we live in an age where undoubtedly people will be Googling your name. If you're trying to sell to them, or you're trying to build a relationship with them, there's no doubt in my mind, especially if you're looking to build relationships or sell to millennial generation or Gen Z below them, then there's no doubt they're going to be looking you up and trying to find out more about you before they even, give you a chance. So understanding what happens when you Google your name is pretty important. And I find that people tend to fall into one of three categories. Either they find nothing, and sometimes people have a name which is the same as someone famous, which is a bit unfortunate, quite difficult to do anything about. But some people just don't find anything at all. Then you've got the people that have a few mentions. So maybe their university mentioned them, their LinkedIn profile, their company website, that kind of thing, 1 or 2 in the top 10 results. Or you get a situation where you're absolutely nailing it and you're so busy and active on all the different social media platforms and blogs and websites that you're completely nailing it. And it isn't hard to nail it. It really isn't. And here in the background is a couple of examples, me on the right-hand side and a friend of mine, James Poulter, who have both in our own ways dominated the search listings for our own names. Now, we have got slightly unusual names, and my name is spelt in an odd way as well, which makes it easier for me, but I'm going to take the glory anyway. But yeah, you see on the right-hand side there, you've got my blog, you've got my Twitter, my LinkedIn, a site called Udemy that I teach courses on, my company website twice there. In James's case, he's got similar sort of profile, really, his blog, his Twitter. You've got a conference he speaks at, pictures of him, videos of him talking, his LinkedIn. And really what I'm trying to get across in these two examples is that if you are active on these platforms, then it's actually, this stuff happens anyway. But if you're not active, you can't expect it to happen without you doing anything. So I'm going to make a bold hypothesis now, which is that I strongly believe you can attract more work and opportunities to yourself and your business through your personal brand than you can through your company marketing. Right now, that's quite a bold hypothesis to make, and it's not going to be the case for every single person. But if you do personal branding well, then I promise you it will bring you opportunities and increase in your sales pipeline, which is obviously the topic of the talk today. Why is this the case though? And let's take some case studies to take a look at this. So some brands that you will know, Tesla, obviously everyone knows Tesla. I'm using Twitter actually to show the figures because it's a bit easier to do so. So Twitter, Tesla has 4.3 million followers. SpaceX has 9.1 million followers. But then look at the leader of that company, Elon Musk, 28.5 million followers, completely eclipsing the two brands that he runs. And we can see this across multiple companies. Virgin have 243,000 followers on Twitter, but Richard Branson's got 12.7 million. You might be saying, yeah, but Alastair, these are massive brands. Like, you know, is that the same for SMEs? And it is, you know, as we come down through the size of the companies, look at someone like Money Saving Expert. So headed up by Martin Lewis. Money Saving Expert, 300,000 followers on Twitter, but Martin's got 627,000, so more than double the amount. And that's because Martin is the personal brand behind that company. He's the guy that's on TV. He's the guy that everyone kind of knows. And this is the same in my own company. Optic Solutions, the digital agency I run, 3,000 followers at the time I took this screenshot. I have double that, 6,000. And that is because people like to do business with people. And it's hard getting followers to come and follow your brand or your logo, really, on some of these social media sites, whereas they do want to follow people. So the opportunity is there if you are prepared to take it. Who needs a personal brand? Well, maybe, as I said at the beginning, you don't. And perhaps, you know, you might listen to this story, this presentation and think, actually, this isn't for me. But if these are the things that you want to achieve, then I can promise you that if you do these things, then it will happen to you. So essentially and fundamentally, strong personal brand equals more opportunity for lots of different areas. It equals more sales opportunity because you'll earn attention through your personal brand. People will want to do business with you because they see you out and about and they want to be aligned with that. They know that you know what you're talking about, therefore they're attracted to you. If you're in the job market, and some of you might not be now, but you might be in the future, building a strong personal brand is undoubtedly going to help when it comes to job prospects. You know, if people come to want to work for our agency, if they've got a strong personal brand behind them, then that's going to be a massive tick in the box for us when we go looking and doing our research on that person. For me, leaving a legacy is quite important. It's not relevant to everybody. I get that, and it's maybe slightly uncomfortable for some people, but you know, I'm proud of what I do. I'm very proud of what I've built over the last 21 years, and I want my kids and my grandkids to be able to see that. So having a personal brand which is visible and having the ability for those to go and look at what I've done is quite key, and it might be for some of you watching this presentation. And then finally, thought leadership. It's quite hard to be a thought leader, an expert in your space, if you don't have a strong personal brand, because you know, ultimately there aren't that many people listening. So, you know, yes, you can be the expert, but if you need to build those numbers up to ensure you've got the people listening to you. What impact does it have? And, you know, I'm speaking very much from personal experience here, is people know what you're able to do. If you're a personal brand, if you're a strong personal brand and you talk about what you do, often people know what you're able to do. And what that tends to lead into is that they ask you for help. Now, sometimes that can be frustrating because some people don't want to pay for that help, but a lot of people do. And that's where, again, it kind of ties back into the title of sales pipelines, that people want to do business with people that they know and trust. And having that strong personal brand will help you. People tend to want to engage with you more as well. I think if you are seen to be somebody who engages with other people, it tends to attract people to engage with you as well. And all of that actually spirals and snowballs and helps you even further. So if you're struggling with getting people to comment and like and share and things like that on your posts, then, you know, building your brand up and helping other people is one way to solving that problem. And all of this leads to, you know, you being able to sell more of your products or services. It leads to being able to build your value. There, without a shadow of a doubt, as we have grown our business and as I have improved my own personal brand and people in my firm have done the same thing with our guidance, we've been able to charge more. It seems silly, but it is the truth. You know, as people trust you and like you and see that you're the expert, they are prepared naturally to pay more money for what you do. And as I said numerous times, if you want to be seen as a thought leader or an expert in your area, then that's another impact that you'll have. So how do you begin this journey, right? How do you start thinking about personal brand? And obviously this is a very short talk, so I have to kind of go over the very basics here, but try and cover as much as I possibly can. So the first place I always say to people is you have to find your passion. It's very, very difficult to have a strong personal brand or professional brand online if you're not talking about something that you really care about, because it's difficult. You know, no one likes getting up and talking about some of the things that they have to do in work, the more boring aspects of them. So if you don't have a passion, it makes that starting point really difficult. Now, some people who are working for other people's companies often say to me, yeah, but you know, I'm not that passionate about the business that I work for. What should I do? And you know, what I would say there is look for things that maybe are outside work. Look at hobbies, look at sports, look at things that you're an enthusiast in, because still having a strong personal brand in that area is going to attract people to you. You know, if someone comes to me for a job and they've got a really strong personal brand and it's all about football or skiing or something completely random, it still shows that they've got an enthusiasm to go out and do something and self-start. And that says a lot about their personality for when I'm thinking about employing people. So don't necessarily have to think just about work. But I would say that this is the first point to start. You know, passion is key. Tip 2, know your audience. So I think one of the challenges with social media and digital space is that there's so much noise, and you need to ensure that the things that you're putting out there are resonating with the right people. In the marketing world, which is the bit I run in my agency, one of the things that we talk about a lot is something called persona marketing. And I want to touch on that when it comes to this topic, because I think it is really important when it comes to your own personal brand as well. So persona marketing is understanding your fictional ideal customers. So working out who you want to work with and who you want to attract to you to do business with you, and then really, really getting under the skin of who those people are. So in my case, and this is actually interesting because my 2 personas here for my agency have changed during COVID, and actually we've now got a 3rd persona come in. But we'll assume we're pre-COVID here. So my 2 personas are Bob and Lucy, both of which could be male or female, just hard to demonstrate that. So Bob, it would be the owner of a business that turns over more than a couple of £1 million a year. They are dominant, demanding, they wear a nice watch, they drive a nice car, probably a Range Rover or something like that. In terms of digital, they're not very digital at all. They're probably on Facebook to keep up to date with their kids and their grandkids. They've got a LinkedIn profile. They don't use it very often. They might have a Twitter profile, and they definitely haven't got a clue what Snapchat or TikTok is. They just care about results. For every £1 they spend with us, they want £10 back. And you know, if things aren't going well, they're on a mobile to me on a weekend. They don't care. So that's my Bob. My Lucy, on the other hand, works for Bob, and he or she is usually a marketing manager or marketing assistant, usually in their sort of 2nd or 3rd rung of their career. They're working their way up to kind of marketing director, and they want the same results that Bob does in the business. So for example, if it was search engine optimization, they both want to be top of Google. But if I'm talking to Bob and Lucy about search engine optimization, I don't want to talk to Bob. I'm not going to talk to Bob about metadata and core vitals and, you know, all of the kind of really geeky stuff within SEO, because that person's not going to care. Like, all they want to do is crush their competitors. They just want to be number 1, and that's it. You know, that's what we pay you for. You take it away, you do it. Lucy would really be interested in the mechanics behind it, and we'd spend a lot more time explaining things to her or him. Lucy would be much more digital, probably still not in kind of TikTok or Snapchat generation, but that's fine. You know, what I'm going to go on to say here, and this is the important bit, is that understanding the personality types here means that everything I do when it comes to my personal brand, everything I say online is aimed at one of those 2 characters. So every video I create, every blog article I write, every update on LinkedIn I send, I'm always thinking about one of those 2 people. And that means that I'm filtering what I talk about into the right kind of places. And this is really incredibly important when it comes to your own personal brand. Tip 3 is all about building your platform. So we've talked about finding your passion. We've talked about audience and knowing your audience. You now need a platform to go out and talk to the world on. And my tip here really is to think about the space that you own, right? So you may have heard the term, don't build your brand on rented land. And it's been a popular term for a little while. For those of you who are old enough, and there might not be very many on this, I don't know, remember back to things like Friends Reunited, to MySpace, to Bebo. Those were the Facebooks and Twitters of yesteryear, and they're nowhere to be found now. So my point here is that if you build your brand on one particular platform, if you're an Instagram influencer or Twitter, Twitter's your big platform, or any of the others, you do rule the risk of having those brands taken away from you because you don't own them. So I always like to say, if have something that you own in the middle, maybe a blog or a website, and then use those platforms around you to build and to bring people back to your own space. My own platform, to give you some ideas, it was built really back in sort of 2004 days, very early in the social media days. So started really with LinkedIn and has become my biggest platform by quite a long way. So been on LinkedIn since almost its inception, 2004. In 2009, I created a blog. It needs a bit of love now. It's going to get some love soon, actually. So my first post there, you can see back in 2009. So it's been running 11 years now. And really, this is a space where I go to put all my musings and my thoughts, really. And then I use the other platforms to disseminate that content from there. Same year, I got into Twitter, 2009, and Twitter's been an interesting one for me because I loved it. I was there at the boom of it in 2010, 2011, and it did great things for me. It built loads of relationships, and I've just found it a bit of a struggle over the last few years, and I've really kind of focused my efforts into other areas. I still use Twitter quite a lot, but I have really focused into other areas because I think, if you had to look for one takeaway, I would always say do one or two platforms really well, rather than trying to do multiple platforms and spreading yourself too thin. 2012, Instagram came along. I couldn't get my head around it at first. For the first year or so, really struggled with it. Now I absolutely love it. I do use it for a small mixture of business and personal content, but not too much. So yeah, I absolutely love Instagram. 2015, I started on YouTube. I created a YouTube channel. That's now up to about 1,800 subscribers. Top video is now topping out at over 100,000 views. So it's been a fascinating world, even using YouTube. And I would recommend to any of you, actually, if you're happy to be in front of a camera, to really think about YouTube as an opportunity for you. You just have to be willing to get in front of that camera. And I think the reason is that what I found when I started doing the YouTube channel is that the people that watch it are very different to the people that read my written stuff. So my blogs and my LinkedIn articles is a whole different group of people. As a way of a story, I did 1 year where I literally updated a video every single day for an entire year on entrepreneurship. It almost killed me. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but it was a fascinating insight into how YouTube works. Oh, there you go. There's the first video I ever did called Just Do It. And you can see how bad this is. Look at how terrible that is. It's a fisheye lens on a GoPro. It's filmed in my terrible home study. It's an absolute mess in the background. But look, I got it. I just did it. I got going. And that's my recommendation to you guys: is sometimes don't let the procrastination stop you from getting on and doing these things, because you will get better. It happens with practice and time. Tip 4 is telling your story. Where do you come from? What shapes you? What is your story? I'm lucky that my story is quite interesting. It's quite intriguing. Going back to the beginning of this presentation and showing you this, where I started. I don't know if anyone who's watching went to Exeter University at all, but this is how different it was. Back in 2000 or 99, people used to queue up outside a lecture theatre to get their email twice a day. I mean, how different is that to what we live in now? And especially considering the job I do now, which is running a digital agency. Every city around the UK had these things, internet cafes, where we used to go to get onto the internet. Again, internet wasn't even readily available back when I started. We didn't have smartphones back then. We had normal phones that just phoned people and barely texted people. That's my actual collection of phones that I've kept. We didn't have any social media. I mean, God, how do we even talk to people? Crazy times. This will blow your mind if you're of a certain generation below mine. We used to get online at home. We used to go to the newsagent, get a CD, put it in our computer, and then dial up onto the internet. And we got 500 hours free there, as you can see from AOL. That's how different that world was back then. eBay didn't exist. We used to use a site called QXL.com. So yeah, it again shows you how a brand rose and beat the rest. Google didn't even exist, and Google was in a garage at the time. So it's a similar age to my business. It's done slightly better actually, frustratingly. We used Alta Vista, we used Ask Jeeves. We had a site called 37.com, which went off and searched 37 of the most popular search engines. Things were very, very different back then. And nowadays, you know, look how far we've come. You know, the world of AI, meeting digital, meeting social. These are all the things I'm fascinated by now. And here's two of my favorite things in the world: future of sport and social media coming together. There are some big events now in the world of sport that are now starting to be broadcasted purely on social media sites or digital sites like Amazon and so forth. So, you know, that's my story. What is your story though? Have a think about what shapes you, and all of these things should then resonate in the content that you create. Tip 5 is earning attention. I think one of the biggest challenges people make, or one of the biggest mistakes people make, is they talk a lot about themselves. And it's very easy to do that. But what you really need to do is think about what other people need and that you can answer, and then get that content in front of them. There's a guy here called Seth Godin, a very famous American marketeer, absolute legend. Done some amazing books. One of the best books I've probably ever read is a book called Purple Cow, which if you're in your own business, you should definitely read. He coined the term permission-based marketing a few years ago. Well, a lot of years ago, actually, probably 15 years ago. And off the back of that came inbound marketing. And just to explain that concept, outbound marketing is the opposite, obviously, of inbound marketing. It's where you push your message out and you hope to hit the right person. So think TV, PR, radio, those kind of things where, you know, you push the message out, you hope that somebody will be sitting there watching the advert or listening to the advert. All very, very good marketing techniques, not saying they're wrong. It's just that they're opposite to what I'm talking about. Inbound marketing is where people need your help. You know there are people out there searching for you. What your job is to do is to create something of such value that you attract them to yourself. And this is really key in personal branding, because if you know what those things are, you know what the audience is, because we talked about that earlier, and you know what their challenges are, you create the content which brings them in. And that's the next point, content. Once you know that content, you've got to work out what to do with it, right? So yes, we've built our profile up, our platform, but actually one of the other areas which I think people forget is content on other people's platforms, not your own. So here's an example of where I wanted to reach out to Lucy's, right? My Lucy persona. Lucy, I know, reads a website called Smart Insights. And so instead of me creating an article about LinkedIn and it being a B2B marketer's dream for my own platform and putting it on my own blog or my own LinkedIn, I went to Smart Insights and I found out who was the editor of it, or the owner actually. And I said, look, can I write some content for you? And I did so. And this is the article that I have here. Now, the benefit of doing that is that that means that I get in front of many different Lucy personas. Whereas I might not have the benefit of doing that through my own platform, you see. So think when you're creating your content about not just your own platform, but other places where your audience hang out. That's why it's so important to get the audience right. There's a great tool, you might have come across this, called Answer the Public. If you're thinking about what to do, what content to create. Essentially what it does, you put in a term, digital marketing, I've done there, and you put that term in and it goes to Google and it finds the most popular questions that people are using with digital marketing in. It categorizes it by how, which, where, when, why, etc. And this is fantastic because it means that I now know if that's my space, if that's what my niche is, what I can create content on, what I can create a video about, what I can write an article about, what I can create a blog post about. It's an amazing tool that is free to use up to a number of searches. Tip 7, improve your social selling. Coca Sexton of LinkedIn said that social selling is the process of using your professional brand to fill your pipeline with the right people, insights, and relationships. I use this graphic to explain the difference. So back in my day when I started, we bought lists of people to sell to. We had to get past gatekeepers. It was pretty horrible back then. These days with social selling, we've got all the tools. With sites like LinkedIn, we can find the decision makers. We can ask for introductions to people. It's amazing the opportunities that we have that we didn't have back then. You may not realize, but you're actually being scored on this. If you have a LinkedIn profile, then you have something called SSI score. It stands for Social Selling Index. If you go to that URL at the top, you'll find it. So I'll leave you with that. I won't go into that in much detail now. And here is my final tip, to start engaging. So this, I can't take credit for this. I have to give this out to a good friend of mine, Scott Gould, and may even be watching, you never know. Scott does like to get to these things. This is a slide taken from one of his decks. And really what Scott's trying to say here, and I fully appreciate and understand it, is that there is a certain element of what I've talked about today is really about marketing yourself and getting your message out there. But actually, if you really want to grow your community and you want to grow the people and the opportunities that are around you and your sales pipeline off the back of it, you need to go and engage with other people. And you need to spend time supporting other people. But it's hard, right? It's the bit that takes time. And that's why most people don't do it. They just think about doing enough to keep their story going. Whereas actually, if you go and support other people, that's when you get the true wins. So, key takeaways from the session. Number 1, right back to the beginning, work out your story. What are you passionate about? It's very difficult, remember, to do this personal branding piece if you don't know what you're passionate about. It's very, very hard. Set some goals. Try and think about where you want to get to in terms of numbers, of followers, of connections on some of these platforms. Obviously, don't go out getting everybody to follow and connect with you. That's not a good thing to do. But set some goals, because then you know what you're actually trying to achieve. Create your platform, and remember what I said about trying to do something, 1 or 2 things better than multiple things and spreading yourself too thin. Build your network. Get into the habit of creating your network and building it up in terms of numbers. Know your audience, really important. You need to know your audience, because otherwise you're speaking to everybody and you're going to get lost in the noise. Get into the habit of creating content. And don't forget here, repurposing is something that often does get forgotten. If you're going to create a blog, why not create a video about the same thing, or vice versa, and then create tweets and create LinkedIn content? People forget to do this. They create a piece of content, they put it out on one channel, and it takes time to put that content together. So make sure you repurpose it. And finally, and I think I've probably said this enough, but if you want to win online, you need to engage with other people. You need to be there to support other people. You can have the best Twitter profile, the best Instagram follower, everything like that, but it's not going to help you if you don't go and help other people. So I'm going to leave it there. I think I've probably just about used up my time. Hopefully we're going to have some Q&A as well. And yeah, I will stop sharing my screen from there.
Thank you very much, Alastair. That was really, really insightful into brand. I've got a couple of questions. So you touched on Virgin, and I briefly worked for a Virgin brand. We were going to be Virgin Connect, but that never happened. Oh well. How do you make a brand feel authentic, like both inside and out? Like it can feel authentic to people on the outside, but it's got to feel authentic to the people who work with that brand as well. You got to feel it to believe it aspect, and how do you implement that successfully?
Okay, so that's a really good question. I mean, I think that probably falls more into the topic of branding as a whole rather than personal branding. However, it's something that I feel comfortable kind of talking about. I mean, I think Virgin's an interesting example, isn't it? Because you've got a brand there where you've also got a very strong personal brand as the leader of that company as well. So I would say that when you're thinking about authenticity within a business, then having somebody who is a leader in that company who demonstrates the vision and the values and the ethos of that business themselves through their personal brand must help resonate into the company brand itself. So, you know, and I like to think in optics that hopefully that's what we do with my brand, and also now as we've grown some of my senior kind of leadership team, is that the guys coming up and coming into the company will be looking at those guys and saying, I want to be doing the same stuff they're doing. I want to be like them online, and hopefully building their own personal brands off the back of it.
Yeah, really good. I've also got a question about personas. So you just had 2 personas, kind of a male and a female, and how people fall into that and kind of diversifying that a little bit and kind of expanding on that as well. And kind of, do you have plans to do that as well within helping other people to build their personal brands?
Okay, so yeah, so when I did that slide, I kind of mentioned, and it's really difficult to kind of come up with any pictures that depict this, obviously. But you know, for us in our business, we have 2 personas, right? I work with companies that have 5 to 10, and we work with many companies that work. You know, that is only our personas. I'm not saying that's right for everyone else. And both those personas can be male or female as well. So although I've had to pick a name for both of them, you know, they can be female or male. What I mentioned as well is that COVID has actually thrown up a 3rd persona for us, which is interesting. So, you know, our business has changed and had to pivot slightly during this period, and therefore we now have got a new set of people we need to start talking to. So, you know, I would say that once you've worked out your personas, and that in itself is a different talk, but once you've worked out your personas, you do need to kind of reinvent them every now and again and really think about whether they're right for you at all times, because otherwise you're going to be talking to the wrong people again still. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the question or not, but
yeah, no, 100%. I did see I saw a talk by Southwest Airlines, and they were saying about the fact that because of COVID, a brand new persona that they had never even thought about had come to light, and how they were seeing that in a completely different way, which was really, really interesting. But yeah, it completely 100% agree. Yeah, though. COVID
I think that's a really key point for everyone now is you know, think what COVID's done to your business and how you need to pivot. So absolutely.
I also think that especially targeting some of the more junior roles can be really worth it for brands. Quite often they forget about them, but actually in teams, the junior team leaders, like the junior assistants, for example, like a marketing executive, they have actually now a lot of speaking power within a business, because the managers will rely on their thought process as well, because they're the ones that are working, you know, against the cold face. They're the ones that are doing stuff, and they're the ones who are then bringing in recommendations. So there is there's a lot of sort of mobility between the hierarchy is not as, you know, ordered as it used to be. I think it's broken apart quite a lot, but in a good way, because it's made for a far more agile workplace, especially in sort of a marketing and a business set of sort of teams and businesses themselves.
100%. And actually, it's really interesting, isn't it, that what we're talking about here is digital, and most of those younger generation are going to be much more prevalent on digital, on these tools anyway. So this is a great way of attracting those kind of people. When I go back to think about my bobs, quite often my bobs aren't even on digital media at all. So actually, I run sessions here at the agency offline to attract those people. So you're absolutely right. Having those people almost as like your inside salespeople is a really good technique. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, brilliant. Thank you so much. I think we've got one other question. So as women, we're really interested to hear about examples of big brands that are led by successful women and the impact they're having. Have you got like any specific people in mind that you would be considering to be in the same sort of bracket as the ones you mentioned earlier?
So the one that kind of springs to mind is, and I don't have huge numbers, unfortunately, of these examples, but is Arianna Huffington of the Huffington Post. So, and bizarrely and ironically, she's got, when I was looking at those slides earlier on, her company has only something like 41,000 followers on Twitter compared to something like her 5 million or something. So, she's a really good example of a very successful woman that's doing great things, but also has exactly the same situation. People want to follow her rather than her company logo. So, yeah, I mean, there's one. As I say, I don't have huge numbers, but.
Thank you.
Do you guys have some? You might have some.
Oh, we've got loads.
Shall we give you some new examples?
Yeah, go for it.
So Jacinda Ardern is one that is really interesting, PM of New Zealand. Now she doesn't run a business, but she runs a whole country with incredible integrity, whilst also having, like one of the biggest challenges on her hands ever. Michelle Obama springs to mind. Kate Middleton, Oprah Winfrey, Gwyneth Paltrow and Goop as well. I mean, Goop is a bit, you can take it or leave it. But there is a ton of examples there of women that are doing really well.
Absolutely. Good examples.
There you go for your next talk.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Alastair, for your time. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us and to inspire us. And lots of people are loving your enthusiasm and your presentation. There was really good feedback in the chat. And thank you. So we'll speak soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Coming up next, we've got Carly Britton on our track. Simon is on track 2, but we've got Carly coming straight up after this on this track. So stay tuned and we'll see Carly's talk in a minute.
This is Dave. Now, if you work in tech and you don't know a Dave the developer, then you haven't lived. You may even be Dave the developer. You may just be that lucky. As you know, Dave is a great guy. He is fun, caring, hardworking, and a real key member of the team. However, Dave is feeling down. He has big dreams of running his own software development team one day, but he has only been with his company 6 months since graduating. His big dreams are blocking him from seeing the bigger picture. Dave is a grad developer and has a really exciting career ahead of him. He has been learning some awesome tech that he never even knew existed, and he loves his job. So, Dave wants to run his own team one day, but where does he start? We will be coming back to Dave and his career a little bit later on. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for my talk, Climb the Career Ladder One Smart Step at a Time. Thank you Digital Exeter and TechExeter for having me here for this awesome virtual tech conference. I'm Carly and I'm the Head of Client Services at Vualto. Vualto started its journey 8.5 years ago in Plymouth, which is now our head office, but we also have offices in Bristol, where I work, London and Amsterdam. I joined the company when it was just starting out. There was only 4 of us, and I joined as a webcast engineer. But I was also the tea maker, the shopper, the travel booker, anything that needed to be done in a startup. Over the past 8 years, I have worked my way up and now head 4 technical teams. We work with some awesome tech, build really cool video streaming solutions, and work with clients all across the globe. During my career, I have learned some really valuable techniques on how to achieve my career goals, and I have helped many colleagues on achieving theirs. I wanted to share these with you today to hopefully help you achieve yours. I want you to think about New Year's resolutions. For me, every Christmas, after eating way too much food and drinking way too much booze, I start getting that feeling like I want to change something in the coming year. So, I decide on a New Year's resolution, and I am all set for making the big change on January the 1st. You know that feeling, right? Whether that's taking up a new hobby, or getting fit, or finding a new job, losing some weight, or saving up some money, whatever it is. So, today is the 1st and I am ready to start my New Year, New Me. But I am hungover and having even more food because it's New Year's Day. It doesn't look likely that I'll be starting my resolution today. So, the 2nd of January is here and it's my big day to change something or improve something in my life. Does it happen? Do I stick to my New Year's resolution? Nope. Can you relate? Do New Year's resolutions work for you? How many New Year's resolutions have you stuck to? I have made many of these changes in my life, but never as a New Year's resolution. In fact, only 8% of people achieve their New Year's resolutions. That's crazy, right? Only 8%. So 92% of people are failing and probably feeling a bit rubbish about it. This is exactly the same in your career. So you have an idea of something you want to achieve, and when you start working towards it, it's not so easy. And if you don't achieve it, you feel a bit rubbish. I want to tell you a little bit about when I started my career. When I first started on my career journey, I had this idea that I needed to really focus on my career ladder, my end goal, and be promoted through the ranks in a particular order to get where I wanted to be. However, I didn't really know where I wanted to be. I knew I wanted to be successful. I knew I wanted to be in a senior position, manager perhaps, but that's as far as I got. I looked at other successful people who I looked up to and researched how they made it to the top of their field, and I tried to fit that same pattern into my own life. When I looked more into it, their stories were all so different. They had all got to where they are today via so many different routes. There wasn't a one-size-fits-all path. So how did I decide where I wanted to be and how did I get there? I didn't, and I'm still not there. In fact, I don't believe there is a top of the ladder that you can reach. Even the likes of Tim Cook and Sheryl Sandberg are still learning and pivoting with the industry depending on trends and adapting their career to suit. Being open to opportunities that arise and pivoting your career accordingly are key to being successful. Think of the ladder as a success ladder as opposed to a career ladder. Grab opportunities when they arise. Don't be afraid to try new things and be open to pivoting your career plan depending on the opportunities that come your way. You may just be pleasantly surprised. In 5 years' time, you may be doing a job you never even knew existed. We can get lost looking at big end goals and dreams and lose track of how to get there. By worrying less about the big goal, focus on the smaller steps to get you there. When you do that, you become more open to trying new things, open to pivoting your career with industry trends and technology changes. You will grow in a much more natural and healthy way, and you will remain positive as you'll be regularly achieving smaller goals. In today's talk, you will learn the importance of focusing on smaller goals and the techniques to achieve those goals using SMART. You may have heard of SMART before, but for those of you who haven't, SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. Keep your goals small and specific. Make sure you can measure the outcome. It must be achievable. Challenge yourself but be relevant, and give yourself a clear time frame. Today I'm going to show you how to use SMART to achieve your career goals. During this talk, I want you to imagine your goals and put yourself in the shoes of Dave. S, specific. Dave knows it's better to complete 100% of 5 things than 50% of 10 things. Most of us have goals, but many of them are generalised and often dreams that are not achieved. Dave's goal is to run his own software development team one day. This is a vague goal and something that may take more time to achieve, and he, like many other people, lack the specifics on achieving a set goal. Like Dave, many of us don't actually know how to achieve our goals. You need to be specific in your goal setting. You will get to where you want to be by defining exactly how you will get there. Many of us make the general goals like, I need to do more to help the environment. This is a vague goal, but you need to make it specific. So, I will use my reusable coffee cup, or I will ride my bike instead of taking my car. You could be even more specific. You could decide to ride your bike 3 times a week, which is greater improvement than 0. Dave needs to define how he will develop his career by talking to his manager about his goals. So, Dave has now spoken to his line manager about his goals, and they have worked on some really good objectives. The objectives set are to have excellent C# skills and to have good experience with .NET Core, Cloud and Docker. However, Dave needs to be even more specific. So he is going to focus on developing his C# skills in his SMART goal. He can create separate SMART goals for the other objectives set out by his line manager. He needs to focus on one goal at a time so that he can keep his focus. M, measurable. Dave knows if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. We all need to be able to track our progress. It is very important to keep track because it helps us to keep motivated and to ensure we are hitting our targets. Measuring your goals allows you to celebrate the milestones and re-evaluate when they are not being achieved. So Dave will need to measure his specific goal of having excellent C# skills. So how will he do this? He will measure this by updating his line manager with his progress each month during his one-to-ones. This is also a good opportunity to raise any issues that Dave is having during his development that his line manager could help him with. A, achievable. Dave knows it's better to make many small steps in the right direction than to make a great leap forward only to step backwards. You need to ensure that the goals you have set are achievable. Your goals should consist of being challenging but not unrealistic. then they will become achievable. Unfortunately, I have seen too many people give up after trying to achieve unrealistic, non-specific goals. That doesn't get you anywhere. Dave has the support from his line manager. He is having regular meetings and a realistic time frame in which to complete the goal. This goal looks very achievable for Dave. R. Relevant. Dave knows goals are irrelevant if you're going in the wrong direction. Your career goals should be relevant to what you want to achieve in your life and career. I've seen so many people trying to achieve too many goals at once, or their goal is not relevant to their career. In this instance, because we are talking about careers, the SMART goal must be relevant to your career and where you want your career to take you. For example, if Dave wanted to start learning Spanish, perhaps his company has some Spanish-speaking clients, and he believes this would be a great asset to his career and organisation. He starts blocking out time in his week to learn Spanish, yet Dave does not speak to the Spanish clients and will never be required to visit them in Spain. He would have wasted many hours on this. It is irrelevant and a complete waste of his time and the people who are supporting him. However, Dave knows what is relevant, and that is to improve his C# skills in order to progress his career. So this goal is completely relevant. So when setting goals, always ask yourself why you want to achieve them and are they relevant before making the commitment. T. Time. Dave knows if it wasn't for deadlines, nothing would get done. This is one of the most important aspects of SMART. If you do not have a clear deadline for your goal, will you achieve it? You know that feeling when you have a deadline, the panic starts to set in and you feel the intense need to make sure you complete the task in time. So giving yourself a deadline will let you evaluate and achieve more goals. As well as deadlines, allow yourself time to achieve the goal. For example, I have to block out parts of my day to achieve my goals. And if you are able to do the same, it is worth it. It keeps me focused and to deadlines. Dave has given himself 6 months to complete the goal. This is a clear, realistic deadline. Along with his monthly one-to-ones, where he will update his line manager, he has an excellent way of measuring and managing his goal. So after all of this careful planning, do you think Dave will complete his goal of becoming excellent in C#? I would have taken a little bit of time in preparation, but sometimes you need to take time to make time. Planning is crucial when setting your SMART goal. I created this template, which I use when setting myself a SMART goal. By using a template, you are ensuring that you cover each element of SMART in your planning. It will also identify any issues that you come across during the planning, and that is a great opportunity to make sure you are 100% clear with the task you're about to start. The physical act of writing down a goal makes it real and tangible. You have no excuse for forgetting about it. As you write, use the word will instead of would like to or might. For example, I will develop my skills to be excellent in C#, not I would like to develop my skills to be excellent in C#. The first goal statement has power, and you can see yourself becoming excellent in C#. The second lacks passion and gives you an excuse if you get sidetracked. To recap, here are some SMART goals, do's and don'ts. Do, be specific in your goal setting. Do, seek support from your line manager when planning your career goals. Do, set yourself a clear time frame. Do, be flexible and prepared to pivot the goal when necessary. Don't set yourself vague goals. Don't set yourself career goals without support. Don't set unachievable goals that will lead to frustration. And don't expect perfection. Now, that was a quick guide on how to achieve SMART goals. They have been a huge benefit to me and my colleagues. Some of my colleagues do not even know I use SMART when setting goals for them. There is just one more thing. Many people do think that goal setting is just a one-time event. You set one goal and that's it. Goal setting is much more than setting one goal and achieving it and never setting one again. It's a process that never ends. Your plans, career and life goals will need constant revision, evaluation, and you need to be flexible and pivot when you're required to. Do you have any dreams or goals that you're currently working on? I, for example, have a goal to complete my master's in the next 3 years. And to ensure I complete it, I have had to set myself SMART goals which will work around my career and family life. Anything is possible when you set your mind to it. Here are some key takeaways from today's session. Set yourself specific goals that can be realistically achieved. Be open to opportunities that come your way. They may surprise you. Be open to pivoting your career to suit industry trends and changes. Be smart when setting your goals. You are awesome and can achieve anything. Thank you for your time today. I hope you've learned something. Please reach out to me on social media to continue the conversation. And if you have any questions around today's topic, if you would like a copy of my SMART Goals template, I can send that across to you. Enjoy the rest of your conference and thank you.
Be part of it.
Because you want to make a difference.
You're part of something special.
Your team amazing. You want to be inspired.
You want to inspire others.
The tech community needs a voice.
We're on a journey together.
You support tech in the Southwest.
Tech Southwest is a membership organisation supporting our region's fast-growing tech sector, working with other tech clusters, companies, science parks, founders, entrepreneurs, investors, tech hubs, universities, colleges, schools and support organisations. We're helping to join the dots across the region and beyond, offering our members business support, growth opportunities, the Tech Southwest Awards, insight reports, events and a platform to connect and collaborate. And it's free. Join at techsouthwest.co.uk. Our awards showcase and celebrate talent, innovation, creativity, community, entrepreneurship and business success. Online tech gatherings bring people together with lively panel discussions, one-to-one networking, learning, sharing and more. So,
be part of it. Make difference.
Be part of it. Enter the awards.
Be part of it. Become a member.
Be part of Tech Southwest. techsouthwest.co.uk.
In my 30 years of working in business, I've never had such a shocking day. I met with the director and just by his expression, I knew something was extremely serious and something had gone wrong. We had been cyber-attacked.
Last year in the Southwest, over 2,000 cyber-dependent crimes were reported to law enforcement. And a recent report suggests that cybercrime is one of the most underreported crimes in the world. And in the UK, it's estimated that only 6% of cybercrimes are reported.
Law enforcement across the UK has the capability to tackle cybercrime impacting individuals and organisations. But they can only investigate what they know about.
Reporting aids investigations. It helps form awareness campaigns. The information that you provide can help form a picture of the cyber threat to UK businesses. We need people to report.
I love how measurable Google Ads is. For a client that comes to us that needs to reach a certain segment of the market, whether that's based on a specific search term or a specific market, we can, within a few days of having some campaigns live, let them know exactly what the opportunity is.
Display ads, it's kind of in the name, they're image-led ads that are shown across Google's display network. There is the option of Microsoft ads, aka the search engine formerly known as Bing. We tend to see lower volumes of search on Microsoft ads, but it is another avenue to explore.
Remarketing, simply, is when somebody has been to your website, you're then able to serve them up a targeted ad back to them.
RLSA is basically remarketing but for search ads. So what we do there is we'll have specific keywords which we'll use to show to people who have been on your site before, close to the point of conversion perhaps, and again we just need that little push just to get them over the line.
So customer lists is a database of your existing customers. So let's, for example, you've got a MailChimp list. You can upload that list into Facebook and retarget those people in the Facebook platform. What you can also do is create lookalike audiences of that list. So Facebook will find people that look like your audiences. It's a really great tool.
With Surveyor Tech, you can quickly and easily create digital surveys, including visual walkthroughs of the interior and exterior of properties. Because Surveyor Tech is cloud-based, you can access it anytime, anywhere. Start capturing your surveys within minutes. Just sign up, download the app, and you're ready to go. Surveyor Tech offers two ways to capture your surveys: on-premise and remote. For on-premise surveys, grab your 360-degree camera, open your Surveyor Tech app, connect to the camera, get it in position, and start capturing. If you don't have a 360-degree camera, you can capture images using your smartphone. Add any notes or annotations to each image, and repeat until you've captured all the images you need. Don't forget to name each one as you go. When you're done, sync your images. They will then appear in your online portal. Here you can add to or amend your notes. Link images so they can be viewed as a walkthrough. Block out any sensitive information. Add media as notes to explain risks. Once you're done, it's time to publish your survey. Simply use your automatically generated survey URL to share with key stakeholders. For remote surveys, head to the portal. To start, schedule a live streaming session and share the details with the person who will be on site when the survey happens. At the scheduled time, the live stream will start. You can guide the other person around the building while the live stream is recording. At any point, you can capture stills and add notes to the survey. When you're finished, end the session and the recording and stills you've captured will be saved to your portal, ready for notes and annotations to be added and enhanced. It's that easy. The Surveyor Tech digital surveying and walkthrough solution resolves challenges, improves efficiency, and enables scalability for numerous professions. Find out more and sign up today at www.softwaresolved.com/SurveyorTech.
I'm Tim Maguire. I'm CEO of Spatial Quotient. We're a Devon-based tech company working in healthcare, and we specialise in analysis and interpretation of people and object movement within spaces, particularly within hospital spaces. The potential of this business is that what we are able to do with data from the hospitals, unique set of data that only we're collecting and analysing with our data science team. The benefits are they span a number of different areas, from the operations to productivity, perhaps efficiency, but well-being of staff, how staff interact with patients, how patients use the hospital, and more recently we've completed a project in Zaragoza in Spain, where we have reduced the amount of time that patients are spending within the hospital by 43%. We've done the same in the UK by 63%, so it shows that the benefits are there for all health services. In this region, we have access to a great partnership with Exeter University and the impact. We have recruited directly from Exeter University a computer scientist. We have a KTP with Exeter University, and I think this is an ideal location to get a great mix in work and life for the whole team. I think it's a great opportunity for us to grow and access to local talent.
What's the job? Our aim is to break into their personal email account. Target? Anyone and everyone. Once we're in, we're golden. You got a plan? Step 1. Everyone uses the same password. So we take a few educated guesses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Password admin. Step 2. We're in. A lot of people know to steer clear of those passwords now. They even change the default ones. So what if they haven't used those? Okay, well, plan B. Step 1, using information from social media, we find out family names and hobbies. Step 2, use those to guess their password. Step 3, we're in. What if they've set their privacy settings? We've got to be able to see that. No problem. Plan C. We forget guessing and just buy a data breach list of usernames and passwords. Find our account, use the same credentials, and we are in. But that data could be pretty old. What if they've changed their password since then? It's not. It's 100% up-to-date data breach, and it'll definitely be the right password, alright? Then it looks like we are... Wait. What about two-factor authentication? Forget it.
Welcome back. We've got just the last kind of couple of tracks to go. We've got Dan Goodwin, who is really excited about setting a compelling vision for what he's working on. And then on track 2,
we've got Darren Hunt, who is heading up a UX panel of speakers, and he'll be closing that track with a QA session. And you can ask the panel any questions you may have about all areas of user experience. And you head over to track 2 right now. The session is open and the experts are ready and waiting for you.
Right now on stage 1, we have Dan. So Dan is joining us. He's a UX designer at Blue Fruit Software. So it's really nice to see you, Dan. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. It's great to be here.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Good. Well, the stage is yours. So without further ado, over to you.
Right. So I'll get my slides on the go. Okay. I'm going to shrink that down. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Goodwin. I'm a UX designer and a user researcher, and I'm currently working for a company in Cornwall where I live called Blue Fruit Software. Very briefly, Blue Fruit Software are embedded software specialists. So we work on software that's in specialist hardware and equipment of all kinds across a wide variety of sectors, including medical, industrial, aerospace. And I work as a user-centered designer, working with teams right across those projects and across those sectors, bringing users into the design process for what we're working on. And one of the things that I've ended up getting involved with is the concept of setting a vision for something, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to start the talk with a little bit of audience participation. It's going to be kind of passive audience participation, and I know even at the best of times in the old world where we'd be sat together in a room, audience participation can be a bit of a gamble. I think it's even more of a gamble when I'm here in my kitchen on giving the last talk of the day. But hopefully I don't lose you straight away. I'm just going to ask you to think about something just for a couple of minutes. And I want you to think about a time when you received some exciting news. And I realise that maybe of late that exciting news has been hard to come by, but hopefully things are getting better. And people get excited by all kinds of things, so I don't want to sort of pigeonhole what you might get excited about. But perhaps some examples. So it might be work related. It might be that you've had the opportunity to change a role, or perhaps you've got a pay rise, or perhaps change team or make a change in your job. If you are in the unfortunate position to be in a job that you're not enjoying, or perhaps you're not in work, and you've seen some kind of job ad that's kind of got your name all over it, maybe that's something that you've got excited about. But it doesn't have to be work things. Maybe it's about sort of unexpected opportunity to go on a trip, or to have a day off, or maybe it's a kind of physical sporting thing. Maybe you've had the opportunity to get onto some kind of marathon or physical endeavor, or you've been in a kind of lottery to get in one of those, and you've won that lottery. So it's kind of having a piece of exciting news. And what I want you to think about is what happened when you got excited by that piece of news, what you did. And so think about that, and we're going to come back to that. So I'm going to talk through the creation of a vision, why we might want to do it, who we might be creating that vision for, how we might go about tackling creating a vision, what would go into it, and how we could go about presenting it. And I'm going to do that by talking through an example of vision development. So effectively talking through a story of me developing a vision. And I'll kind of talk through that example and talk through what I'm doing as I go. So I've got a story of my own to tell, and that's that on a Saturday at the end of August, so really just a week ago, I was kind of working on this talk, and I'd got a fair way through it, but I saw this tweet on that Saturday, and it's a tweet from Robert Llewellyn of previously of Red Dwarf fame, ex-presenter of Scrap Heap Challenge, and now a kind of celebrated cheerleader for electric vehicles. And this tweet, for those that can't see the slide or read the slide, this tweet describes a protest that's being carried out by a group called Doctors for Extinction Rebellion. And they're protesting about local air pollution and efforts to reduce that. I'm not going to go into detail on the protest, but part of that protest was to stand on some ambulances as part of the kind of publicity that they did. And so Robert's reaction to that was to kind of encourage electric motor manufacturers to build electric ambulances. And in fact, from Robert's kind of take on this, it was a little bit more kind of ragey, if you like. He's saying, come on, you're hopelessly slow, deliberately dragging your feet. Motor manufacturers, get off your lazy butts and build electric ambulances. I'm going to talk about a couple of problems with that specific tweet, but I want to sort of talk through what happened when I saw that tweet and how I came to be kind of producing a vision in reaction to that. So bear with me, I'm going to get to the vision bit, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about storytelling. In fact, this talk could be about storytelling, or if we don't want to get too hung up on kind of storytelling theory, story arcs, hero's journey, that kind of thing. It could be about simply telling stories. And there's a point that I want to get across right now, that telling stories is something that we all do all the time. And I'm going to refer to a book. So this is one of my favorite books. I read it a lot. 100 Things Every Designer Needs to Know About People. It's a great book by Susan Weinschenk. I thoroughly recommend it. And one of those things, number 33, is the simple fact that people process information best in story form. And so I don't expect you to read this page on the slide, but Susan talks through the fact that we process information in story form. It's something that we do a lot. It's something that helps us all. And she talks through some of the psychology kind of theory that surrounds this statement that she has. So storytelling is something that we do a lot. It's something that we do ourselves to process information, and it's something that we use to help us remember things, and it's something that we can leverage to help other people to process information and understand something that we're getting across. So we're kind of getting around to that vision bit now, because those stories that we tell to ourselves when we're excited about something, what we're actually doing is setting a vision. So if we go back to my question about when you got excited about something, I'm hoping that one of the things you thought about was the fact that you started to tell some stories around the thing that you got excited about. You kind of started to visualize yourself in the new job role, in the different team, or perhaps if it's the physical endeavor, you started to picture going through perhaps the training process, and then the effort of the activity itself, and maybe completing and running across the finish line and celebrating that moment. So hopefully you thought about telling stories. So that's what I want to capture, is the fact that if we agree on this thesis that we all tell stories to ourselves all the time, then we can agree that we're all capable of setting a vision, because that's what we're doing when we tell those stories. So we can use that, we can leverage that storytelling to create a vision which is going to help us to get people excited about something that we're working on, and to engage stakeholders. And that's what the talk is about. So when might we want to set a vision? So there's lots of talk and lots of excitement around kind of startups and the idea of working on new products or services, and setting a vision is a really important thing for anyone who's in that activity. Kind of, they've got ideas and they're moving into startup, they're developing those ideas, thinking about how to turn those into products or services. So setting a vision is very important. But I think with all the kind of excitement and interest around startups, we tend to forget about the people, and lots of us who are working on existing products or services. And in fact, it's worth bearing in mind that a startup fairly quickly turns into an existing product or service. And having a vision for that is equally important as when we're working on a kind of a new thing, on a startup thing. In fact, we'll talk about the fact that as you work on your thing, you're gonna be working on it over time, and that's a really important time that you should have a vision, because you're going to be working on this thing over a longer period of time. So new products and services, existing products or services. If we're innovating, so if we're experimenting with new technologies or trying out new things, and we're starting to think about how we might leverage those technologies, those ideas, think about how we build those into products and services. We can use vision setting to help us think about how we make use of those innovations. If we're creating something perhaps a little bit smaller, so things like writing a blog post or preparing a talk, and without getting too meta, so I had a vision for this talk that I wanted to give, and so one of the things I did was capture that vision, and that's what I submitted as the proposal for the talk. So having a vision has helped me to get the talk, land the talk, and then work towards and build the talk. If we're doing something like creating a new team, or we're bringing a new role into our organization, then we might want to set a vision to help that team understand what it's going to do, or help an individual in a new role think about what they're going to be doing in that role, and understand and set some visions for themselves around that role. Or equally, if we've got an existing team, perhaps one that's got a strong culture that's been working together for a while, and we're going to give them something new. We're going to develop or change that team's kind of what they're working on, or we're going to change some roles. Setting a vision can be really helpful to help people think about what it means to be working in a different thing. And for us as individuals, we talked a little bit about job seeking. So if you're seeking or applying for a job, or if you're thinking about changing job, or even a complete role change and thinking about retraining, setting a vision is going to be a really powerful, useful thing for yourself to help kind of process and think about where you're heading, and help you think about how you're going to get there. So that's when we might do it. And why do we want to do this? So for yourself and for the people that you want to bring with you on the journey, this is all about everyone seeing what they're heading towards all of the time. So you've got that vision there. That's your kind of your goal. That's what we're going for. And often you're going to want to build a team around you. This is something you can't do on your own. So you need people to help you. You've got to bring people with you. You've got to bring people in and to help you achieve this thing. And so setting a vision is going to help you to build that team. And sometimes it's even more than that. You've actually got to sell your ideas to somebody. You want to get people on board. And that might be about getting investment. It might be about getting the time of smart people who you know you want to get involved in your project. So kind of getting their time and giving them a vision to understand what it is you're trying to achieve, and give them a reason to come on board. And that's one of the things we'll be talking about in my example. And over time, teams will change, people will come and go, and you need new people to be able to visualize what everyone else has been working on all this time. And things take time. Your thing may take days, it may take weeks, it may take months, it may take years. And all the time you want to be visualizing the goal that you're working towards. And as you encounter challenges and difficulties, pragmatic challenges around implementing things, maybe you can't do things exactly how you want to have that vision in your head to keep you working towards that thing and overcoming those challenges. And it can really help you make decisions. That's another really key thing. Making decisions is hard. And setting a vision is a really important factor. So we can use that as a factor in our decision-making processes at whatever point we're working. So we can consider which choices are moving us towards visions, which choices are kind of preventing us from reaching our goal, reaching our visions. So visions can help us to make decisions. And crucially, this is kind of the angle for my talk, is they help us to get people excited. So I get really motivated when I get excited about working on something, and we want to capture that excitement, and we want to get other people excited about it. And a vision can really, really help us to do that. So let's go back to our electric ambulance example. And possibly I made a bit of a mistake by starting to read the replies to Robert Llewellyn's tweet. I've put a few up on the slides here, but I'm not going to read them out. But there are some recurring themes around some of the replies, and a lot of them are kind of naysayers. And some of these people are people who, with kind of experience working in ambulances as paramedics, working in emergency medicine, saying that this is not going to work. Ambulances don't stay parked long enough. They are on the move constantly through the day. They're doing massive long distances. There's lots of discussion about the equipment that's being used on ambulances, and that how much energy that equipment uses, and that there won't be enough energy to drive that equipment and to drive an electric ambulance at the same time. And some people come from kind of a naysaying perspective from a different reason. Perhaps people from the EV, the electric vehicle industry, saying that this can't happen. There's lots of talk around kind of rural and urban locations and the challenges perhaps around rural and the distances being travelled. But there are some perhaps encouraging responses. So there are some more pragmatic answers or responses. So people saying, yeah, there are lots of challenges that are there, the kind of needs of patients and the severity, the category of the call outs, and the kind of blue light needs that this response mentioned. There are challenges there, but so it's going to need a little bit of careful thought, and that's something that I'm going to be talking about in a sec. And there are even some encouraging signs that people are actually working on this today. So there are people trialing electric ambulances and working on electric ambulance schemes. Perhaps not surprisingly, they're doing this in Europe, and we can see that some evidence of a partnership being brought together. And there's a reason why I got excited about this tweet and why I kind of started telling stories for myself. And I'll just explain the reason for that. So one, I mentioned that I work for an embedded software company. And one of the things that's happened there is that I've been exposed to a number of projects involving the turning of electric motors. And I've got to understand some of the challenges and complexities around the turning of electric motors using software. So I've started to appreciate that there are lots of challenges involved in this field. And so automotive electric vehicles are a challenging thing to work on. But on top of that, I'm also what's called a community first responder. And that means I volunteer for the ambulance service here in the Southwest, responding to emergency calls. And as part of the training for that, I spent a number of full 12-hour shifts working with ambulance crew, so working directly with them, alongside them on their full shift, starting at ambulance station and then out and about responding to calls, helping them, visiting hospitals. So basically experiencing the reality of what it's like to be responding to emergency calls in an ambulance in a rural location. And I was doing all of that kind of, I guess, through the lens of me as a user researcher, and that felt really exciting and a really privileged position to be in. I was basically doing contextual research, so I was there firsthand experiencing what it means to be driving an ambulance and responding to emergency calls. So the stories that I started to tell in my head when I saw that tweet were kind of around the idea of using all of that knowledge. So bringing together knowledgeable people, emergency medicine practitioners, paramedics, and people out there driving ambulances, but bringing them together with people who are experts in driving electric motors in electric vehicles, and thinking about how we could experiment with the factors in terms of driving an electric vehicle, and starting to do things like consider, if we've got a lot of equipment on an ambulance that uses a lot of power, can we start to kind of take account of the equipment and the power level, what's being used at any one time? Can we take into account categories of the call out, the distance that call out might be, and the category to how fast the ambulance might need to travel? Can we start kind of measuring those things and perhaps having the electric motor respond in different ways? So kind of managing the power that's being used across the ambulance, and starting to think about the fact that we need to think about infrastructure as well. So we know that ambulances are rarely at their base station. They're sometimes at hospitals. We can think about where they spend time stationary. Are we going to be able to charge the electric fast enough and provide enough power at the times when the ambulances are not moving? And one of the things, as I've worked on projects like this, is that I'm aware that data is really important. So I started to think about the fact, could we actually use data and gather data and collect data to start to think about whether these things are possible? So collecting data about the call-outs and the category of call-outs, the frequency of call-outs, the distances being travelled, the equipment that's being used on ambulances and the amount of energy that it's being used. Can we gather and collect that data? And if there isn't enough data there, could we start to think about collecting that data today on existing ambulances and gathering information and starting to combine that information to start to test some of our ideas around how we might manage energy and energy usage? And yeah, I got kind of carried away. But what all of this was telling me was that this is a complex problem, and that we needed a team of smart people to kind of work together and come together to tackle this problem. And I think my feeling was that, yes, it's complex and it's going to be difficult, but it's a problem that certainly can be tackled and considered and probably solved with a reasonable degree of confidence. I feel like it's one that can be solved. Perhaps not in all areas, perhaps in some areas, perhaps in urban rather than rural areas. But I think it's one that could be tackled if we brought together the right people. But how do we bring that team of people together to do that? So we're talking about bringing together ambulance trusts and their staff, the emergency medicine practitioners. And ambulance trusts don't have huge amounts of money, and their staff are incredibly busy, operating sort of 12-hour shifts. So kind of getting them on board with something like this is going to be challenging. We need to give them a reason to want to participate and to get involved with it. I mentioned there was a problem with Robert Llewellyn's tweet around electric vehicle manufacturers. So yeah, there are vehicle manufacturers, but actually the people building ambulances are what's called coach builders. So they take the empty shell of a vehicle, they spec out what goes into that vehicle, and they're involved in specing the equipment and fitting out the equipment that goes into a specialist vehicle. A bit like people who create camper vans with the shell of a vehicle. There are coach builders who are building specialist vehicles like ambulances to meet the very specialist needs of a particular trust and the particular call-outs that trust is experiencing. So we need to involve those coach builders. And if we're thinking about that infrastructure side of things, we're thinking about where we're going to charge these ambulances. So we are starting to think about the fact we may need to involve experts in EV infrastructure. We might need to involve local authorities to actually experiment with charging infrastructure and charging ambulances in that situation. That's fine. Yeah. So I've just seen a message from the crew. Yeah, I've got a blank screen here. That's okay. There'll be something on the screen in a minute. Live, very exciting. So we need to set a vision. This is a really good situation where we might want to set a vision. We want to convince people to get involved with the things that we're working on, and get them excited about working with us. And we've got ideas about the kind of people that we'd want to get involved with working as those ambulance trusts, the staff working the trust, patient representatives, commercial organisations, local authorities, and people like that. So we want to involve those people, and we want to set a vision. So what makes a good vision? How can we get that vision that we've started to set in our heads? We've told stories. How do we get that vision out of our heads and into the heads of those people that we want to get excited about and get involved? And I would say the start point is to literally take those stories that we start to tell ourselves when we get excited about something and capture those stories, write them down, think about who's involved, think about what they're doing, think about how and where and when. And if we go back to my electric ambulance story, the stories that I've started to tell myself include the idea of bringing together this smart team of partners, bringing joined up thinking from electric vehicle manufacturers and designers, along with the people who are going to be using this stuff, so ambulance trusts and their staff, bringing together a team of those people, running a trial in a particular location, and that trial being successful, thinking about measuring the fact that we've reduced pollution, local pollution in that area, and also saved energy and saved money from the running of electric vehicles over and above running fossil fuel vehicles. So a successful trial, and that trial leads to kind of interest from trusts and other people in progressing with the electrification of fleets of ambulances. So kind of imagining that trial and the success of that trial. And perhaps those trial trusts saving money through reduced fuel and energy usage from the ambulances, and perhaps some of that money initially going into the process of the trial and building infrastructure around that trial, but then that money saving allowing the trust to perhaps make changes to shift patterns and staffing levels, and that leading to improving the health and well-being of their employees. So money saving, health and well-being improvement, and perhaps an improvement in the quality of patient care too. So thinking about all of that kind of joined up thinking, and thinking about the success that those trials that bring in a different in different ways. So what we want to pick out from those stories that I started to tell myself are things that are important when we're laying down a vision. And what's important here is that some of our vision stories are capturing what's called impact. So we're capturing high-level impacts. We're thinking about improved public health. We're thinking about reduced costs. We're thinking about improved patient care. We're thinking about improved staff retention. So we've got some very high-level impacts there. And we're also capturing some outcomes, some changes that are driving those impacts. So the fact that there's been a successful trial and expressions of interest from ambulance trusts around this successful trial. The fact that we've measured reduced local pollution as a trial trust switches from fossil fuel to electric, and that allowing a new electric ambulance fleet, allowing cost savings, and those cost savings allowing the ambulance trust to make changes to shift patterns and working patterns, which in turn is leading to increased staff health and well-being, and hence staff retention. So thinking about outcomes which are driving those kind of high-level impacts. And we hear lots of talk around delivering value, and delivering value is a really important thing. And we hear talk increasingly around capturing outcomes over output. And we hear things like Simon Sinek talking about starting with the why. And those are all really important things, and that kind of ties in with this vision setting idea. But it's quite easy to get wooed by the kind of concepts behind these things. And it can be hard to understand what these things mean in reality in relation to our ideas, to the things we're working on. So we hear about outcomes over output, and what does that actually mean? So I'm going to refer to another one of my favorite books. It's this one. It's by Joshua Seiden. It's a very sort of small, easy to read book. The cover reckons it's readable in about 40 minutes, and it's called Outcomes Over Output. And this is the book that's helped me get to grips and understand what it means to be talking about outcomes over output, and to use those in a practical way. And Joshua's book helps us to understand the fact that, yeah, we can talk about value, we can talk about delivering value to users and customers and to businesses, but that perhaps it can be challenging to understand what value means. It's a bit of a vague term, and it's hard for us to pin down what value means. And the book helps us to understand that different people in different roles will think about value at different levels. So leaders of businesses and organizations tend to think about value in terms of high-level impacts. That kind of matches their level within an organization. So high-level impacts, things like cost saving, things like increasing revenue. In our health examples, it might be around improving public health. So the leaders thinking at that kind of impact level. And then the people who are charged with delivering and executing these activities tend to be thinking about outcomes that are going to drive those impacts. So things that are changing, where things that have changed, and those outcomes that are driving the high level impact. And then as we head down, the people executing and delivering will be thinking about and working on outputs. So what are we actually going to deliver in terms of product or service or features that are going to affect those outcomes, affect those changes that in turn are driving those impacts. So we've got this concept of value, which it works at different levels for different people. So we can talk about high level impacts, we can talk about outcomes, so changes which drive those impacts. And then we have outputs, which are going to affect those changes, the things that we're working on. So to set a vision and get our teams working on something that's going to deliver real value, we want our vision to capture the value at different levels. So we want our visions to capture those high level impacts and to capture the outcomes which drive those impacts. So let's go back to our ambulance example. So we've talked about high level impacts. We've picked those out of our story. So things like improved public health, things like cost savings, things like improved staff retention. So there's high level impacts there, and we've got some outcomes, some changes which are driving those things. So we can check off things that are going to motivate the people that we want to get involved with our vision. So those changes in public health, those cost savings, those improvements to staff health and well-being and staff retention, those are going to hopefully get our ambulance trusts and paramedics excited about working with us. For commercial organisations, they may have different things that are motivating them. Often it's about improved revenue, increased revenue, or continued bringing in of revenue. And for them, that's often about running a successful business, breaking even, making a profit, and employing a workforce in their community. So we're trying to capture the impacts and the outcomes for them, which are going to get them interested. So we're always thinking about impacts and outcomes over and above our output in vision. And to capture and share these visions, we need to think a way of capturing those impacts and those outcomes through the stories that we've told and we've identified, and presenting them in a way that's going to kind of engage the people that we want to help us realize our vision. And this takes us back to the storytelling idea that I started about earlier. So telling stories, encouraging other people to process the stories and think about the vision that we're setting, get them excited, and encourage them to be setting their own visions and telling stories for themselves, getting them excited about something. So we want to find a way to tell these stories that capture these impacts and these outcomes. And there's all sorts of ways that we can tell stories in this way, and I can't possibly go through all of those in this talk, but I'm going to talk about one of the ways that I like to do this, that I think is a reasonably straightforward way to start to tell those stories and capture them in vision form. And I'm going to wave another book. I can't actually wave the book because it's an ebook, this one. This is a book by Chris Murphy. He's an educator and leader of design and of entrepreneurship. He's somebody that I've followed for a long time. I really rate his ideas. And he wrote a book a little while ago called Start. And this book is about turning some of your side ideas, some of your passion projects, those side projects that you might have, and pursuing those and turning those into something tangible, something realistic. And one of the tools that he uses to help people work their way through that journey is, and he introduces it in this book, is the concept of archaeology of the future. And that in itself builds on some ideas from service design, from people like IDEO. And there's a service design toolkit, which is publicly and openly available. And that has one of its tools is something called the narratives of tomorrow, the headlines of tomorrow. And the idea of this, the concept of this is to take our stories and present them as kind of fictionalized outputs. And I'm going to present some examples of those kind of fictionalized outputs, and these are real examples. These aren't made up. So the kind of things that we might want to present around something that we're working on that capture impacts and outcomes. They might be news stories. They might be kind of press releases or news stories. They might be kind of influencer output, so tweets and social media from relevant influencers talking about something that's happened. Again, remember, these are real examples. We might reference particular studies that are relevant to the thing that we're working on. We might make use of video. We might kind of produce more kind of commercial-looking material around something that we're working on. Here's a particular medical example. So we might use kind of in our medical examples, we might be using tweets as an example output to tell our stories, to lay down our visions. So really, the limit to this is kind of your imagination and creativity. You might be limited a bit by your design skills, as I certainly am, but that's something that you can overcome. You can work with people to tackle that. There's really no limits. There's another local news story here that kind of tells a story that kind of ties in with our example. So we're gonna fictionalize these outputs, create these outputs, and the thing that we're going to do is we're going to set down the context of our thing that we're working on, who's using it, where and why, and we're setting down the outcomes of people using this thing. And so the changes in behavior and the impact that those things are creating, those outcomes are driving impact. So we're going to capture those things. And if you're moving into using your vision to become a true value-driven organization, and you're going to drive your product or service-led teams with these visions, you're also going to want to think about measuring some of these things. So measuring the outcomes or the impacts. And that's a really important thing to be able to do. That could be a whole talk in itself. So I'm not going to go into a lot of depth, but if you get into setting a vision, you're going to want to think about measuring how you reach that vision. So just to round off my example, I wanted to talk through some ideas of things that I wanted to capture to tell the electric ambulance sort of story, capture the storytelling that I've built around the idea of building this trial. So some examples of those things. And I started to work on these things. They definitely need more work on the design and the content of them. I wanted to show some ideas of some of those things. So, and you'll see that these things capture those important things that we want to capture here. We're capturing the context, and we're capturing some impact, and we're capturing some output. Capturing some outcomes rather than the outputs. And these are made up things. So you'll see some slightly contrived content here, and you'll see my poor Photoshop design skills in action. So we might see things that are capturing the fact that a fleet trial is being carried out in a particular location, the fact that we've involved multiple partners in this process, the Ambulance Trust, electric vehicle suppliers, local authorities. So we're kind of capturing that in a tweet. We might capture in some local news stories that particular trial and what that's meant for that local community, that particular region where the trial has been carried out. And we're capturing the fact that the point of this is that we're reducing air pollution. So we're capturing that. If we think about some of the outcomes for our staff and for the trust itself, my thinking started to turn towards the idea of capturing that in perhaps an internal newsletter and interviews with the staff members who were involved in that trial, and perhaps thinking about some of the concerns they might have had on entering that trial and the outcomes for them around the fact that the trial led to a better experience for them, a better ambulance service, and a better experience for patients too. So we might want to capture that in some kind of internal communications channel. And then thinking about commercial organizations, thinking about some of these electric vehicle manufacturers, thinking about coach builders. We might turn to trade press. So kind of trade press is a good way to capture this kind of visionary thing. So we might have an interview with somebody from one of these commercial organizations in a piece of trade press, and that's capturing some of the outcomes and the impacts for that organization. So thinking about revenue streams, thinking about how they were involved in the trial and what their role was in the trial, talking about the fact that there was data gathering and combining data and what that meant for the electric vehicle and for the trial itself, and talking about the fact that it didn't affect patient safety and in fact improved patient care. So some examples there of the kind of things that we might do to set down our vision, where we're capturing the impacts for the people and we're capturing the outcomes, the changes that drive those impacts. So I just want to, so we've kind of gone through an example there where we've effectively worked through the setting of a vision. So I've told the story of setting a vision there. And I just wanted to round off by giving you some pointers for where you might go next if you set a vision. And I'd like you to go away and do that. So I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. But if you want, if you set a vision and you're starting to develop this as an idea and it's looking like this is something that's going to work for you and what you want to read more. So I've already talked about Joshua Seiden's book. For me, this has been such a helpful one to start to really get to grips with the ideas of outcomes over output. And I'd recommend it. It's a very good, easy read. And it starts to talk about measuring this thing as well. So it talks a little bit about OKRs, for example. So it's a really nice introduction to the idea of capturing outcomes over output. If you want to go further, so Melissa Perry's book, Escaping the Build Trap, talks about the concept of creating real value using product management, and that talks about setting down visions and then measuring our value as part of that. So kind of building an organization and a team around this outcome-driven way of thinking. So Melissa Perry's book is excellent on this. And Raymond Pitchler talks about this a lot too. He's got a great book called Strategize, but he's also got lots of really good blog posts and lots of resources and material online as well, available online, to help you think about setting visions and then building teams and having a team work to that vision and how that works in reality. So what I wanted my talk today to do is to get people excited about the idea of setting a vision, the idea of building and motivating a team around them, to get them thinking about working towards that vision. And I really wanted you to come away wanting to do this, to start capturing some of those stories that you might have been telling yourself around something you're working towards, capturing them and capturing the things that are really important to get into a vision. So those impacts and those outcomes, and finding ways to tell those stories, and perhaps by presenting some kind of fictionalized output which captures those really important things that a vision sets. And that's me, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you for your talk. That was really super interesting, seeing how we can implement vision and making it into an actual thing and more than just blue sky thinking. We've got a few questions queued up for you. So we're ready to fire them, I think.
Yeah, so you've obviously talked about kind of setting the vision and expanding it, but my question is more like, how do you rein big vision in? And blue sky thinkers that are team leaders sometimes don't really understand timelines and big work that's involved. And it's kind of that way up of vision versus practicality and kind of what's actually achievable within a time frame, and kind of advice that you would give on that kind of scale.
Yeah, so I think that's about working with a really smart team to help you do that. And the vision is the start point, so helping that, this is what we're aiming for. And the smart team will help you to work out how you're going to move pragmatically towards that vision. And this is where the vision laying down the kind of outcomes that you want to achieve rather than laying down this is what we're going to produce. So your vision lays down the outcomes and the impacts, and then the smart team that you're working with, which will hopefully involve people like product owners, product managers who are used to working with a team and working to realize that vision, can take that vision and perhaps take the things that you've set down around measuring that vision, and they'll use that in terms of the decision making process and splitting up what you're producing, coming up with ideas, perhaps road mapping out the ideas, starting to break them down into chunks and thinking about products or features or parts of the service that you're working on, whatever it may be. So it's having that smart team who can work in that way. And some of that extra reading that I mentioned is really good, that it helps sort of expand on the idea of taking the vision that you've got as a starting point and then building a team around that and working towards that vision pragmatically.
Brilliant, thank you so much. So my next question is about, so brands with big budgets can quite easily implement blue sky thinking and get that vision rolling with the right resources, with the right amount of people, and with the right talent. How can SMEs with smaller budgets, how can they start to go along the same sort of journey, although they might have less resources and less budgets?
So are you kind of talking about SMEs setting a vision on a kind of smaller scale, if you like, than those with big budgets? So I think that's kind of why the examples that I gave in the talk around this idea of fictionalized output. So sure, companies with massive budgets might go away and make an incredible vision video, and they might shoot sequences around the outcomes that have been created. And there are some great examples of that out there. But you can, it can be done on a smaller scale. So you can kind of produce that fictionalized output. Maybe if you can't shoot a video, maybe you can kind of use photos. You can kind of do photo storytelling to set down that vision. So you're still capturing those same outcomes and things like telling these stories through kind of fictionalized local news stories and things like that. It's reasonably easy to have a go at doing that and not get too bogged down in the kind of high fidelity design aspect of this. So still telling those stories, and you're still laying down a really powerful vision without that massive budget that perhaps the big corps have got.
I like the idea of bringing the whole team around it together. So it's not just like a top-down idea. It's sort of more of a flat line. Let's all pitch in. Let's get everyone on board, and we're going onto a journey type of approach. Because at the same time, you're building something, and yes, you're building a business output, and you're gonna hopefully see some ROI from that. But also, the actual health of the business is really important. So your approach to it actually has a lot of really positive and really healthy, sort of potentially healthy, depending how you implement it, side effects to a business. Is there anything that you would recommend people who, obviously, super inspiring talk, their next step? What do you think, like the next step for somebody should be, either because they have a vision or because they might want to look at businesses who work in such a way? What would be their next step?
So I think it's, as I said in the talk, I think it's something where we all tell stories to ourselves all the time around what this thing that we want to achieve is. And really the first step is finding ways to capture those stories and pick out the key parts of those stories, which is those kind of impacts and those outcomes. Almost certainly if you've got an idea and you're starting to build a business around it or build a team around it, you're telling stories, and it really is just capturing those stories that you're telling and finding ways to tell those stories to the team and get them kind of excited and telling their own stories and thinking along the same lines. So that would be the next step. Yeah, capture the stories that you're telling yourself, basically.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you for your contribution to this conference and for taking the time to speak to us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Cheerio.
Bye.
Well, that brings conference day 2 to an end.
And not just conference day 2, but the whole conference.
Ooh.
So thank you so much for everybody who joined in today. If you've joined as a participant, if you've joined us as a speaker, thank you so much.
A big thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't have done it without you. So that's Set Squared, Advancing Analytics, Launch Online, Stephen Scown, Software Solved, Impact Lab, Synopsys, and Spatial Quotient. We couldn't have done it without you, and we really appreciate all of your help. And the videos that you've sent in were amazing, and interacting with our audience as well in the booths and stuff. So thank you a lot for that. Right.
Now comes the really exciting part. So we're gonna pick our winners for the competition.
We haven't got hats in the studio, so we've got a cup and a bag.
So the cup is the Morning Brew competition, which was for the Launch Online course. Do you want to pick that one?
I will do that. Right, let's get a good rummage.
Roll. Okay, cool. So this is a Launch
Oh,
Online.
look at that. Ryman Stevenson has won the course with Launch Online.
Perfect, Ryman. Thank you so much.
And what we'll do is we will get in touch with you and send you details about how to get in touch with Launch Online to set up that course and organise the best date that works for you. And then
the next one, and this one is in the TechExeter bag, which you guys might have seen yesterday already. These are the entries for our Optic Solutions course. I saw some fabulous GIFs online, so on social media, so do go and have a look. I'm just trying to be very mysterious whilst I try and grab one. Okay. Tom Connolly, congrats. You've won, Tom. You'll be also contacted with how to get hold of your prize and how to redeem that. Thank you so much for joining and for everybody for entering as well.
Right, we've had really good engagement on social media, so thank you for everybody who's been engaging, sending GIFs over, taking pictures of coffee, taking pictures of screenshots of speakers, sending in your lovely comments, and yeah, it's been really good. Thank you so much from us to everybody.
Really. I love the dog. Extra points if there were pets involved.
And then, well, we couldn't have done it without these people, really.
Definitely not. No way. So thank you to you, Philippa.
And thank you to you, Sarah. But a big thank you to Chris, Catherine, Jacob, and Brittany on the TechExeter side. We've had Chris Wilson join us. He's a Digital Exeter team member. We've had Becky Brennan also join us for some help today. We've had Shane as well from Digital Taunton join us. And as well, we want to say a huge thank you to Collider for letting us take over this space for the last 2 days. I know that everyone's been kind of in and out and wondering what's been going on, but
yeah, and also just to explain what Chris just pointed at, those are computer-generated, robot-generated portraits of people. So do have a look at Collider, what they are about, what they do. It's a pretty cool space, and we love being here.
Yes, we definitely do. And also another thanks to Jimmy for coming in and playing live for us as well in the studio.
That was one of my highlights.
And then from us, really, it's just thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you maybe in real life next year.
Have a fabulous time. Enjoy yourselves. You can rewatch all of the videos. They'll be put online, and just have a good time. See you next year.
Happy Friday for tomorrow.
Bye.
Hello, Exeter. I'm Shane Griffiths from Digital Taunton, and I am hanging out with my Exeter friends today, and I thought I'd just give you a quick tour of behind the scenes. There is so much that goes on into these events, and I think it's nice to recognise some of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. So I'm just going to give you a quick tour of our back-end studio gazebo setup. So we've got Chris on the audio, managing all the lighting. Having a good day, Chris? Absolutely. Looking good so far? Yep. Everything's looking good, and lots of really fancy buttons and dials. And we've also got some fantastic lighting design going on as well today, and that's all thanks to Chris and his hard work. So we've got Becky. Hey, Becky, managing all the track two, and dealing with all the hop-in software stuff today. So that looks like it's all going well. We've got Brittany
doing social media,
doing all the tweets. So all the tweets today coming from Brittany.
Get your giveaway entries in. Showing us your cup of coffee in the morning and telling us your job title via GIF.
So a selfie with your coffee, win prizes. That's awesome. We've got this this setup here is actually quite interesting because this is what handles all our Zoom guests. So we bring our Zoom guests in on this machine. Brittany then briefs them, kind of has a bit of a introduction with them, and then when the time is right, we actually bring them over. Got the loud people in the background. It's the hosts. They're absolute divas. And so we're bringing the Zoom guests in, and then when it's ready to be broadcast live, they get mixed in to our sort of core main stage. So we've got Chris here. Great work, Chris. So this is where all the vision mixing happens. So we've got all our camera inputs with some various switching.
Could you try again?
That's Siri wanting to chip into the conversation. But so we're actually running this through OBS, Chris, right?
Yep, through OBS.
Running through OBS, then go straight into Hop-In, and everything behind OBS is all sort of hardware switched and managed this way. So lots and lots of inputs, various different camera angles, all looking really interesting. And then we've also got the machine here that runs all the pre-recorded content, so that's all queued up. And then all goes out onto the main mix through this. If anyone actually has any questions around any of the technical setup, I know it's an incredibly trendy subject at the moment, live streaming and events. So if you do have any questions, we write them in the comments on Hop-In, and someone would do our best to follow up. We've got the hosts here.
Hi.
All looking good?
Yeah.
This is not live.
No,
This is just me making a video. So I just wanted to see what our hosts see. So we've got there's some really bright light.
Isn't it just so bright? We literally sit here, and I've got like my eyes are not happy.
It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
But this is what everyone else sees, or the host sees. Sorry. So yeah, it's what a cool little setup we've got going on. So. Yeah, that's from me. Like I said, any questions around the technical setup, please get in touch. Bye!